Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Founding Brothers by Joseph J. Ellis, narrated by Nelson Runger, including an interview with the author. This work is copyrighted 2000 by Joseph J. Ellis. This recording is copyrighted 2001 by Recorded Books. Joseph J. Ellis is the Ford Foundation Professor of History at Mount Holyoke College. Educated at the College of William and Mary and Yale University, he served as a captain in the Army and taught at West Point before coming to Mount Holyoke in 1972. He was dean of the faculty there for 10 years. Among his previous books are Passionate Sage, The Character and Legacy of John Adams, and American Sphinx, which won the 1997 National Book Award. During the production of Founding Brothers at our New York studio, Recorded Books was pleased to speak by phone with Joseph J. Ellis from a studio near his home in Amherst, Massachusetts. You will find that interview on the final cassette or disc. In Founding Brothers, Joseph J. Ellis recounts the sometimes collaborative, sometimes antagonistic interactions between the founders of the American Republic. And now, Founding Brothers.
Preface. The Generation. No event in American history, which was so improbable at the time, has seemed so inevitable in retrospect as the American Revolution. On the inevitability side, it's true there were voices back then urging prospective patriots to regard American independence as an early version of Manifest Destiny. Tom Paine, for example, claimed that it was simply a matter of common sense that an island could not rule a continent. And Thomas Jefferson's lyrical rendering of the reasons for the entire revolutionary enterprise emphasized the self-evident character of the principles at stake. Several other prominent American revolutionaries also talked as if they were actors in a historical drama whose script had already been written by the gods. In his old age, John Adams recalled his youthful intimations of the providential forces at work. "There is nothing more ancient in my memory," he wrote in 1807, "than the observation that arts, sciences, and empire had always traveled westward. And in conversation it was always added, since I was a child, that their next leap would be over the Atlantic into America." Adams instructed his beloved Abigail to start saving all his letters even before the outbreak of the War for Independence. Then, in June of 1776, he purchased a folio book to preserve copies of his entire correspondence in order to record, as he put it, the great events which are past and those greater which are rapidly advancing. Of course, we tend to remember only the prophets who turn out to be right. But there does seem to have been a broadly shared sense within the revolutionary generation that they were present at the creation. These early premonitions of American destiny have been reinforced and locked into our collective memory by the subsequent triumph of the political ideals the American Revolution first announced, as Jefferson so nicely put it, to a candid world. Throughout Asia, Africa, and Latin America, former colonies of European powers have won their independence with such predictable regularity that colonial status has become an exotic vestige of bygone days, a mere way station for emerging nations. The Republican experiment, launched so boldly by the revolutionary generation in America, encountered entrenched opposition in the 2 centuries that followed, but it thoroughly vanquished the monarchical dynasties of the 19th century and then the totalitarian despotisms of the 20th, just as Jefferson predicted it would. Though it seems somewhat extreme to declare, as one contemporary political philosopher has phrased it, that the end of history is now at hand, it is true that all alternative forms of political organization appear to be fighting a futile rearguard action against the liberal institutions and ideas first established in the United States in the late 18th century. At least it seems safe to say that some form of representative government, based on the principle of popular sovereignty and some form of market economy fueled by the energies of individual citizens, have become the commonly accepted ingredients for national success throughout the world. These legacies are so familiar to us, we're so accustomed to taking their success for granted, that the era in which they were born cannot help but be remembered as a land of foregone conclusions. Despite the confident and providential statements of leaders like Paine, Jefferson, and Adams, the conclusions that look so foregone to us had yet to congeal for them. The old adage applies. Men make history, and the leading members of the revolutionary generation realized they were doing so, but they can never know the history they are making. We can look back and make the era of the American Revolution a center point, then scan the terrain upstream and downstream. But they can only know what is downstream. An anecdote that Benjamin Rush, the Philadelphia physician and signer of the Declaration of Independence, liked to tell in his old age, makes the point memorably. On July 4th, 1776, just after the Continental Congress had finished making its revisions of the Declaration and sent it off to the printer for publication, Rush overheard a conversation between Benjamin Harrison of Virginia and Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts. "I shall have a great advantage over you, Mr. Gerry," said Harrison, "when we are all hung for what we are now doing. From the size and weight of my body I shall die in a few minutes, but from the lightness of your body you will dance in the air an hour or two before you are dead." Rush recalled that the comment procured a transient smile, but it was soon succeeded by the solemnity with which the whole business was conducted. Based on what we now know about the military history of the American Revolution, if the British commanders had prosecuted the war more vigorously in its earliest stages, the Continental Army might very well have been destroyed at the start, and the movement for American independence nipped in the bud. The signers of the Declaration would then have been hunted down, tried, and executed for treason, and American history would have flowed forward in a wholly different direction. In the long run, the evolution of an independent American nation, gradually developing its political and economic strength over the 19th century within the protective constraints of the British Empire, was probably inevitable. This was Paine's point. But that was not the way history happened. The creation of a separate American nation occurred suddenly rather than gradually, in revolutionary rather than evolutionary fashion. The decisive events that shaped the political ideas and institutions of the emerging state all taking place with dynamic intensity during the last quarter of the 18th century. No one present at the start knew how it would turn out in the end. What in retrospect has the look of a foreordained unfolding of God's will was in reality an improvisational affair in which sheer chance, pure luck, both good and bad, and specific decisions made in the crucible of specific military and political crises determined the outcome. At the dawn of a new century, indeed a new millennium, the United States is now the oldest enduring republic in world history, with a set of political institutions and traditions that have stood the test of time. The basic framework for all these institutions and traditions was built in a sudden spasm of enforced inspiration and makeshift construction during the final decades of the 18th century. If hindsight enhances our appreciation for the solidity and stability of the Republican legacy, it also blinds us to the truly stunning improbability of the achievement itself. All the major accomplishments were unprecedented. Though there have been many successful colonial rebellions against imperial domination since the American Revolution, none had occurred before. Taken together, the British Army and Navy constituted the most powerful military force in the world, destined in the course of the succeeding century to defeat all national competitors for its claim as the first hegemonic power of the modern era. Though the Republican paradigm, representative government bottomed on the principle of popular sovereignty, has become the political norm in the 20th century, no Republican government prior to the American Revolution, apart from a few Swiss cantons and Greek city-states, had ever survived for long, and none had ever been tried over a land mass as large as the 13 colonies. There was one exception, but it proved the rule, the short-lived Roman Republic of Cicero, which succumbed to the imperial command of Julius Caesar. And finally, the 13 colonies spread along the eastern seaboard and stretching inward to the Alleghenies and beyond into unexplored forests occupied by hostile Indian tribes, had no history of enduring cooperation. The very term American Revolution propagates a wholly fictional sense of national coherence not present at the moment, and only discernible in latent form by historians engaged in after-the-fact appraisals of how it could possibly have turned out so well. Hindsight, then, is a tricky tool. Too much of it, and we obscure the all-pervasive sense of contingency as well as the problematic character of the choices facing the revolutionary generation. On the other hand, without some measure of hindsight, some panoramic perspective on the past from our perch in the present, we lose the chief advantage, perhaps the only advantage, that the discipline of history provides, and we are then thrown without resources into the patternless swirl of events with all the time-bound participants themselves. What we need is a form of hindsight that doesn't impose itself arbitrarily on the mentality of the revolutionary generation, doesn't presume that we are witnessing the birth of an inevitable American superpower. We need a historical perspective that frames the issues with one eye on the precarious contingencies felt at the time, while the other eye looks forward to the more expansive consequences perceived dimly, if at all, by those trapped in the moment. We need, in effect, to be nearsighted and farsighted at the same time. On the farsighted side, the key insight, recognized by a few of the political leaders in the revolutionary generation, is that the geographic isolation of the North American continent and the bountiful natural resources contained within it provided the fledgling nation with massive advantages and almost limitless potential. In 1783, just after the military victory over Great Britain was confirmed in the Treaty of Paris, no less a figure than George Washington gave this continental vision its most eloquent formulation. "The citizens of America," Washington wrote, "placed in the most enviable condition, as the sole lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniences of life, are now, by the late satisfactory pacification, acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independence. They are, from this period, to be considered as actors on a most conspicuous theater, which seems to be peculiarly designed by Providence for the display of human greatness and felicity." If the infant American Republic could survive its infancy, if it could manage to endure as a coherent national entity long enough to consolidate its natural advantages, it possessed the potential to become a dominant force in the world. On the nearsighted side, the key insight shared by most of the vanguard members of the revolutionary generation is that the very arguments used to justify secession from the British Empire also undermined the legitimacy of any national government capable of overseeing such a far-flung population or establishing uniform laws that knotted together the 13 sovereign states and 3 or 4 distinct geographic and economic regions. For the core argument used to discredit the authority of Parliament and the British monarch, the primal source of what were called Whig principles, was an obsessive suspicion of any centralized political power that operated in faraway places beyond the immediate supervision or surveillance of the citizens it claimed to govern. The national government, established during the war under the Articles of Confederation, accurately embodied the cardinal conviction of Revolutionary-era republicanism, namely, that no central authority empowered to coerce or discipline the citizenry was permissible, since it merely duplicated the monarchical and aristocratic principles that the American Revolution had been fought to escape. Combine the long-range and short-range perspectives, and the result becomes the central paradox of the Revolutionary era. which was also the apparently intractable dilemma facing the revolutionary generation. In sum, the long-term prospects for the newly independent American nation were extraordinarily hopeful, almost limitless. But the short-term prospects were bleak in the extreme, because the very size and scale of the national enterprise, what in fact made the future so promising, overwhelmed the governing capacities of the only Republican institutions sanctioned by the Revolution. John Adams, who gave the problem more concentrated attention than anyone except James Madison, was periodically tempted to throw up his hands and declare the task impossible. The lawgivers of antiquity legislated for single cities, Adams observed. But who can legislate for 20 or 30 states, each of which is greater than Greece or Rome at those times? And since the only way to reach the long-run glory was through the short-run gauntlet, the safest bet was that the early American Republic would dissolve into a cluster of state or regional sovereignties, expiring, like all the republics before it, well short of the promised land. The chief reason this did not happen, at least from a purely legal and institutional point of view, is that in 1787 a tiny minority of prominent political leaders from several key states conspired to draft and then ratify a document designed to accommodate Republican principles to a national scale. Over the subsequent 2 centuries, critics of the Constitutional Convention have called attention to several of its more unseemly features. The convention was extra-legal since its explicit mandate was to revise the Articles of Confederation, not replace them. Its sessions were conducted in utter secrecy. The 55 delegates were a propertied elite hardly representative of the population as a whole. Southern delegates used the proceedings to obtain several assurances that slavery would not be extinguished south of the Potomac. The machinery for ratification did not require the unanimous consent dictated by the Articles themselves. There is truth in each of these accusations. There is also truth in the opposite claim, that the Constitutional Convention should be called the Miracle at Philadelphia, not in the customary quasi-religious sense whereby a gathering of demigods received divine inspiration, but in the more profane and prosaic sense that the Constitution professed to solve what was an apparently insoluble political problem. For it purported to create a consolidated federal government with powers sufficient to coerce obedience to national laws, in effect to discipline a truly continental union, while remaining true to the Republican principles of 1776. At least logically, this was an impossibility, since the core impulse of these Republican principles, the original spirit of 76, was an instinctive aversion to coercive political power of any sort, and a thoroughgoing dread of the inevitable corruptions that result when unseen rulers congregate in distant places. The anti-federalist opponents of the Constitution made precisely these points, but they were outmaneuvered, out-argued, and ultimately outvoted by a dedicated band of national advocates in 9 of the state ratifying conventions. The American Revolution thus entered a second phase, and the constitutional settlement of 1787 and 1788 became a second founding moment, alongside the original occasion of 1776. The first founding declared American independence. The second, American nationhood. The incompatibility of these 2 foundings is reflected in the divisive character of the scholarship on the latter. Critics of the Constitution, then and now, have condemned it as a betrayal of the core principles of the American Revolution, an American version of France's Thermidorian reaction. Strictly speaking, they were and are historically correct. Defenders of the Constitution, then and now, have saluted it as a sensible accommodation of liberty to power and a realistic compromise with the requirements of a national domain. That has turned out over time to be correct, though at the time even the advocates were not sure. Uncertainty, in fact, was the dominant mood at that moment. Historians have emphasized the several compromises the delegates in Philadelphia brokered to produce the constitutional consensus. The interest of large versus small states, federal versus state jurisdiction, the sectional bargain over slavery. The most revealing feature in this compromise motif is that on each issue, both sides could plausibly believe they had gotten the best of the bargain. On the all-important question of sovereignty, the same artfully contrived ambiguity also obtained. Sovereignty did not reside with the federal government or the individual states. It resided with the people. What that meant was anyone's guess, since there was no such thing at this formative stage as an American people. Indeed, the primary purpose of the Constitution was to provide the framework to gather together the scattered strands of the population into a more coherent collective worthy of that designation. This latter point requires a reflective review of recent scholarship on the complicated origins of American nationhood. Based on what we now know about the Anglo-American connection in the pre-Revolution era, that is, before it was severed, the initial identification of the colonial population as Americans came from English writers who used the term negatively, as a way of referring to a marginal or peripheral population unworthy of equal status with full-blooded Englishmen back at the metropolitan center of the British Empire. The word was uttered and heard as an insult that designated an inferior or subordinate people. The entire thrust of the colonists' justification for independence was to reject that designation on the grounds that they possessed all the rights of British citizens. And the ultimate source of these rights did not lie in any indigenously American origins, but rather in a transcendent realm of natural rights allegedly shared by all men everywhere. At least at the level of language, then, we need to recover the 18th century context of things and not read back into those years the hallowed meanings they would acquire over the next century. The term American, like the term Democrat, began as an epithet, the former referring to an inferior provincial creature, the latter to one who panders to the crude and mindless whims of the masses. At both the social and verbal levels, in short, an American nation remained a precarious and highly problematic project, at best a work in progress. This was pretty much how matters stood in 1789, when the newly elected members of the federal government gathered in New York City and proceeded to test the proposition, as Abraham Lincoln so famously put it at Gettysburg, whether any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We have already noted some of the assets and liabilities they brought along with them. On the assets side of the historical ledger, the full list would include the following: a bountiful continent an ocean away from European interference, a youthful population of nearly 4 million, about half of it 16 years of age or younger, and therefore certain to grow exponentially over subsequent decades, a broad dispersion of property ownership among the white populace, based on easy access to available land, a clear commitment to republican political institutions rooted in the prowess and practice of the colonial assemblies, then sanctified as the only paradigm during the successful War of Independence and institutionalized in the state constitutions. And last, but far from least, a nearly unanimous consensus that the first chief executive would be George Washington. Only one man, to be sure, but an incalculable asset. On the liability side of the ledger, 4 items topped the list. First, no one had ever established a republican government on the scale of the United States, and the overwhelming judgment of the most respected authorities was that it could not be done. Second, the dominant intellectual legacy of the Revolution, enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, stigmatized all concentrated political power and even in its most virulent forms, depicted any energetic expression of governmental authority as an alien force that all responsible citizens ought to repudiate and, if possible, overthrow. Third, apart from the support for the Continental Army during the war, which was itself sporadic, uneven, and barely adequate to assure victory, the states and regions comprising the new nation had no common history as a nation and no common experience behaving as a coherent collective. For example, while drafting the Declaration in Philadelphia in June of 1776, Jefferson had written back to friends in Virginia that it was truly disconcerting to find himself deployed at that propitious moment nearly 300 miles from my country. Fourth, and finally, according to the first census, commissioned by the Congress in 1790, nearly 700,000 inhabitants of the fledgling American Republic were black slaves. The vast majority, over 90%, concentrated in the Chesapeake region and points south. Their numbers also growing exponentially, in a kind of demographic defiance of all the Republican rhetoric uttered since the heady days of 1776. If permitted to define a decade somewhat loosely, then the next decade was the most crucial and consequential in American history. Other leading contestants for that title, the years 1855 through 1865 and the 1940s come to mind, can make powerful claims, to be sure, but the first decade of our history as a sovereign nation will always have primacy because it was first. It set the precedents, established in palpable fact what the Constitution had only outlined in purposely ambiguous theory, thereby opening up and closing off options for all the history that followed. The Civil War, for example, was a direct consequence of the decision to evade and delay the slavery question during the most vulnerable early years of the Republic. Similarly, America's emergence as the dominant world power in the 1940s could never have occurred if the United States had not established stable national institutions at the start that permitted the consolidation of the continent. From the Native American perspective, of course, this consolidation was a conquest. The apparently irresistible urge to capitalize and mythologize as founding fathers the most prominent members of the political leadership during this formative phase has some historical as well as psychological foundation. For in a very real sense, we are, politically, if not genetically, still living their legacy. And the same principle also explains the parallel urge to demonize them, since any discussion of their achievement is also an implicit conversation about the distinctive character of American imperialism, both foreign and domestic. A kind of electromagnetic field, therefore, surrounds this entire subject, manifesting itself as a golden haze or halo for the vast majority of contemporary Americans, or as a contaminated radioactive cloud for a smaller but quite vocal group of critics unhappy with what America has become or how we have gotten here. Within the scholarly community in recent years, the main tendency has been to take the latter side, or to sidestep the controversy by ignoring mainstream politics altogether. Much of the best work has taken the form of a concerted effort to recover the lost voices from the revolutionary generation. The daily life of Marcia Ballard as she raised a family and practiced midwifery on the Maine frontier. The experience of Venture Smith, a former slave who sustained his memories of Africa and published a memoir based on them in 1798. This trend is so pronounced that any budding historian who announces that he or she wishes to focus on the political history of the early republic and its most prominent practitioners is generally regarded as having inadvertently confessed a form of intellectual bankruptcy. Though no longer a budding historian, my own efforts in recent years, including the pages that follow, constitute what I hope is a polite argument against the scholarly grain, based on a set of presumptions that are so disarmingly old-fashioned that they might begin to seem novel in the current climate. In my opinion, the central events and achievements of the Revolutionary era and the early Republic were political. These events and achievements are historically significant because they shaped the subsequent history of the United States, including our own time. The central players in the drama were not the marginal or peripheral figures, whose lives are more typical, but rather the political leaders at the center of the national story who wielded power. What's more, the shape and character of the political institutions were determined by a relatively small number of leaders who knew each other, who collaborated and collided with one another in patterns that replicated, at the level of personality and ideology, the principle of checks and balances embedded structurally in the Constitution. Mostly male, all white, this collection of public figures was hardly typical of the population as a whole. Nor was it, on the other hand, a political elite like anything that existed in England or Europe. All of its members, not just those like Benjamin Franklin and Alexander Hamilton with famously impoverished origins, would have languished in obscurity in England or France. The pressures and exigencies generated by the American Revolution called out and gathered together their talents. No titled and hereditary aristocracy was in place to block their ascent, and no full-blown democratic culture had yet emerged to dull their elitist edge. They were America's first and, in many respects, its only natural aristocracy. Despite recent efforts to locate the title in the 20th century, they comprised, by any informed and fair-minded standard, the greatest generation of political talent in American history. They created the American Republic, then held it together throughout the volatile and vulnerable early years by sustaining their presence until national habits and customs took root. In terms of our earlier distinction, they got us from the short run to the long run. There are two long-established ways to tell the story, both expressions of the political factions and ideological camps of the Revolutionary era itself, and each first articulated in the earliest histories of the period, written while several members of the revolutionary generation were still alive. Mercy Otis Warren's History of the American Revolution, 1805, defined the pure republicanism interpretation, which was also the version embraced by the Republican Party and therefore later called the Jeffersonian interpretation. It depicts the American Revolution as a liberation movement, a clean break not just from English domination but also from the historic corruptions of European monarchy and aristocracy. The ascendance of the Federalists to power in the 1790s thus becomes a hostile takeover of the Revolution by corrupt courtiers and moneymen. Hamilton is the chief culprit, which is eventually defeated, and the true spirit of the Revolution recovered by the triumph of the Republicans in the elections of 1800. The core revolutionary principle, according to this interpretive tradition, is individual liberty. It has radical and, in modern terms, libertarian implications because it regards any accommodation of personal freedom to governmental discipline as dangerous. In its more extreme forms, it's a recipe for anarchy, and its attitude toward any energetic expression of centralized political power can assume paranoid proportions. The alternative interpretation was first given its fullest articulation by John Marshall in his massive 5-volume The Life of George Washington, 1804 through 1807. It sees the American Revolution as an incipient national movement with deep if latent origins in the colonial era. The constitutional settlement of 1787 and 1788 thus becomes the natural fulfillment of the Revolution, and the leaders of the Federalist Party in the 1790s, Adams, Hamilton, and most significantly Washington, as the true heirs of the revolutionary legacy. Jefferson is the chief culprit. The core revolutionary principle in this view is collectivistic rather than individualistic, for it sees the true spirit of 76 as the virtuous surrender of personal, state, and sectional interests to the larger purposes of American nationhood, first embodied in the Continental Army, and later in the newly established federal government. It has conservative but also proto-socialistic implications, because it does not regard the individual as the sovereign unit in the political equation, and is more comfortable with governmental discipline as a focusing and channeling device for national development. In its more extreme forms, it relegates personal rights and liberties to the higher authority of the state, which is us and not them, and it therefore has both communal and despotic implications. It is truly humbling, perhaps even dispiriting, to realize that the historical debate over the Revolutionary era and the early Republic merely recapitulates the ideological debate conducted at the time, that historians have essentially been fighting the same battles over and over again, that the members of the revolutionary generation fought originally among themselves. Though many historians have taken a compromise or split the difference position over the ensuing years, the basic choice has remained constant, as historians have declared themselves Jeffersonians or Hamiltonians, committed individualists or dedicated nationalists, liberals or conservatives. Then, written accounts that favor one camp over the other, or that stigmatize one side by viewing it through the eyes of the other, much as the contestants did back then. While we might be able to forestall intellectual embarrassment by claiming that the underlying values at stake are timeless and the salient questions classical in character, the awkward truth is that we have been chasing our own tails in an apparently endless cycle of partisan pleading. Perhaps because we are still living their legacy, we have yet to reach a genuinely historical perspective on the revolutionary generation. But again, in a way that Paine could tell us was commonsensical and Jefferson could tell us was self-evident, both sides in the debate have legitimate claims on historical truth, and both sides speak for the deepest impulses of the American Revolution. With the American Revolution, as with all revolutions, different factions came together in common cause to overthrow the reigning regime, then discovered in the aftermath of their triumph that they had fundamentally different and politically incompatible notions of what they intended. In the dizzying sequence of events that comprises the political history of the 1790s, the full range of their disagreement was exposed, and their different agenda for the United States collided head-on. Taking sides in this debate is like choosing between the words and the music of the American Revolution. What distinguishes the American Revolution from most, if not all, subsequent revolutions worthy of the name is that in the battle for supremacy, for the true meaning of the revolution, neither side completely triumphed. Here, I don't just mean that the American Revolution did not devour its own children and lead to blood-soaked scenes at the guillotine or the firing squad wall, though that is true enough. Instead, I mean that the revolutionary generation found a way to contain the explosive energies of the debate in the form of an ongoing argument or dialogue that was eventually institutionalized and rendered safe by the creation of political parties. And the subsequent political history of the United States then became an oscillation between new versions of the old tension, which broke out in violence only on the occasion of the Civil War. In its most familiar form, dominant in the 19th century, the tension assumes a constitutional appearance as a conflict between state and federal sovereignty. The source of the disagreement goes much deeper, however, involving conflicting attitudes toward government itself, competing versions of citizenship, differing postures toward the twin goals of freedom and equality. But the key point is that the debate was not resolved so much as built into the fabric of our national identity. If that means the United States is founded on a contradiction, then so be it. With that one bloody exception, we have been living with it successfully for over 200 years. Lincoln once said that America was founded on a proposition that was written by Jefferson in 1776. We are really founded on an argument about what that proposition means. This does not mean that the political history of the early republic can be understood as a polite forensic exercise conducted by a marvelously well-behaved collection of demigods. Nor is the proper image a symphony orchestra, or, given the limited numbers involved at the highest level of national politics, perhaps a chamber music ensemble, each founding father playing a particular instrument that blends itself harmoniously into the common score. The whole point is that there was no common score, no assigned instruments, no blended harmonies. The politics of the 1790s was a truly cacophonous affair. Previous historians have labeled it the Age of Passion for good reason. For in terms of shrill accusatory rhetoric, flamboyant displays of ideological intransigence, intense personal rivalries, and hyperbolic claims of imminent catastrophe, it has no equal in American history. The political dialogue within the highest echelon of the revolutionary generation was a decade-long shouting match. How, then, did they do it? Why is it that Alfred North Whitehead was probably right to observe that there were only 2 instances in Western history when the leadership of an emerging imperial power performed as well, in retrospect, as anyone could reasonably expect? The first was Rome under Caesar Augustus, and the second was the United States in the late 18th century. Why is it that there's a core of truth to the distinctive iconography of the American Revolution, which does not depict dramatic scenes of mass slaughter, but instead a gallery of well-dressed personalities in classical poses? My own answers to these questions are contained in the stories that follow, which attempt to recover the sense of urgency and improvisation, what it looked and felt like for the 8 most prominent political leaders in the early republic. They are, in alphabetical order, Abigail and John Adams, Aaron Burr, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and George Washington. While each episode is a self-contained narrative designed to illuminate one propitious moment with as much storytelling skill as I can muster, taken together, they feature several common themes. First, the achievement of the revolutionary generation was a collective enterprise that succeeded because of the diversity of personalities and ideologies present in the mix. Their interactions and juxtapositions generated a dynamic form of balance and equilibrium, not because any of them was perfect or infallible, but because their mutual imperfections and fallibilities, as well as their eccentricities and excesses, checked each other in much the way that Madison in Federalist 10 claimed that multiple factions would do in a large republic. Second, they all knew one another personally, meaning that they broke bread together, sat together at countless meetings, corresponded with one another about private as well as public matters. Politics, even at the highest level in the early republic, remained a face-to-face affair in which the contestants, even those who were locked in political battles to the death, were forced to negotiate the emotional affinities and shared intimacies produced by frequent personal interaction. The Adams-Jefferson rivalry and friendship is the outstanding example here, though there are several crucial moments when critical compromises were brokered because personal trust made it possible. Though the American Republic became a nation of laws, during the initial phase it also had to be a nation of men. Third, they managed to take the most threatening and divisive issue off the political agenda. That issue, of course, was slavery, which was clearly incompatible with the principles of the American Revolution, no matter what version one championed. But it was also the political problem with the deepest social and economic roots in the new nation, so that removing it threatened to disrupt the fragile union just as it was congealing. Whether or not it would have been possible to put slavery on the road to extinction without also extinguishing the nation itself remains an open question. It is the main subject of one of the following stories. Whatever conclusion one reaches concerning that hypothetical question, with all the advantage of hindsight and modern racial attitudes as a moral guide, the revolutionary generation decided that the risks outweighed the prospects for success. They quite self-consciously chose to defer the slavery question by placing any discussion of it out of bounds at both the national and federal levels. Fourth, the faces that look down upon us with such classical dignity in those portraits by John Trumbull, Gilbert Stuart, and Charles Willson Peale, the voices that speak to us across the ages in such lyrical cadences, seem so mythically heroic, at least in part, because they knew we would be looking and listening. All the vanguard members of the revolutionary generation developed a keen sense of their historical significance even while they were still making the history on which their reputations would rest. They began posing for posterity, writing letters to us as much as to one another, especially toward the end of their respective careers. If they sometimes look like marble statues, that's how they wanted to look. John Adams is one of my favorite characters, as you will see, because he was congenitally incapable of holding the pose. His refreshing and often irreverent candor provides the clearest window into the deeper ambitions and clashing vanities that propelled them all. If they sometimes behave like actors in a historical drama, that is often how they regarded themselves. In a very real sense, we are complicitous in their achievement, since we are the audience for which they were performing. Knowing we would be watching helped to keep them on their best behavior. Chronology, so the saying goes, is the last refuge of the feeble-minded and only resort for historians. My narrative, while willfully episodic in character, no comprehensive coverage of all events is claimed, follows a chronological line with one significant exception. The first story about the duel between Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton is out of sequence. In addition to being a fascinating tale designed to catch your attention, it introduces themes that reverberate throughout all the stories that follow by serving as the exception that proves the rule. Here is the only occasion within the revolutionary generation when political differences ended in violence and death rather than in ongoing argument. And Burr, if I have him right, is the odd man out within the elite of the early republic. A colorful and intriguing character, to be sure, but a man whose definition of character does not measure up to the standard. Enough justifying and generalizing. If the following stories converge to make some larger point, the surest way to reach it is through the stories themselves. It is a hot summer morning in 1804. Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton are being rowed in separate boats across the Hudson River for an appointment on the plains of Weehawken. The water is eerily calm, and the air thick with a heavy mist. Chapter 1. The Duel. The most succinct version of the story might go like this. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton were rowed across the Hudson River in separate boats to a secluded spot near Weehawken, New Jersey. There, in accord with the customs of the Code Duello, they exchanged pistol shots at 10 paces. Hamilton was struck on his right side and died the following day. Though unhurt, Burr found that his reputation suffered an equally fatal wound. In this, the most famous duel in American history, both participants were casualties. While all the information in this version of the story is accurate, its admirable brevity creates some unfortunate historical casualties of its own. After all, if the duel between Burr and Hamilton was the most famous encounter of its kind in American history, we should be able to conjure up a mental image of this dramatic moment, a more richly textured picture of the duel. Only a fuller rendering will allow what was called the interview at Weehawken to assume its rightful place of primacy among such touted competitors as Gunfight at the OK Corral or the film classic High Noon. In matters of this sort, succinct summaries will simply not do. And so, in an effort to give this episode its requisite density of detail, to recover the scene in its full coloration, here's a more comprehensive version, which attempts to include all the available and indisputable evidence that survives. Aaron Burr left his home on Richmond Hill near the southern end of Manhattan at first light on Wednesday, July 11, 1804. Although he slept that night on his couch and in his clothes, the Vice President of the United States was a lifelong disciple of Lord Chesterfield's maxim that a gentleman was free to do anything he pleased as long as he did it with style. So Colonel Burr, the military title a proud emblem of his service in the American Revolution, was elegantly attired in a silk-like suit, actually made of a fabric known as bombazine, and carried himself toward the barge on the bank of the Hudson River with the nonchalant air of a natural aristocrat strolling to an appointment with destiny. His grandfather, the great theologian Jonathan Edwards, had once said that we were all depraved creatures, mere spiders hanging precariously over a never-ending fire. But Burr's entire life had been a sermon on the capacity of the sagacious spider to lift himself out of hellish difficulties and spin webs that trapped others. No one can be sure what was in Burr's mind as a single oarsman rowed him and William Van Ness, his devoted disciple and protege, toward the New Jersey Palisades on the other side. But the judgment of posterity would be that Burr had finally trapped Hamilton in his diabolical web, and he was now moving in for the kill. Meanwhile, just north of Richmond Hill, near present-day Wall Street, Hamilton was boarding a small skiff with two oarsmen, his physician, Dr. David Hossick, and his own loyal associate Nathaniel Pendleton. Like Burr, Hamilton was properly attired and also carried himself with a similar air of gentlemanly diffidence. He also carried a military title, thus outranking Burr with his honorary designation as General Hamilton, based on his last appointment, that of Inspector General of the New Army in 1799. At 49, he was a year older than Burr, and, like him, was a relatively short man, an inch taller at 5 feet 7 inches, with similarly small hands and feet, a somewhat delicate bone structure, and a truly distinctive head and face. He was called the Little Lion of Federalism because he was, in truth, little. But the head was the place where God had seen fit to mark the two men as polar opposites. Burr had the dark and severe coloring of his Edwards ancestry, with black hair receding from the forehead and dark brown, almost black eyes that suggested a cross between an eagle and a raven. Hamilton had a light peaches and cream complexion, with violet-blue eyes and auburn-red hair, all of which came together to suggest an animated beam of light to Burr's somewhat stationary shadow. Whereas Burr's overall demeanor seemed subdued, as if the compressed energies of New England Puritanism were coiled up inside him, waiting for the opportunity to explode. Hamilton conveyed kinetic energy, incessantly expressing itself in bursts of conspicuous brilliance. Their respective genealogies also created temperamental and stylistic contrasts. Unlike Burr's distinguished bloodline, which gave his aristocratic bearing its roots and biological rationale, Hamilton's more dashing and consistently audacious style developed as a willful personal wager against the odds of his impoverished origins. John Adams, who despised Hamilton, once referred to him as the bastard brat of a Scotch peddler. While intended as a libelous description, Adams's choice of words was literally correct. Hamilton had been born on the West Indian Isle of Nevis, the illegitimate son of a down-on-her-luck beauty of French extraction and a hard-drinking Scottish merchant with a flair for bankruptcy. In part because of his undistinguished origins, Hamilton always seemed compelled to be proving himself. He needed to impress his superiors with his own superiority. Whether he was leading an infantry assault against an entrenched British strong point at Yorktown, first over the parapet in a desperate bayonet charge, or imposing his own visionary fiscal program for the new nation on a reluctant federal government, Hamilton tended to regard worldly problems as personal challenges, and therefore as fixed objects against which he could perform his own isometric exercises, which usually took the form of ostentatious acts of gallantry. Though he had not sought out the impending duel with Burr, there was nothing in Hamilton's lifelong pattern that would permit a self-consciously bland and supremely triumphant refusal of the challenge. He was moving across the nearly calm waters of the Hudson toward Weehawken then, because he didn't believe he could afford to decline Burr's invitation. We actually know a good deal more about the thoughts in Hamilton's mind at this propitious moment. The previous evening he had drafted a personal statement, which he enclosed with his last will and testament, declaring that he had sincerely hoped to avoid the interview. Moreover, he claimed to feel no ill will to Colonel Burr, distinct from political opposition, which, as I trust, has proceeded from pure and upright motives. What's more, he had decided to expose himself to Burr's fire without retaliating. I have resolved, if our interview is conducted in the usual manner, and it pleases God to give me the opportunity, to reserve and throw away my first fire. And I have thoughts even of reserving my second fire, and thus giving a double opportunity to Colonel Burr to pause and to reflect. He did not think of this course of action as suicidal, but as another gallant gamble of the sort he was accustomed to winning. The usual description of the duel's location, the plains of Weehawken, is misleading. Indeed, if one were to retrace the Burr-Hamilton route across the Hudson and land just upstream from the modern-day Lincoln Tunnel, one would come face to face with a sheer cliff 150 feet high. Anyone attempting to scale these heights would hardly be capable of fighting a duel upon arrival at the top. The actual site of the duel was a narrow ledge about 10 feet wide and 40 feet long, located only 20 feet above the water. It was a popular spot for duels precisely because of its relative isolation and inaccessibility. By prearranged agreement, the Burr party arrived first, just before 7 a.m., and began clearing away the incidental brush and rocks on the ledge. Hamilton's party arrived shortly thereafter, and the two seconds, Van Ness for Burr and Pendleton for Hamilton, conferred to review the agreed-upon rules of the interview. It was called an interview because dueling was illegal in many states, including New York. Therefore, in addition to the established etiquette of the Code Duello, veteran duelists had developed an elaborately elusive vocabulary, what we would now call the language of deniability, so that all participants could subsequently claim ignorance if ever brought to court. None of the oarsmen, for example, was permitted on the ledge to witness the exchange of fire. The physician, David Hossack, was also required to turn his back to the proceedings. Because Hamilton had been challenged, he had the choice of weapons. He had selected a custom-made pair of highly decorated pistols owned by his wealthy brother-in-law, John Church. Apart from their ornate appearance, the weapons were distinctive for two reasons. First, they had been used in two previous duels involving the participants. Once, in 1799, when Church had shot a button off Burr's coat. Then in 1801, when Hamilton's eldest son, Philip, had been fatally wounded defending his father's honor only a few yards from the site at Weehawken. Second, they also contained a concealed device that set a hair trigger. Without the hair trigger, the weapon required 20 pounds of pressure to fire. With the hair trigger, only 1 pound of pressure was needed. While Hamilton knew about the hair triggers, Burr almost certainly did not. After Pendleton and Van Ness loaded the pistols, which were smooth-bore and took a quite large .54 caliber ball, Pendleton whispered to Hamilton, "Should I set the hair trigger?" Hamilton responded, "Not this time." As they prepared to take their designated places then, both men were armed with extremely powerful but extremely erratic weapons. If struck in a vital spot by the oversized ball at such close range, the chances of a serious or mortal injury were high. But the inherent inaccuracy of a projectile emerging from a smooth-bore barrel, plus the potent jerk required to release the cocked hammer, ignite the powder, and then send the ball toward its target, meant that in this duel, as in most duels of that time, neither party was likely to be hurt badly, if at all. Burr and Hamilton then met in the middle to receive their final instructions. Hamilton, again because he was the challenged party, had the choice of position. He selected the upstream or north side, a poor choice because the morning sun and its reflection off the river would be in his face. The required 10 paces between contestants put them at the extreme ends of the ledge. It was agreed that when both principals were ready, Pendleton would say, "Present." Then each man would be free to raise and fire his weapon. If one man fired before the other, the non-firer's second would say, 1, 2, 3, fire. If he had not fired by the end of the count, he lost his turn. At that point, or if both parties had fired and missed, there would be a conference to decide if another round was required, or if both sides agreed that the obligations of honor had been met.
This ends Disc 1. Founding Brothers, Disc 2.
Upon reaching his designated location, just before the final command, Hamilton requested a brief delay. He pulled his eyeglasses out of his breast pocket, adjusted them, then squinted into the glare, raised his pistol, sighted down the barrel at several imaginary targets, then pronounced himself ready. Burr waited with patience and composure through this delay. Not only is there no evidence that he had any foreknowledge of Hamilton's declared intention to reserve or waste his first shot, but Hamilton's behavior at this penultimate moment certainly suggested more harmful intentions. Why he would don his eyeglasses if he didn't plan to shoot at Burr remains a mystery. What happened next is an even greater mystery. In fact, the contradictory versions of the next 4 to 5 seconds of the duel might serve as evidence for the postmodern contention that no such thing as objective truth exists, that historic reality is an inherently enigmatic and endlessly negotiable bundle of free-floating perceptions. For our story to proceed along the indisputable lines established at the start, we must skip over the most dramatic moment, then return to it later, after the final pieces of the narrative are in place. 2 shots had rung out, and Hamilton had just been hit. The 1-ounce ball had struck him on the right side, making a hole 2 inches in diameter, about 4 inches above his hip. The projectile fractured his rib cage, ricocheted off the rib and up through his liver and diaphragm, then splintered the second lumbar vertebra, where it lodged. Even with all the benefits of modern medical science, the internal damage would have made Hamilton a likely fatality, most certainly a lifetime cripple. Given the limitations of medical science available then, there was no hope. Hamilton himself recognized his own condition almost immediately. When Dr. Hossack rushed forward to examine him, Hamilton calmly declared, "This is a mortal wound, Doctor," then lapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Burr seemed surprised and regretful at the outcome of his shot. He started toward the fallen Hamilton, but Van Ness stopped him and ushered him away from the scene and toward his boat, all the while shielding Burr behind an umbrella so that, the deniability motive again, the members of Hamilton's party could claim in some prospective court that they had never seen him. Halfway down the path toward the river, Burr stopped and insisted on going back. "I must go and speak to him," he pleaded. But Van Ness refused to comply and headed Burr into his barge and back across the river to New York. Hossack half expected Hamilton to die on the spot. After a few minutes of ministrations, however, it was clear that the unconscious Hamilton was breathing regularly, so they carried him down to the river. On the trip back, Hamilton recovered consciousness for a time and muttered to Hossack, "Pendleton knows I did not mean to fire at Colonel Burr the first time." When one of the oarsmen tried to move Hamilton's pistol, which lay on the seat, Hamilton warned him, "Take care of that pistol. It is undischarged and still cocked. It may go off and do harm," clearly indicating that Hamilton himself did not seem to realize the weapon had been fired. Upon arrival on the New York side, he was carried to the nearby home of James Byard, a longtime friend and political disciple, where Hossack administered liberal doses of laudanum and waited for the end. Hamilton died at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of July 12, 1804, surrounded by the Episcopal Bishop of New York, Benjamin Moore, as well as by David Hossack, Hamilton's wife, Elizabeth, and their 7 surviving children. The funeral 2 days later was an extravaganza of mourning. The mahogany coffin was trailed by Hamilton's gray horse, with his boots and spurs reversed astride the empty saddle. Behind it marched his widow and children, the political and legal leaders of the city, the students and faculty of Columbia College, bank presidents, Army and Navy officers, local clergy and foreign dignitaries, followed by several hundred ordinary citizens. Gouverneur Morris, an old family friend and Federalist colleague, delivered the funeral oration in an overflowing Trinity Church. The overwhelming popular consensus was that Burr had murdered Hamilton in cold blood. The anti-Burr character of the newspaper stories fed the popular frenzy with concocted claims. For example, Burr had worn a suit specially prepared for the duel made of material that could deflect bullets, and melodramatic fabrications. For example, while Hamilton's widow and children shed tears over his dead body, Burr and his followers drank toasts to Hamilton's death in the local tavern, Burr only expressing regret that he hadn't shot him in the heart. A wax replication of the duel depicted Hamilton being shot by Burr and several hidden accomplices from ambush. The sign beneath the wax version read, O Burr, what hast thou done? Thou hast shooted dead great Hamilton. You hid behind a bunch of thistle and shooted him dead with a great hoss pistol." With indictments pending against him for both dueling and murder, with newspaper editors comparing him to Benedict Arnold as the new exemplar of treachery, with ministers making his behavior the centerpiece for sermons against dueling as a barbaric throwback to medieval notions of justice, Burr fled the city in disgrace, not stopping until he reached Georgia. So there you have it. Hamilton safely buried and assuming legendary proportions as a martyr. Burr slipping out of town, eventually headed toward bizarre adventures in the American West, but already consigned to political oblivion. This seems the most appropriate closing scene in our attempted recovery of the duel as a famous and eminently visual story. The missing ingredient in the story, of course, is the 4 or 5 second interval when the shots were actually fired. Postponing the recovery of this most crucial moment was not only unavoidable, there is no agreed-upon version to recover, but also matches the historical timing of the debate that generated the only evidence on which any narrative must be based. Which is to say that in the wake of the actual duel, there was another duel of words between witnesses to the event, chiefly Pendleton and Van Ness. And then the inevitable collection of pro-Hamilton and pro-Burr advocates who filled up the newspapers and pamphlets of the day with corroborating testimony for their own conflicting versions. But before the after-action accounts of the duel degenerated into a duel of its own, the only 2 eyewitnesses, Pendleton and Van Ness, published a joint statement. Its chief purpose was to claim that both principals had conducted themselves in accord with the Code Duello, so that even though the practice of dueling was illegal, Burr and Hamilton had behaved according to the higher law of honor appropriate for proper gentlemen. Along the way to that principled point, however, Pendleton and Van Ness agreed on several significant particulars worthy of notice because of the light they shed on the looming disagreement over what in fact had happened. First, Pendleton and Van Ness agreed that both principals fired their weapons. There were 2 shots, not 1. This was an important fact to establish, because several published accounts of the duel by friends of Hamilton, undoubtedly influenced by various versions of his pre-duel pledge not to fire at Burr, had preemptively concluded that Hamilton had withheld his fire, that is, had not fired at all. Since the sound of the gunfire was audible to Hossack and the oarsmen, even though they did not see the exchange, no misrepresentation or falsification of this elemental point was feasible anyway, unless the 2 shots occurred simultaneously, and Pendleton and Van Ness agreed that they did not. This led to the second and most intriguing agreement, namely that an interval lasting a few seconds occurred between shots. Just how many seconds they could not agree on. They did concur, however, that a discernible gap of time separated the 2 shots. One of the 2 principals had fired first. The other had paused for a discreet and noticeable interval, and then he had fired. The 2 shots had not gone off instantaneously. It's not easy to square what was to become the Hamiltonian version of the duel with this agreed-upon point. The crucial ingredient in the Hamiltonian account was that Burr fired first. If one began with the assumption, as Pendleton's and Hamilton's disciples insisted one should, that Hamilton arrived at Weehawken with a firm resolve not to fire at Burr, then it followed logically that Hamilton could not have fired first. Instead, Burr fired while Hamilton's pistol was still raised in the air. The impact of Burr's round then allegedly produced an involuntary jerk on Hamilton's trigger finger, which sent a round sailing harmlessly above Burr and into the trees. Van Ness claimed to have revisited the ledge the following day and found the severed branch of a cedar tree about 12 feet high and 4 feet to the side of where Burr had stood. This rendition of the story was also compatible with Hamilton's remark in the boat afterward, when he seemed to think his pistol was still loaded. He obviously had not realized that Burr's shot had caused an accidental firing of his own weapon. On the other hand, if one accepted the Hamiltonian version of the exchange, how could one explain the interval between the shots? In the Hamiltonian account, the exchange would have been nearly instantaneous. Although the Burr version of what occurred presents some problems of its own, it is more compatible with the agreed-upon timing of the shots. According to Van Ness, Hamilton took aim at Burr and fired first, but missed. Burr then delayed his shot for 4 or 5 seconds, waiting for the smoke to clear from around Hamilton, and also waiting for Pendleton to begin the count. 1, 2, 3, fire. But Pendleton's attention had been fixed on his own chief, and he apparently had lacked the wherewithal to say anything in this drawn-out moment of the drama. Burr then took it upon himself to fire rather than lose his shot. Hamilton fell instantly. Van Ness was adamant about the sequence of events. It is agreed, I believe, by all who were within hearing, but particularly attested by Dr. Hossack, that several seconds intervened between the 2 discharges. And it is also agreed that General Hamilton fell instantly on Mr. Burr's firing, which contradicts the idea that Mr. Burr fired first. Van Ness went on to provide additional detail about Burr's behavior during the dramatic interval. On the point of the first firing, I was never more confident of any matter subject to the examination of my senses. If any doubt had ever existed, it would have been removed by the following circumstances. First, when General Hamilton fired, I observed a jar or slight motion in Mr. Burr's body, from which I supposed he was struck. But seeing him immediately afterwards standing firm at his station, I concluded the wound could not be serious. Under the impression still, however, that he was wounded, as soon as I had the opportunity, I inquired where he was struck. And after explaining to him the reason of my impression, he informed me that his foot had got upon a stone or piece of wood which gave him pain and had sprained his ankle. In other words, Burr's instinctive reaction to Hamilton's shot was a discernible flinch and an impulsive physical jerk that Burr, seeking afterward to emphasize his composure, blamed on a stone or piece of wood at his feet. While the palpable detail of this version has the ring of truth, and while the contours of the Burr story align themselves more comfortably with the timing of the shots, two pieces of evidence do not fit. First, how does one explain Hamilton's obviously sincere conviction, delivered to Hossack and Pendleton in the boat afterward, that he had never fired his pistol? And second, if Hamilton did fire at Burr, how does one account for the severed branch so high above and off to the side of Burr's position? There is a plausible and quite persuasive answer to the second question, which will then lead us to a plausible but more speculative answer to the first. The key insight, possessing the potential to unlock the mystery produced by the contradictory versions of what happened during the duel, is that both sides constructed their explanations around self-serving and misguided assumptions. The Hamilton side needed to claim that their fallen chief was a martyr who had arrived at Weehawken fully intending to expose himself to Burr's fire without shooting back. The Burr side needed to claim that their hero had behaved honorably in accord with the principles of the Code Duello, and, after exposing his own life to Hamilton's pistol, had responded in kind but with better aim. The Hamiltonian story required a distortion in the sequence of the exchange in order to preserve Hamilton's posthumous reputation. The Burr story required a distortion of Hamilton's honorable intentions in order to justify Burr's fatal response. Both versions misrepresent what in all likelihood really happened. Hamilton did fire his weapon intentionally, and he fired first. But he aimed to miss Burr, sending his ball into the tree above and behind Burr's location. In so doing, he did not withhold his shot, but he did waste it, thereby honoring his pre-duel pledge. Meanwhile, Burr, who did not know about the pledge, did know that a projectile from Hamilton's gun had whizzed past him and crashed into the tree to his rear. According to the principles of the Code Duello, Burr was perfectly justified in taking deadly aim at Hamilton and firing to kill. But did he? This is not a question we can resolve beyond a reasonable doubt. In that sense, the secret is locked forever in the vast recesses of Burr's famously enigmatic mind at that most pregnant moment. But consider the following pieces of circumstantial evidence. By killing Hamilton, Burr had nothing to gain and everything to lose, as he almost certainly knew at the time and as subsequent events confirmed quite conclusively. Burr's initial reaction to Hamilton's collapse, as described by both Pendleton and Van Ness, was apparent surprise and regret, followed soon thereafter by an urge to speak with the wounded Hamilton. Moreover, in the latter stages of the pre-duel negotiations, when Hamilton's side proposed that David Hossack serve as physician for both parties, Burr had concurred that one doctor was sufficient, then added, "Even that unnecessary." Finally, when duelists wish to graze or wound their antagonists superficially, the most popular targets were the hips and legs. Burr's ball missed being a mere flesh wound on the hip by only 2 or 3 inches, the damage to vital organs resulting from the ricochet off Hamilton's rib. In the end, we can never know for sure. And it's perfectly possible that Burr's smoldering hatred for Hamilton had reached such intensity that once he had his tormentor standing helplessly in his sights, no rational calculation of his own best interests was operative at all. What is virtually certain, and most compatible with all the available evidence, is that Hamilton fired first and purposely missed. The only plausible explanation for his remark in the boat about the pistol still being loaded is that he was semi-conscious, in shock, and didn't know what he was saying. Or, less likely, that Pendleton and Hossack made it up to support their version of the story. What is possible, but beyond the reach of the available evidence, is that Burr really missed his target too, that his own fatal shot, in fact, was accidental. Indeed, one of the most disarming features of the Burr version, a feature that enhances its overall credibility, is that it made Burr's shot a more deliberate and premeditated act. Why emphasize the interval if one's intention was to diminish Burr's culpability? In those few but fateful seconds, the thoughts racing through Burr's head would provide the ultimate answer to all questions about his character. But they are, like most of Burr's deepest thoughts, lost forever. Our intense focus on what happened on that ledge beneath the plains of Weehawken makes eminent historical sense, for the elemental reason that the Hamilton version of the story has dominated the history books, and it is most probably wrong. But by straining to recover the factual ingredients in the story, we have inadvertently ignored the most obvious question. Namely, what were these two prominent American statesmen doing on the ledge in the first place? Granted, they were there because Burr challenged Hamilton, and Hamilton concluded he couldn't refuse the challenge without staining his honor. But what had Hamilton done to so enrage Burr? And what was at stake for both men that was worth risking so much? The short answer is that just as there was a duel of words after the actual duel, won by Hamilton's advocates, there was also a duel of words beforehand, which Burr won with equivalent decisiveness. The somewhat longer answer is that the exchange of words that preceded the exchange of shots was itself merely a culmination of long-standing personal animosity and political disagreement that emerged naturally, in retrospect almost inevitably, out of the supercharged political culture of the early republic. In the verbal exchanges before the duel, there can be no question that Burr fired first. On June 18, 1804, he called Hamilton's attention to a letter published almost 2 months earlier in the Albany Register, in which the author, Dr. Charles Cooper, recalled a harangue Hamilton had delivered against Burr the preceding February. Burr was then running for governor of New York, and Hamilton had attacked his qualifications. Exactly what Hamilton said was not reported in Cooper's letter, but it concluded with the following statement: "I could detail to you a still more despicable opinion which General Hamilton has expressed of Mr. Burr." The offensive word was despicable. Burr wanted Hamilton to explain or disavow the word. "You might perceive, sir, the necessity of a prompt and unqualified acknowledgment or denial of the use of any expressions which could warrant the assertions of Dr. Cooper." Knowing, as we do, that Burr's requests triggered a chain reaction that eventually produced the fatal explosion at Weehawken, it's instructive to note that neither Cooper's letter nor Burr's request mentioned any specific or clearly libelous statement by Hamilton. To be sure, despicable is hardly a compliment, but precisely what it referred to, or what Hamilton allegedly said about Burr, is unidentified. The core of the complaint was hollow. Therefore, all Hamilton had to do at this propitious moment was deny having said anything that could possibly fit that description, then express his personal regret that such slanderous insinuations had been attributed to him in the press. Burr would have had little choice but to accept his explanation. Hamilton, however, chose to pursue another course. In effect, he used the inherent ambiguity of the offensive statement to evade any direct response to Burr. He could not, he explained, without manifest impropriety, make the avowal or disavowal you seem to think necessary. What's more, the crucial word admits of infinite shades, from the very light to very dark. How am I to judge of the degree intended? After delivering a brief lecture on the vagaries of grammar and syntax, calculated to irritate Burr, Hamilton went on the offensive. He felt obliged to object on principle, to consent to be interrogated as to the justness of inferences, which may be drawn by others from whatever I have said of a political opponent in the course of a 15-year competition. Burr's own letter, therefore, was a gross insult in its arrogant insistence upon a basis so vague as that which you have adopted. Hamilton was certain that once Burr recovered his wits and sense, you will see the matter in the same light as me. If not, then I can only regret the circumstances and must abide the consequences. If Burr's intention was to threaten him with the possibility of a duel, Hamilton was not disposed to submit passively to such threats. He would issue his own. Hamilton's fate was effectively sealed once he sent this letter. Not only did he miss the opportunity to disown the offensive characterization of Burr, he raised the rhetorical stakes with his dismissive tone and gratuitously defiant counter-threat. Burr's response was incisively curt. "Having considered it attentively," he wrote, "I regret to find in it nothing of that sincerity and delicacy which you profess to value." Then he raised the verbal game to yet a higher level of insult. "I relied with unsuspecting faith that from the frankness of a soldier and the candor of a gentleman I might expect an ingenuous declaration. But such expectations were obviously too much for such a duplicitous character as Hamilton, who lacked the spirit to maintain or the magnanimity to retract his own words." Moreover, Hamilton's complaint that he could hardly be expected to remember everything he had said over the course of a 15-year competition inadvertently opened up a whole new and much larger field of conflict. In his instructions to Van Ness, who had become his designated representative in the exchange, Burr explained that the Cooper letter was merely the most recent libel against him by Hamilton. While Burr claimed that he had always restrained himself when criticized by his political enemies, in regard to Mr. Hamilton, there has been no reciprocity. For several years his name has been lent to the support of slanders. 2 years earlier, in fact, Burr had claimed to have confronted Hamilton with a personal complaint about incessant vilifications of his character, and Hamilton had acknowledged his indiscretion. Despite the apology and apparent promise to stop, Hamilton had then resumed his backstabbing campaign. According to Burr, the immediate incident only proved that Hamilton's libelous ways were incorrigible. Now, however, these things must have an end. As a result, the form of satisfaction Burr now demanded expanded beyond one single utterance reported in an Albany newspaper. Van Ness relayed the new terms on June 25, 1804. Colonel Burr required a general disavowal of any intention on the part of General Hamilton in his various conversations to convey impressions derogatory to the honor of Mr. Burr. Burr was now demanding a general apology for all past indiscretions. He acknowledged that this represented an escalation, but given Hamilton's arrogant evasiveness, more will now be required than would have been asked at first. By now, Pendleton had entered the negotiations as Hamilton's representative. He attempted to exercise his influence, as in fact the etiquette of the Code Duello required, to find a way out of the impasse. Under Pendleton's prodding, Hamilton agreed to a statement disclaiming any recollection of the conversation as recounted by Cooper. That conversation, as Hamilton now remembered it, consisted of comments on the political principles and views of Colonel Burr, without reference to any instance of past conduct or to private character. Hamilton saw fit to repeat his main point that the conversation to which Dr. Cooper alluded turned wholly on political topics and did not attribute to Colonel Burr any instance of dishonorable conduct nor relate to his private character. Strictly speaking, Hamilton's concession should have been the end of it. Affairs of honor were supposed to involve only personal charges. Political or ideological disagreements, no matter how deep, lay outside the field of honor on which a gentleman could demand satisfaction. Hamilton's distinction between personal and political criticism was designed to change the dispute with Burr from an affair of honor to a political difference of opinion. Technically, given the rules of the Code Duello, Burr should have felt obliged to accept Hamilton's explanation as the equivalent of an apology. Except that Burr's blood was now up. If Hamilton had presented his distinction between personal and political criticism earlier, the affair would most probably have ended before it began. Now, however, Burr would be satisfied with nothing less than a wholesale and unqualified apology for all previous remarks about his personal and political character. No denial or declaration will be satisfactory, Van Ness explained, unless it be general, so as to wholly exclude the idea that rumors derogatory to Colonel Burr's honor have originated with General Hamilton or have been fairly inferred from anything he has said. There must be no room in which Hamilton could maneuver. It must be a blanket apology. A retraction or denial, therefore, of all such declarations, or a disavowal of any intention to impeach Colonel Burr without reference to time and place, Van Ness concluded, is the only reparation that can be made. Later on, when this part of the correspondence between the two sides was published, that eccentric Virginia statesman and veteran of multiple duels, John Randolph, observed that Hamilton came off as a sinking fox, while Burr was a vigorous old hound, resolutely determined to hunt down his prey with an undeviating pursuit not to be eluded or baffled. Just as most duels in this era did not end in death or serious injury, most negotiations over matters of honor did not end in duels. The Burr-Hamilton affair was destined to prove an exception on both counts. Once Burr extended his demands to cover their entire public careers, and then also refused to recognize the traditional distinction between personal and political criticism, Hamilton was truly trapped. Several more letters were exchanged as Pendleton groped for an honorable exit. He protested that Burr's terms have greatly changed and extended the original ground of inquiry, requiring Hamilton to assume responsibility for any rumors which may be afloat through the whole period of his acquaintance with Colonel Burr. But Burr did not budge, repeating his accusation that secret whispers traducing his fame and impeaching his honor over more than a decade demanded an unqualified apology, and that Hamilton's insistence on distinctions and qualifications are proofs that he has done the injury specified. On June 27, 1804, Burr's patience ran out. The length to which this correspondence has extended only tending to prove that the satisfactory redress cannot be obtained, Van Ness explained, he deems it useless to offer any proposition except the simple message which I shall now have the honor to deliver. It was the invitation for the interview at Weehawken. Hamilton requested a brief delay so that he could complete some pending legal business and put his personal affairs in order. Both men prepared their wills and left sufficient evidence to piece together some albeit hazy picture of what was on their minds. Burr wrote his beloved daughter Theodosia and her husband, extracting a promise that she would be allowed to pursue her study of Latin, Greek, and the classics. Then, in a typically bizarre act of Burrish dash, he requested that if anything unforeseen should befall him, his daughter and son-in-law convey his respects to one of his former paramours, now a married woman living in Cuba. On July 4th, at the annual Independence Day dinner held by the Society of the Cincinnati, Burr and Hamilton actually sat together at the same table. The artist John Trumbull, who was also present, recorded the scene. The singularity of their manner was observed by all, but few had any suspicion of the cause. Burr, contrary to his wont, was silent, gloomy, sour, while Hamilton entered with glee into the gaiety of a convivial party, and even sung an old military song. The tune that Hamilton sang, called General Wolfe's Song, was supposedly written by the great British general on the eve of his glorious death on the plains of Abraham outside Quebec in 1759. It was, therefore, an eerily prophetic song, especially the stanza that went, "Why, soldiers, why should we be melancholy, boys? Why, soldiers, why, whose business is to die? What, sighing? Fie! Damn fear, drink on, be jolly, boys, 'tis he, you, or I." Hamilton's last days contained several other incidents of equivalent poignancy, though they were only recognizable when viewed through the knowledge of the looming duel. On July 3rd, the day before the Society of the Cincinnati dinner, he had a dinner party of his own at his new country house, the Grange. The list of guests included William Short, formerly Thomas Jefferson's personal secretary in Paris and a lifelong Jefferson protégé. Also invited were Abigail Adams Smith and her husband, the daughter and son-in-law of John and Abigail Adams. Since Jefferson was Hamilton's primal political enemy, and since Adams was his bitterest opponent within the Federalist Party, a man whom Hamilton had publicly described as mentally deranged and unfit for the presidency, the choice of guests suggests that Hamilton was making some kind of statement about separating political and personal differences. About this same time, he drafted a thesis on discretion for his eldest surviving son. It singled out discretion as, if not a splendid, at least a very useful virtue, then went on to offer an obviously autobiographical warning. The greatest abilities are sometimes thrown into the shade by this defect or are prevented from obtaining the success to which they are entitled. The person on whom it is chargeable is also apt to make and have numerous enemies and is occasionally involved in the most difficulties and dangers. All of which suggests that the impending duel with Burr was prompting some second thoughts on Hamilton's part about the sheer intensity of his past political disagreements, as well as about his own periodic lack of discretion in these highly personalized debates. Those predisposed to detect hints of suicidal intentions during Hamilton's last days might wish to speculate at great length on such tidbits. The main outline of the visible and available evidence, however, reveals a man questioning his own characteristic excesses, which had somehow put him on a course that led to the current impasse. Hamilton didn't believe that in going to Weehawken to meet Burr he was most probably going to meet his maker. But the looming threat of possible injury, and perhaps even death, did tend to focus his mind on the downside of his swashbuckling style. He was less suicidal than regretful, less fatalistic than meditative. The regrets and meditations, however, did not spread as far as Aaron Burr. The evidence here does not require inspired conjecture or nuanced analysis. Hamilton wrote out his statement on the impending duel to answer those critics who wondered how a statesman of his maturity and distinction could allow himself to be goaded into a juvenile exchange of shots at 10 paces. There were intrinsic difficulties in the thing, Hamilton explained in his statement, rooted in the reality, not to be denied, that my animadversions on the political principles, character, and views of Colonel Burr had been extremely severe, to include very unfavorable criticisms on particular instances of the private conduct of the gentleman. In other words, Burr's allegation that Hamilton had made a practice of vilifying him for many years was essentially correct. For that reason, The disavowal required of me by Colonel Burr in a general and indefinite form was out of my power. He couldn't apologize without lying. What ultimately blocked any prospect of an apology or retraction was Hamilton's abiding conviction that his libels of Burr were all true. I have not censured him on light grounds, Hamilton concluded, or from unworthy inducements. I certainly have had strong reasons for what I may have said. The answer, then, to the salient question, what were these two prominent American statesmen doing on that ledge beneath the plains of Weehawken, is reasonably clear. Burr was there because Hamilton had been libeling him throughout their crisscrossing careers in public life. Despite earlier promises to cease this practice, Hamilton had persisted. Burr's patience had simply worn out. Hamilton was there because he couldn't honestly deny Burr's charges, which he sincerely believed captured the essence of the man's character. What's more, Hamilton also believed, as he put it, that his own ability to be in future useful, whether in resisting mischief or effecting good in those crises of public affairs which seem likely to happen, would probably be inseparable from a conformity with public prejudice in this particular. In other words, if he did not answer Burr's challenge, he would be repudiating his well-known convictions, and in so doing he would lose the respect of those political colleagues on whom his reputation depended. This would be tantamount to retiring from public life, and he was not prepared to do that. If Burr went to Weehawken out of frustration, Hamilton went out of a combination of ambition and insecurity. What did it mean? For those at the time, it meant that Hamilton became a martyr to the dying cause of federalism, and Burr became the most despised national leader since Benedict Arnold. Indeed, less than a year after the duel, Burr made secret contact with British officials for the purpose of seizing some substantial portion of the Trans-Mississippi Territory and placing it under British control, presumably with Burr himself as governor. Perhaps Burr reasoned that since he was being treated as a new Benedict Arnold, he might as well enjoy the fruits of a similar treason. Meanwhile, clergymen, college presidents, and other self-appointed spokesmen for communal standards of morality seized upon the Burr-Hamilton encounter to launch a crusade against dueling throughout most of the northern states. What had once seemed an honorable, if illegal, contest of wills, bathed in a mist of aristocratic glamour and clad in the armor of medieval chivalry, came to be regarded as a pathological ritual in which self-proclaimed gentlemen shot each other in juvenile displays of their mutual insecurity. Though the practice of dueling survived in the South, and in its more democratic blaze-away version on the frontier of the West, the stigma associated with the Burr-Hamilton duel put the code duello on the defensive as a national institution. Not that it would ever die out completely, drawing as it did on irrational urges whose potency defies civilized sanctions, always flourishing in border regions, criminal underworlds, and ghetto communities where the authority of the law lacks credibility. Nevertheless, the Burr-Hamilton duel helped turn the tide against the practice of dueling by providing a focal point for its critics and serving as a dramatic object lesson of its self-destructive character. One of the reasons the Burr-Hamilton duel became legendary as the most famous duel in American history is its cautionary role as the most memorable example of how not to do it. The chief reason, however, for its legendary status, and the main reason why we can call it the duel without much fear of being misunderstood, is the relative prominence of the two participants. Burr was the second-ranking official in the federal government. Hamilton was, after George Washington, the most powerful figure in the Federalist Party, and, his advocates would have added, the intellectual wellspring for all the political energy that Washington merely symbolized. Their fatal encounter represented a momentary breakdown in the dominant pattern of nonviolent conflict within the American Revolutionary generation. In the wake of other national movements, the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions, as well as the multiple movements for national independence in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the leadership class of the successful revolution proceeded to decimate itself in bloody reprisals that frequently assumed genocidal proportions. But the conflict within the American revolutionary generation remained a passionate yet bloodless affair in which the energies released by national independence did not devour its own children. The Burr-Hamilton duel represented the singular exception to this rule. Perhaps this is what Henry Adams had in mind when, in his inimitable style, he described the moment at Weehawken with its accessories of summer morning sunlight on rocky and wooded heights, tranquil river and distant sky, and behind it all, moral gloom, double treason, and political despair, calling it the most dramatic moment in the early politics of the Union. What made it truly dramatic in the Henry Adams sense was not the sad consequences of a merely personal feud, but rather the underlying values of the political culture that made the encounter simultaneously so poignant and so symbolic. The full meaning of the duel, in other words, cannot be captured without recovering those long-lost values of the early American Republic, which shaped the way Burr and Hamilton so mistrusted and even hated each other. More was at stake, much more, than the throbbing egos of two ambitious statesmen vying for personal honor. Hamilton believed, and he had a good deal of evidence to support his belief, that the very survival of the infant American nation was at stake. Understanding why he entertained such hyperbolic thoughts is the key to the core meaning of the duel. When Burr first demanded an apology, Hamilton refused to comply, complaining that he couldn't possibly be expected to recall all his remarks about Burr over a 15-year period of interaction. Actually, Burr and Hamilton had known each other almost twice that long, from their youthful days as officers in the Continental Army. But Hamilton's reference to 15 years turned out to be a precise estimate of their history as political antagonists. The hostility began in 1789, when Burr accepted the office of Attorney General in New York from Governor George Clinton after campaigning for Hamilton's candidate who lost. Burr's facile shift in his allegiance, the first in what would be several similarly agile switches during his career, captured Hamilton's attention and produced his first recorded anti-Burr remarks, questioning Burr's lack of political principle. If the first crack appeared in 1789, the real break occurred 2 years later. In 1791, Burr defeated Philip Schuyler, Hamilton's wealthy father-in-law, in the race for the United States Senate, when several rival factions within the clannish, even quasi-feudal politics of New York united to unseat the incumbent, who was generally perceived as a Hamilton supporter. It was all downhill from there. Burr used his perch in the Senate to oppose Hamilton's fiscal program, then to decide a disputed and probably rigged gubernatorial election in New York against Hamilton's candidate. Hamilton, in turn, opposed Burr's candidacy for the vice presidency in 1792, and 2 years later blocked his nomination as American minister to France. The most dramatic clash came in 1800, when Burr ran alongside Jefferson in the presidential election, his reward for delivering the bulk of New York's electoral votes, which made Jefferson's victory possible. The election was thrown into the House of Representatives because of the quirk in the Electoral College, subsequently corrected by the 12th Amendment, which gave Burr and Jefferson the same number of votes without specifying which candidate headed the ticket. Hamilton lobbied his Federalist colleagues in the House to support Jefferson over Burr for the presidency, a decision that probably had a decisive effect on the eventual outcome. Finally, in 1804, in the campaign for governor of New York, which actually produced the remarks Burr cited in his challenge, Hamilton opposed Burr's candidacy for an office he was probably not going to win anyway. This brief review of the Burr-Hamilton rivalry provides a helpful sense of context. But to fully appreciate Burr's eventual charges and Hamilton's private acknowledgment that they were justified, one needs to know specifically what Hamilton said about Burr. Throughout this same period, Hamilton made a host of political enemies, about whom he had extremely critical things to say, and vice versa. Indeed, Jefferson, rather than Burr, was Hamilton's chief political enemy, followed closely behind by Adams. This made logical as well as political sense, since Jefferson was the titular leader of the Republican opposition and Adams was the leader of the moderate wing of the Federalists, a group that found Hamilton's policies sometimes excessive and his flamboyant style always offensive. But within this Hamiltonian rogues gallery, Burr was always the chief rogue, and what Hamilton said about him was truly distinctive. Whereas Hamilton's central charge against Jefferson was that he was a utopian visionary with a misguided set of political principles, his core criticism of Burr was that he was wholly devoid of any principles at all. Burr was unprincipled, both as a public and private man, Hamilton claimed, a man whose only political principle is to mount at all events to the highest political honors of the nation, and as much further as circumstances will carry him. Sporadic attacks on Burr's character along the same lines, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, beyond redemption, are littered throughout Hamilton's correspondence in the 1790s, and they probably reflect a mere fraction of his unrecorded comments to Federalist colleagues. The full and better recorded salvo came late in 1800 and early in 1801, during the debate in the House of Representatives over the presidential deadlock between Burr and Jefferson. Since everyone knew that Jefferson was Hamilton's implacable political enemy, the kind of elusive target who seemed to be put on earth by God to subvert Hamilton's visionary plans for a powerful federal government, Hamilton's strong endorsement of Jefferson as by far not so dangerous a man, who possessed solid pretensions to character, only served to underline his contempt for Burr. As to Burr, there is nothing in his favor, Hamilton observed, then went on. His private character is not defended by his most partial friends. He is bankrupt beyond redemption, except by the plunder of his country. His public principles have no other spring or aim than his own aggrandizement. If he can, he will certainly disturb our institutions to secure himself permanent power and with it wealth. He is truly the Catiline of America. This mention of Catiline is worth a momentary pause, in part because the reference is so unfamiliar to modern ears as to seem meaningless, and also because it was so familiar to the leaders of the revolutionary generation as to require no further explanation. By accusing Burr of being Catiline, Hamilton was making the ultimate accusation. For Catiline was the treacherous and degenerate character whose scheming nearly destroyed the Roman Republic, and whose licentious ways inspired by their very profligacy Cicero's eloquent oration on virtue, which was subsequently memorized by generations of American schoolboys. No one in the political leadership of the early American Republic needed to be reminded who Catiline was. He was the talented but malevolent destroyer of Republican government. If each member of the revolutionary generation harbored secret thoughts about being the modern incarnation of a classical Greek or Roman hero, Washington was Cato or Cincinnatus, Adams was Solon or Cicero, no one aspired to be Catiline. Did Burr fit the role? Put differently, were Hamilton's accusations of Burr true? It's an intriguing question. And given Burr's matchless skill at concealing his motives, covering his tracks, and destroying much of his private correspondence, unambiguous answers are not a realistic prospect. The recurrent pattern in Burr's political behavior that caught Hamilton's eye, however, made him eminently vulnerable to the Catiline charge. Whether in the labyrinthine politics of New York or the emerging party wars between Federalists and Republicans at the national level, Burr possessed an absolute genius at positioning himself amid competing factions so as to make himself readily available to the side most desperate for his services. The presidential election of 1800 is the most politically significant and most illustrative example of the pattern. Burr allowed the voting between him and Jefferson to go on for 36 ballots in the House of Representatives without ever indicating his principled recognition that the mass of the electorate had clearly intended to designate Jefferson as president. In his own defense, Burr might have pointed out that he never actively sought Federalist support, but he never repudiated it either. His enigmatic silence, however, unquestionably had mischievous consequences, for it prolonged the scheming in the House and, somewhat ironically, convinced Jefferson that Burr could never be trusted. His knack for injecting himself into the cracks between warring political factions might have been interpreted as a sign of his independence. Like Washington, so his defenders might have argued, Burr refused to place his own political convictions at the service of any party. But while Washington attempted to transcend the ideological wars of the 1790s, Burr seemed disposed to tunnel beneath the warring camps, then pop up on the side promising him the bigger tribute. If Washington was the epitome of the virtuous leader who subordinated personal interest to the public good, Burr was a kind of anti-Washington, who manipulated the public interest for his own inscrutable purposes. At least, so it appeared to Hamilton. As if to demonstrate that his questionable behavior in the presidential crisis of 1801 was no aberration, Burr repeated the pattern in 1804, during the campaign for governor of New York. Although still serving as vice president under Jefferson, Burr realized that the Republicans intended to drop him from the ticket when Jefferson ran for his second term. And so, when Federalist leaders from New York approached him as a prospective candidate for the gubernatorial race, he indicated a willingness to switch party affiliations and run in his home state as a Federalist. This was the decision that caused Hamilton to repeat his earlier characterizations of Burr as the unprincipled American Catiline, which in turn generated the newspaper reports containing the offensive word despicable. But that was only half the story. For the Federalist leaders in New England were interested in recruiting Burr as part of a larger scheme that aimed at nothing less than the dismemberment of the American Republic. This was really what Henry Adams was referring to by the phrase, "the most dramatic moment in the early politics of the Union." Their plan envisioned the secession of New England in the wake of Jefferson's re-election and the simultaneous capture of New York, which would then join the secessionist movement to create a Federalist-controlled confederacy of northern states. Burr, true to form, refused to make any promises to deliver New York to the secessionists, but he also would not repudiate the conspiracy. Hamilton was aware of the Federalist plot, which was no half-baked scheme hatched by marginal figures, involving as it did several Federalist senators from New England and Timothy Pickering, the former Secretary of State. "I will here express but one sentiment," Hamilton warned his Federalist colleagues, "which is, the dismemberment of our empire will be a clear sacrifice without any counterbalancing good." When apprised that the leading New England Federalists were waiting to hear that their old chief was committed to the secessionist plot, Hamilton made clear his opposition. "Tell them from me, at my request, for God's sake, to cease these conversations and threatenings about a separation of the Union. It must hang together as long as it can be made to." The last letter that Hamilton ever wrote, composed the night before the duel, was devoted to squelching the still lingering Federalist fantasies of a separate Northeastern Confederation. a dream that refused to die until the moribund effort at the Hartford Convention in 1815 exposed it as a fiasco. What Hamilton seemed to see in Burr, then, was a man very much like himself in several respects: ambitious, energetic, possessing an instinctive strategic antenna and a willingness to take political risks. Hamilton understood the potency of Burr's influence because he felt those same personal qualities throbbing away inside himself. Both men also shared a keen sense of the highly fluid and still fragile character of the recently launched American Republic. The hyperbolic tone of Hamilton's anti-Burr comments derived not so much from intense personal dislike per se, as from his intense fear that the precarious condition of the infant nation rendered it so vulnerable to Burr's considerable talents. Burr embodied Hamilton's daring and energy run amok in a political culture still groping for its stable shape. The kernel of truth in Hamilton's distinction between personal and political criticism of Burr resides here. In a sense, it was an accurate statement of Hamilton's assessment. Burr's reputation as a notorious womanizer or as a lavish spender who always managed to stay one step ahead of his creditors did not trouble Hamilton. What did worry him to no end was the ominous fit between Burr's political skills and the opportunities for mischief so clearly available in a nation whose laws and institutions were still congealing. The problem with Hamilton's distinction, however, was that the putative barrier between personal and political criticism, or private and public behavior, kept getting overwhelmed by real choices. Personal character was essential in order to resist public temptations. In Burr's case, for example, the decision to support or betray Jefferson in 1801, or to conspire with Federalists promoting a Northern secession in 1804, or, a few years later, to detach the American Southwest from the United States. Character counted in each of these choices because the temptations being served up by the political conditions in this formative phase of the American Republic put the moral fiber of national leadership to a true test. It was Burr's unique distinction, at least as Hamilton saw it, to fail every such test. Whereas no one else in the revolutionary generation wanted the role of Catiline, Burr seemed to be auditioning for the part at every opportunity. To put it somewhat differently, if the dispute between Burr and Hamilton had been settled in the courts rather than on the dueling grounds, and if one admitted the legal principle that truth constituted a legitimate defense against charges of libel, a principle, intriguingly, that Hamilton insisted on in the last case he ever argued, Hamilton would almost certainly have won. It's difficult for us to fathom fully the threat that Burr represented to Hamilton, because we know that the American experiment with Republican government was destined to succeed. We know that a nation so conceived and so dedicated could and did endure, indeed flourish, to become the longest-lived republic in world history. Not only was such knowledge unavailable to Hamilton and his contemporaries, the political landscape they saw around themselves was a dangerously fluid place, where neither the national laws nor institutions had yet hardened into permanent fixtures. Or, if one wished to think biologically rather than architecturally, the body politic had yet to develop its immunities to the political diseases afflicting all new nations. What seems extravagant and hyperbolic in Hamilton's critical description of Burr, then, wasn't a symptom of Hamilton's paranoia, so much as a realistic response to the genuine vulnerability of the still tender young plant called the United States. So much seemed to be at stake because, in truth, it was. Our search for the full meaning of the duel has led us backward, past the purely personal jealousies, through the only partially resolvable mysteries of what happened beneath the plains of Weehawken on the fateful day, and beyond the history of dueling as a dying institution. it has become an excursion into the highly problematic political world of the newborn American Republic, a place where real and not just imagined conspiracies were prevalent, where the endurance of the political entity called the United States was still very much up in the air. As is more or less true about any famous event that is deeply embedded in the historical soil of a particularly fertile time and place, the real significance of the duel lies beyond the specific parameters of the event itself, beyond that narrow ledge above the Hudson River. It expands to encompass an entire but still emerging world that Burr threatened, and Hamilton believed himself to be defending. Oliver Wendell Holmes once observed that a great man represents a strategic point in the campaign of history, and part of his greatness consists of his being there. Both Burr and Hamilton thought of themselves as great men, who happened to come of age at one of those strategic points in the campaign of history called the American Revolutionary Era. By the summer of 1804, history had pretty much passed them by. Burr had alienated Jefferson and the triumphant Republican Party by his disloyalty as a vice president, and had lost by a landslide in his bid to become a Federalist governor of New York. Hamilton had not held national office for 9 years, and the Federalist cause he had championed was well on its way to oblivion. Even in his home state of New York, the Federalists were, as John Quincy Adams put it, a minority, and of that minority only a minority were admirers and partisans of Mr. Hamilton. Neither man had much of a political future. But by being there beneath the plains of Weehawken for their interview, they managed to make a dramatic final statement about the time of their time. Honor mattered because character mattered. And character mattered because the fate of the American experiment with Republican government still required virtuous leaders to survive. Eventually, the United States might develop into a nation of laws and established institutions capable of surviving corrupt or incompetent public officials. But it was not there yet. It still required honorable and virtuous leaders to endure. Both Burr and Hamilton came to the interview because they wished to be regarded as part of such company.
This ends Disc 2. Founding Brothers, Disc 3.
Chapter 2. The Dinner. Thomas Jefferson's version of the story follows a plot line that illustrates the natural and almost nonchalant way that history happens in an ideal Jeffersonian world. One day in mid-June of 1790, he encountered Alexander Hamilton by chance as the two members of President Washington's cabinet, Jefferson was Secretary of State and Hamilton was Secretary of Treasury, waited outside the presidential office. Hamilton was not his customarily confident and resplendent self. Jefferson thought he looked somber, haggard, and dejected beyond comparison. Even his manner of dress appeared uncouth and neglected. He was, at least as Jefferson described him, a beaten man. While they stood in the street outside Washington's residence, Hamilton confided that his entire financial plan for the recovery of public credit, which he had submitted to Congress in January, was trapped within a congressional gridlock. Southern congressmen, led by James Madison, had managed to block approval of one key provision of the Hamilton proposal, the assumption of state debts by the federal government, thereby scuttling the whole Hamiltonian scheme for fiscal reform. Hamilton was simultaneously fatalistic and melodramatic. If his financial plan were rejected, as now seemed certain, then he could be of no use and was determined to resign. And without his plan and his leadership, these two items seemed inextricably connected in his own mind, the government and inevitably the national union itself must collapse. Jefferson suggested that perhaps he could help. On considering the situation of things, he recalled, I thought the first step towards some conciliation of views would be to bring Mr. Madison and Colonel Hamilton to a friendly discussion of the subject. Though he was still suffering from the lingering vestiges of a migraine headache that had lasted for over a month, and though he had only recently moved into his new quarters at 57 Maiden Lane in New York City, Jefferson offered to host a private dinner party, where the main players could meet alone to see if the intractable political obstacles might melt away under the more benign influences of wine and gentlemanly conversation. Jefferson's version of what occurred that evening, most probably Sunday, June 20th, contains some misleading and self-serving features. But since it's the only account that has survived in the historical record, and since Jefferson's justifiably famous way with words possesses a charming simplicity that embodies nicely the elegant atmosphere of the dinner party itself, it deserves our extended attention. They came, I opened the subject to them, acknowledged that my situation had not permitted me to understand it sufficiently, but encouraged them to consider the thing together. They did so. It ended in Mr. Madison's acquiescence in a proposition that the question, that is, assumption of the state debts, should be again brought before the House by way of amendment from the Senate, that he would not vote for it, nor entirely withdraw his opposition, yet he would not be strenuous, but leave it to its fate. It was observed, I forget by which of them, that as the pill would be a bitter one to the Southern states, something should be done to soothe them, and the removal of the seat of government to the Potomac was a just measure, and would probably be a popular one with them, and would be a proper one to follow the assumption. In other words, Jefferson brokered a political bargain of decidedly far-reaching significance. Madison agreed to permit the core provision of Hamilton's fiscal program to pass, and in return, Hamilton agreed to use his influence to assure that the permanent residence of the national capital would be on the Potomac River. If true, this story deserves to rank alongside the Missouri Compromise and the Compromise of 1850 as one of the landmark accommodations in American politics. And without much question, what we might call the Compromise of 1790 would top the list as the most meaningful dinner party in American history. But is it true? The verdict of history, or at least the reigning judgment of most historians, is that the story is essentially true. Hamilton and Madison did meet at Jefferson's quarters in late June of 1790. On July 9th, the House passed the Residence Bill, locating the permanent national capital on the Potomac after a 10-year residence in Philadelphia. All this decided by a vote of 32 to 29. On July 26th, the House passed the Assumption Bill by a nearly identical vote of 34 to 28, Madison voting against, but in keeping with Jefferson's version of the bargain, not leading the opposition in his previously strenuous fashion. Moreover, several different political observers and newspaper editors of the day clearly believed that some kind of secret deal had been made to effect the switching of votes necessary to break the long-standing deadlock on both issues. A disgruntled New York editor, for example, was quite explicit. The true reason of the removal of Congress from this city will be explained to the people in the course of a very few days. To the lasting disgrace of the majority in both houses, it will be seen that the Pennsylvania and Potomac interests have been purchased with $21.5 million, which just happened to be the size of the assumed state debts. What's more, on the very day that the bargain was struck, Jefferson wrote a long letter to James Monroe, his loyal Virginian disciple, preparing him for news of precisely the kind of compromise that eventually occurred. Monroe, like Madison and most Virginians, adamantly opposed assumption. Jefferson assured him that he too found the measure repulsive. But in the present instance I see the necessity of yielding for this time, for the sake of the Union, and to save us from the greatest of all calamities. He even spelled out what he meant by such alarming words. The congressional debate over Hamilton's financial plan and the location of the national capital had produced total legislative paralysis. If this was the first test of the viability of the new federal government under the Constitution, the government was failing miserably. Without some kind of breakthrough, the entire experiment with Republican government at the national level would burst and vanish, and the states separate to take care of every one of itself. Either the peaceful dissolution of the United States or a civil war would occur, unless some sort of political bargain was struck. Without descending to talk about bargains, Jefferson wrote, suggesting that making such deals work required not talking about them publicly, a negotiation was in the works that would make assumption more palatable to Virginians of Monroe's persuasion. A trade of assumption for the Potomac location of the permanent capital. If this plan of compromise does not take place, Jefferson warned, I fear one infinitely worse. Upon receiving Jefferson's letter, Monroe responded immediately with a warning of his own. The political deal Jefferson described would never go down in Virginia, where assumption was regarded as a fatal poison, and the Potomac location of but little importance in comparison. 2 years later, Jefferson himself concluded that Monroe had been right. In 1792, he told Washington that the bargain made that evening with Hamilton was the greatest political mistake of his life. In fact, Jefferson's version of the dinner-table bargain dates from that later time, probably 1792, when he deeply regretted his complicity. It was unjust, he had by then decided, and was acquiesced in merely from a fear of disunion, while our government was still in its infant state. The ever-agile Hamilton had outmaneuvered him to support assumption, which had then become a principal ground whereon was reared up that speculating phalanx, which had subsequently conspired so insidiously, as Jefferson put it, to change the political complexion of the government of the United States. Perhaps a final reason to accept the credibility of Jefferson's version of the story, then, is that he was not boasting about his political influence, but confessing his profound regret. Why fabricate a tale in which one comes off as a self-confessed dunce? Any attempt to answer that question would carry us into the labyrinthine corridors of Jefferson's famously elusive mind. Suffice to say that there is a core of truth to Jefferson's account of the dinner-table bargain, though it vastly oversimplifies the history that was happening at that propitious moment, which is to say that several secret meetings were occurring at the same time, and the political corridors were even more labyrinthine than Jefferson's imperfect memory of events. Most importantly, the conversation at Jefferson's quarters was merely one part of an ongoing and larger conversation in which the very survival and subsequent shape of the American Republic seemed at stake. The more one looks at the chief characters in this scene and listens to their voices, the more the salient question changes. It is not, was Jefferson telling the truth? It is instead, why were such otherwise sensible statesmen as Jefferson, Madison, and Hamilton all convinced that the newly established government of the United States was so precarious and problematic? Why was the passage of assumption so threatening? Why was the Potomac so symbolic? Jefferson's version of the story to the contrary notwithstanding, what was going on here? As might be expected, the answer the various participants gave to such an overarching question depended a great deal on the ground on which they were standing, and this, in turn, meant that Hamilton, Jefferson, and Madison arrived at the dinner with different agendas, different experiences, and different stories to tell. Within this formidable trio, it makes most sense to start with Madison. He was the most centrally situated, having led the debate over both assumption and the residence question in the House. He also enjoyed the reputation as both a preeminent nationalist and favored son of Virginia, and had already become famous at the tender age of 39 as the shrewdest and most politically savvy veteran of the tumultuous constitutional battles of the 1780s. Indeed, in 1790, Madison had just completed what turned out to be the most creative phase of his entire career as an American statesman, which several historians would subsequently describe as the most creative contribution to political science in all of American history. Distressed by the political disarray in the state governments in the 1780s and the congenital weakness of the Articles of Confederation, Madison had helped mobilize the movement for the Constitutional Convention. His arguments for a fortified national government became the centerpiece around which all the compromises and revisions of the eventual document congealed, giving him the honorary title of Father of the Constitution. He had then joined forces with Hamilton, with a modest assist from John Jay, to write the Federalist Papers, which was instantly recognized as an American classic, most especially in its ingenious insistence that Republican government would prove more stable when extended over a large land mass and diverse population. In the Virginia ratifying convention, he had outmaneuvered the apparently unbeatable opposition led by Patrick Henry, prompting John Marshall, his fellow Virginian Federalist, to observe that Henry might be the all-time oratorical champion in his capacity to persuade, but that Madison was his superior in his capacity to convince. Then, to top it off, he had drafted and ushered the Bill of Rights through the First Congress. In 1790, in short, Madison was at the peak of his powers, and after George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, who died that year, was generally regarded as the most influential political leader in the new nation. He did not look the part. At 5'6" and less than 140 pounds, little Jemmy Madison had the frail and discernibly fragile appearance of a career librarian or schoolmaster, forever lingering on the edge of some fatal ailment, overmatched by the daily demands of ordinary life. When he left his father's modest-sized plantation at Montpelier in Virginia to attend Princeton in 1769, Aaron Burr was a classmate, the youthful Madison had confessed to intimations of imminent mortality, somewhat morbidly predicting his early death. As it turned out, he survived longer than all the leaders of the revolutionary generation, observing near the end, "Having outlived so many of my contemporaries, I ought not to forget that I may be thought to have outlived myself." Not only did he look like the epitome of insignificance, diminutive, colorless, sickly, he was also paralyzingly shy, the kind of guest at a party who instinctively searched out the corners of the room. Appearances, in Madison's case, were not just massively deceptive, they actually helped to produce his prowess. Amid the flamboyant orators of the Virginia dynasty, he was practically invisible and wholly unthreatening, but therefore the acknowledged master of the inoffensive argument that just happened time after time to prove decisive. He seemed to lack a personal agenda because he seemed to lack a personality. Yet when the votes were counted, his side almost always won. His diffidence in debate was disarming in several ways. He was so obviously gentle and so eager to give credit to others, especially his opponents, that it was impossible to unleash one's full fury against him without seeming a belligerent fool. He was so reserved that he conveyed the off-putting impression of someone with an infinite reservoir of additional information, all hidden away, the speaker not wishing to burden you with excessively conspicuous erudition. But if you gave permission, fully prepared to go on for several more hours, or until your side voluntarily surrendered. His physical deficiencies meant that a Madisonian argument lacked all the usual emotional affectations and struck with the force of pure, unencumbered thought. Or, as one observer put it later, "Never have I seen so much mind in so little matter." His style, in effect, was not to have one. It's customary to think of Madison as Jefferson's loyal lieutenant, the junior member of what has been called the Great Collaboration. Certainly in later years, when Madison served as Jefferson's political point man in the party wars of the 1790s, then as his Secretary of State, then his successor as president, there's much to be said for his characterization. The later pattern was for Jefferson to provide the sweeping vision, while Madison managed the messier particulars. If God was in the details, so the saying went, Madison was usually there to greet him upon arrival. Even then, however, Madison's habitual shyness and his willingness to remain within Jefferson's shadow probably concealed the extent of his independent influence on the partnership. The fairest assessment is that the collaboration worked so well because questions of primacy never occurred to Madison. Or, as John Quincy Adams described the seamless character of the partnership, it was a phenomenon like the invisible and mysterious movements of the magnet in the physical world. However, in 1790, if one wished to talk about the Great Collaboration, the presumption would have been that one was referring to Madison and Hamilton. After all, while Jefferson was serving as America's minister in Paris from 1784 to 1789, the team of Madison and Hamilton had led the fight for a vastly expanded national government with sovereign power over the states. Their collaboration, as Publius in the Federalist Papers, was every bit as seamless as the subsequent alliance between the two Virginians. When Hamilton began to draft his Report on the Public Credit in September of 1789, Madison was one of the first persons he consulted for advice. At that very time, Jefferson was writing Madison from France with expressions of great doubt about the powers granted the federal government over domestic affairs, powers that Madison had championed more effectively than anyone else at the Constitutional Convention. Jefferson had also shared with Madison his intriguingly utopian suggestion that each generation was sovereign, so that laws made for one generation should expire after about 20 years. Madison had responded in his gentle, unassuming, but logically devastating fashion to suggest that, yes, this was a fascinating notion, but if taken seriously, it was a recipe for anarchy, and ran directly counter to the whole thrust of his own political effort to establish a stable constitutional settlement that compelled the trust and abiding veneration of present and future generations of Americans. Knowing as we do that Madison would soon become one of the most ardent and potent Jeffersonians of all time, it's all the more instructive to note that prior to 1790, they had drifted to different sides of the constitutional divide. During the 6 months prior to the dinner at Jefferson's quarters, Madison went through a conversion process, or perhaps a reconversion, from the religion of nationalism to the old revolutionary faith of Virginia. It's tempting to explain the switch in exclusively personal terms. Jefferson returned from France, recalled his old colleague to the colors of the true cause, and together they marched forward into history. Except that it was not that simple. Madison possessed the subtlest and most intellectually sophisticated understanding of the choices facing the new American Republic of any member of the revolutionary generation. No crude explanation of the decisions he made can do justice to the multiple loyalties he felt, or the almost Jamesian way he thought about and ultimately resolved them. If we give chronology the decent respect it's due, it's clear that Madison's thinking began to change before Jefferson returned to the scene. The precipitant was Hamilton's Report on the Public Credit, forwarded to Congress in January of 1790. Jefferson didn't arrive in New York until March. The fiscal goals Hamilton proposed were synonymous with the national vision Madison had advocated at the Constitutional Convention and in the Federalist Papers. The total debt of the United States, according to Hamilton's calculations, had reached the daunting, at least then, size of $77.1 million. Of this total, $11.7 million was owed to foreign governments, $40.4 million was domestic debt, most of which dated from the American Revolution, and $25 million was state debt, also largely a legacy of the war. What began to trouble Madison, then terrify him, was not Hamilton's goal, the recovery of public credit, but the way he proposed to reach it. The first symptom of the trouble appeared when Madison studied Hamilton's proposal for the funding of the domestic debt. On the one hand, Hamilton's recommendation looked straightforward. All citizens who owned government securities should be reimbursed at par, that is, the full value of the government's original promise. But many original holders of the securities, mainly veterans of the American Revolution who had received them as pay for their service in the war, had then sold them at a fraction of their original value to speculators. What's more, the release of Hamilton's plan produced a purchasing frenzy, as bankers and investors aware of the funding proposal bought up the securities in expectation of a tidy profit. Madison observed the buying frenzy and complained that unscrupulous speculators are still exploring the interior and distant parts of the Union in order to take advantage of the holders. The picture that began to congeal in his mind was the essence of injustice. Battle-worn veterans of the war for independence being cheated out of their just rewards by mere moneymen. Benjamin Rush, the prominent Philadelphia physician and permanently incandescent revolutionary, urged Madison to stop this betrayal of the spirit of '76. "Never have I heard more rage expressed against the oppressors of our country during the late war," Rush fumed, "than I daily hear against the men who are to reap all the benefits of the Revolution at the expense of the greatest part of the virtue and property that purchased it." Hamilton was both surprised and mystified when Madison came out against his funding scheme. On February 11th, Madison delivered a long speech in the House, denouncing the Hamilton proposal as a repudiation of the American Revolution, and recommending his own plan for payment, which he called discrimination. It was a vintage Madisonian performance, utterly reasonable, flawlessly logical, disarmingly temperate. The original holders of the securities had justice on their side, he noted, and justice must be honored. The current holders had the obligations of contracts on their side, and such obligations must be observed. The options then revealed themselves with lawyer-like precision. One of three things must be done: either pay both, reject wholly one or the other, or make a composition between them on some principle of equity. In the 20th century, students of this mode of reasoning within policy-making circles called it the Goldilocks principle and later triangulation. Madison, of course, favored the third option. But the House voted 36-13 against his motion. It was his first major legislative defeat after a long string of triumphs. It was not just that Madison hated to lose. Unlike Jefferson, he could be genuinely gracious in defeat. It was instead that an ominous picture was congealing in his mind of patriot soldiers being fleeced by an army of speculators whose only loyalty was to their own profit margins. Or perhaps it was a slightly different picture, this one of the nascent national government, which he had visualized as an exalted arena where only the ablest and most intellectually talented officials would congregate, the finest fruits plucked from the more motley state governments, now replaced by an obnoxious collection of financiers and money changers, the kind of social parasites whom Jesus had symbolically driven from the temple. The promise of the American Revolution, at least as Madison understood it, was falling into enemy hands. The debate over assumption, which followed on the heels of the vote on funding, only intensified the sense of betrayal and made matters worse. Again, on the face of it, Hamilton's proposal looked seductively simple. The federal government would take on, which is to say assume, all the accumulated debts of the states, most of which had their origins during the war. Instead of 13 separate ledgers, there would be but one, thereby permitting the fiscal policy of the new nation to proceed with a coherent sense of its financial obligations and the revenues required to discharge them. On February 24th, Madison rose from his seat in the House to suggest that the matter was a good deal more complicated than it might appear at first glance, and that this apparently sensible proposal called assumption struck him as an alarmingly sinister idea. If you read Madison's speeches against assumption in the House during the spring of 1790, you get the impression that his core objections were economic. Most of the Southern states, Virginia among them, had paid off the bulk of their wartime debts. The assumption proposal, therefore, did them an injustice by compelling them, after having done their duty, to contribute to those states who have not equally done their duty. A subsidiary theme, also economic in character but implying grander suspicions, called for what he termed settlement to precede assumption. As Madison expressed it, "I really think it right and proper that we should be possessed of the ways and means by which we should be most likely to encounter the debt before we undertake to assume it." In other words, there needed to be an official estimate of the specific amount each state would have assumed, and then be obliged to pay in federal taxes before the vote on assumption occurred. According to his own rough calculations, Virginia would transfer about $3 million of debt to the federal government, then be charged about $5 million in new taxes. Like the failure to compensate the original holders of government securities, this was unfair. If you read Madison's correspondence during this same time, you get the strong impression that the problem went much deeper than any shuffling of account books could ever satisfy. The economic injustice toward Virginia and most of the Southern states, South Carolina was the exception since it had not retired much of its debt, was bad enough. But assumption was symptomatic of malevolent tendencies that transcended mere dollars and cents. It was about power. Under the guise of doing the states a favor by assuming their debts, the federal government was implicitly, even covertly, assuming sovereign authority over the economies of all the states. As Madison put it to Jefferson in his most typically elliptical style, assumption would be particularly hard on Virginia, but was further objectionable as augmenting a trust already sufficiently great for the virtue and number of the federal legislature. Virginia, in short, was being asked to trust its fate to the collective wisdom and virtue of the central government. Assumption, as Madison came to regard it, was not primarily about money. It was about control, about trust, about independence. These were all major chords in a revolutionary melody that most Virginians knew by heart. Henry Lee, for example, apprised Madison that the Assumption debate reminded him of those glorious days of yesteryear, when the Virginia Assembly refused to recognize Parliament's right to tax colonies. "It seems to me," Lee wrote, "that we Southern people must be slaves in effect, or cut the Gordian knot at once." The radical rhetoric of the 1760s and 1770s, now hallowed by its association with the successful War for Independence, came pouring out of Madison's correspondence in Virginia, equating assumption with the Stamp Act, the federal Congress with Parliament, the so-called fixed insolent Northern majority with Great Britain. "How do you feel?" Lee asked Madison rhetorically. "Is your love for the Constitution so ardent that it should produce ruin to your native country?" By native country, Lee meant Virginia. The entire atmosphere surrounding the Assumption debate had become electromagnetic. And Madison, who had a justifiable reputation for making himself the calm center in the midst of all political storms, was being buffeted by shrill accusations from both sides. Northern congressmen, led by Fisher Ames of Massachusetts, accused him of threatening the survival of the Republic by blocking the centerpiece of Hamilton's fiscal program, without which, they believed, the Union would dissolve. Southerners chiefly Virginians, were telling him that assumption demonstrated how prophetic the anti-Federalist enemies to the Constitution now looked, and how his previous assurances in the Virginia Ratifying Convention and the Federalist Papers, assurances that the Constitution would prove a culmination rather than a betrayal of the American Revolution, now seemed like false promises. The word that captured the essence of the Virginians' political mentality was consolidation, as in the dreaded consolidation that was denied by the friends of the new government when it was under consideration. The term conveyed the political fear, so potent among the anti-Federalist critics of the constitutional settlement of 1788, that the states would be absorbed by the new federal government. It echoed the ideological fear, so effective as a weapon against the taxes imposed by Parliament and decrees of George III, that once arbitrary power was acknowledged to reside elsewhere, all liberty was lost. And at a primal level, it suggested the unconscious fear of being swallowed up by a larger creature, the terror of being completely consumed, eaten alive. If Madison had ever managed to convince himself that these historically sanctioned fears had been banished with the creation of the new national government, the debate over assumption demonstrated that they were still very much alive. Indeed, because of their historical and rhetorical association with the successful war against British imperialism, they were the most potent forces in the entire political culture. What Madison actually thought about the most frantic expressions of Virginian mistrust is difficult to know. Along with John Adams, Madison was America's most astute student of the role of the passions as a political force. But, unlike Adams, Madison's mastery of his own passions took the form of total suppression. His letters back home to Virginia tended to endorse the legitimacy of the threat posed by assumption, but also to counsel patience, to urge, as much by their tone as the content, a less apocalyptic attitude. Hamilton's fiscal program was certainly a menacing shadow over the new federal edifice, but talk of secession was premature and counterproductive. After all, with Washington as president, Jefferson as Secretary of State, Edmund Randolph as Attorney General, he might have added Madison as dominant presence in the Congress, Virginia's interests were hardly unrepresented in the capital. As for the threatening insults from their northern brethren in the government, pay them little attention. We shall risk their prophetic menaces, he noted confidently, if we should continue to have a majority. For on assumption, unlike the earlier debate over funding, Madison had the votes. Assumption would never pass. It goes without saying that Alexander Hamilton's understanding of the issues raised by his fiscal program and the Virginia writ large squadrons that were mobilizing south of the Potomac to oppose it was blissfully free of all the Madisonian ambiguities. Once Hamilton encountered a major obstacle to the advancement of any cause in which he believed, he instinctively hurled himself onto the offensive, never looked back, and waited for no stragglers. Whether the objective was a British parapet at Yorktown, the admiration of the legal and merchant elite in New York, or the ratification of the Constitution, Hamilton's pattern was the same: to unleash his formidable energies in great bursts of conspicuous productivity, imposing his own personality on events in an ostentatious, out-of-my-way style that was precisely the opposite of Madison's preference for stealth, irritating more modest and cautious colleagues with his casual presumption that both his overall vision and his mastery of the details were self-evidently superior, irritating them even more when events generally proved him right. Critics of his take-charge temperament and his dashing Hamilton-to-the-rescue demeanor would make a plausible case that they were excessive compensations for his lowly, indeed bastardly, origins. Some biographers, pursuing the same interpretive line, have suggested that his deep-rooted insecurities drove him onto the plains of Weehawken and then into the fatal gaze of Aaron Burr. But if insecurity was the primal source of Hamilton's incredible energy, one would have to conclude that Providence had conspired to produce at the most opportune moment perhaps the most creative liability in American history. Like Madison in 1790, Hamilton was at the peak of his powers. He wrote the 40,000 words of his Report on the Public Credit in a 3-month surge and with the same kind of desperate speed he had turned out his 51 contributions to the Federalist Papers. Scholars on the lookout for the theoretical sources that may have shaped his thinking have invariably discovered multiple influences. Adam Smith, Jacques Necker, Malachi Postlethwaite, and David Hume top the list, with Hume a particularly forceful influence on the contours of his thinking about the dynamics of economic growth, much as Hume influenced Madison's thinking about the dynamics of political stability. It is also well established that Hamilton's intense dedication to a centralized solution to the fiscal problems facing the new government emerged, again like Madison's, out of his frustrating experience with the inadequate and hopelessly divided authority of the Confederation government in the 1780s. Finally, the historic significance of Hamilton's report has attracted the attention of specialists in sufficient number to inject a technical dimension into the appraisal. Familiarity with sinking funds, tontines, floating rates of interest, and liquidity has become essential for a full appreciation of his economic proficiency. All well and good. But for our purposes, these otherwise valuable insights are mere subplots almost designed to carry us down side trails while blithely humming a tune about the rough equivalents of forests and trees. What Hamilton thought he was doing was essentially simple. The economy of the United States was a tangled mess of foreign and domestic debt that he was determined to unravel, then place on firm fiscal footing by restoring public credit. All this was to be achieved with a keen and shrewd appreciation for the dynamic potential of America's latent commercial energies, but unencumbered by even the slightest concern with how the resultant system might appear to those not sharing his nationalist vision. On the question of funding the domestic debt, for example, Hamilton regarded Madison's proposal to distinguish between original and present holders of government securities as naive and mischievous. To be sure, some injustice might be done the wartime veterans, but who was Madison to lecture him about the venerable sacrifice made by American soldiers, Madison having never fired a shot in anger, now wrapping himself in some rhetorical rendition of the blood-stained uniform he had never worn? More to the point, the original holders had not been coerced to sell. They had done so freely and for an infinite variety of reasons. Sorting out the multiple transactions, prices, and motives would be an administrative nightmare. Indeed, anyone proposing such a course must come under suspicion as a devotee of paralysis. The whole point of the funding scheme was to move past such ambiguous entanglements, to establish the kind of clear and discernible reimbursement policy that inspired trust, and to concentrate the debt in those hands most likely to use it in the interests of the community's productivity and growth. On the question of assuming the state debts, Madison's opposition struck Hamilton as even more illogical and blatantly sinister. Had not Madison himself advocated the assumption of state debts on several occasions in the 1780s? Had not they locked arms together as Publius to justify the need for a national government with sovereign power over the states? Indeed, had not Madison been the most ardent advocate at the Constitutional Convention for a clear assertion of federal sovereignty? Of course, there were massive accounting problems in calculating the different state debts, not the least of the difficulties being sloppy records kept by several southern states, with Virginia topping the list for administrative disarray. But the final numbers were hardly set in stone. If Virginia wanted to negotiate these calculations, well, it was the kind of thing that could always be worked out among friends. But friends did not make ominous charges that the whole assumption proposal was a plot to lure the states into some Faustian bargain in which they lost the political semblance of childlike innocence, an innocence in fact already abandoned, wisely so, when the Constitution was ratified. Assumption wasn't a plot to destroy the political integrity of the states. It was a plan to consolidate their debts and nationalize the economy for the benefit of all. Hamilton simply took it for granted that the new government created by the Constitution was, as he phrased it in his report, clothed with powers competent to calling for the resources of the community. And he, as the officer responsible for fiscal policy, was simply the chosen instrument to implement this collective effort. Therein lay the problem. And not just because Madison and his Virginia constituents heard such words as consolidate and nationalize like alarm bells in the night. Or, as one of Hamilton's fondest biographers put it, because the Secretary of the Treasury was more adept at meeting financial crises than mending political fences. The real difficulty was that Hamilton's plan was very much a projection of his own audacious personality. In fact, once one steps back from the specific provisions for calculating and funding the various state and federal debts, perhaps the best way to understand the grand design of Hamilton's report and the implicit presumptions that animated its visionary sense of where the new American Republic was heading is to see it as Hamilton's distinctive temperament and cast of mind superimposed on the fluid conditions of an emergent nation. First, there's the implication, floating between the lines of the entire report, that an authoritative new presence has appeared on the scene and taken charge. The command ethos went beyond matters of personality, though Hamilton was certainly auditioning for the part, and it even went beyond questions of constitutionality, though the report certainly announced the unequivocal sovereignty of the federal government. More sweepingly, it suggested that the enormous but latent potential of the American economy required more than mere release to achieve its full potential. Hamilton was hardly unique in his recognition that the vast resources of the North American continent constituted a repository of riches that, once unlocked, offered prospects of unparalleled prosperity and national destiny. He was, however, distinctive for his sense that the mobilization of these resources required abiding management and strategic orchestration at the national level. Madison, and to an even greater extent Jefferson, seemed to think that economic policy consisted of getting out of the way to allow the natural laws of economic recovery and growth to proceed. But Hamilton thought the conditions for economic development needed to be created, then enduringly overseen. His model was England, with its national bank, regulated commerce, and powerful finance ministers. From the perspective south of the Potomac, of course, these were the institutions and symbols the American Revolution had supposedly repudiated forever. Second, there's the Hamiltonian confidence that the concentration of political and economic power was a dynamic force. It wasn't a threatening cluster of invasive corruption, but a synergistic fusion of developmental energies. Hamilton was tone-deaf to the familiar refrains in the Republican song about the inherent evil of aggregated power, a tune that the emerging chorus of dissenters in Virginia was replaying under the new label of consolidation. For Hamilton, consolidation was a wonderful idea. While Madison's frame of reference was instinctively political and idealized the dispersal of power naturally checked by the inherent diversity of diffused interest groups, Hamilton's cast of mind was instinctively economic. He visualized the concentration of capital in the hands of a select few as the essential precondition for commercial investment and economic growth. One of the reasons he didn't mind if original holders of government securities sold out to speculators was that he preferred to see the money in fewer hands. When money was spread out, it was only money. When concentrated, it was capital. And the main reason he welcomed the enlargement of the federal debt produced by assuming the state debts was that, once properly funded, it enlarged the pool of government credit for investment purposes by the wealthy few who held the notes. In this limited sense, at least, Hamilton regarded the national debt as a national blessing, for it permitted the clustering of resources in the hands of a small group of enterprising men who would invest and not just spend it. For Madison, on the other hand, a public debt is a public curse, and in a representative government, greater than in any other. Finally, there is Hamilton's enshrinement of the urban elite, the merchants, bankers, and business leaders, as the central figures in the emergent American society. These were the kind of men who had rescued him from obscurity in the tropics as a youth, and then, once he had displayed his brilliance, welcomed him into the inner circles of New York society. Hamilton himself was a kind of Horatio Alger hero who aspired to fame more than fortune, but he understood the world of banking, investing, and speculating from within. He wrote no idyllic testimonials to merchants and moneymen comparable to Jefferson's hymns to the bucolic splendor of America's yeoman farmers, but his entire financial plan was an implicit endorsement of commerce as America's economic lifeblood, and of men of trade and commerce as its chief beneficiaries and silent heroes. Hamilton did not design his system, as his critics frequently claimed, primarily to enrich the commercial elite. He designed it to channel their talent and resources into productive activities that served the public interest. Nor did his insider knowledge of interest rates ever tempt him to take personal advantage. "But you remember the saying with regard to Caesar's wife," he wrote to Henry Lee. "I think the spirit of it applicable to every man concerned in the administration of the finances of a country." Nevertheless, he was excessively trusting of some of his speculator friends. And he only fired his assistant in the Treasury Department, William Duer, after Duer's mixing of personal and public funds reached criminal proportions. Duer was the epitome of the enterprising speculator whom he trusted, and who ultimately proved untrustworthy. To Virginians, like Madison and Jefferson, on the other hand, Duer was not the exception but the rule. The Virginia gentry were psychologically incapable of sharing Hamilton's affinity with men who made their living manipulating interest rates. Land, not fluid forms of capital, was their ultimate measure of wealth. Investment bankers and speculators, as they saw it, made no productive contribution to society. All they did was move paper around and adjust numbers. At the nub, the issue was not rich versus poor, or the few versus the many, since the planter class of Virginia was just as much an elite minority as the wealthy merchants of New York or Boston. The issue was agrarian versus commercial sources of wealth. Nor did it help that a significant percentage of Virginia's landed class, Jefferson among them, were heavily in debt to British and Scottish creditors, who were compounding their interest rates faster than the profit margins in tobacco and wheat could match. One cannot help but suspect that the beleaguered aristocracy of Virginia saw in Hamilton and his beloved commercial elite of the northern cities the American replicas of British bankers who were bleeding them to death. The more one contemplates the mentality of the Virginia planters, the refusal to bring their habits of consumption and expenditure into line with the realities of their economic predicament, the widespread pattern of denial right up to the declaration of bankruptcy, the more likely it seems that an entrenched and even willful ignorance of the economic principles governing the relationship between credit and debt had become a badge of honor in their world. These were simply not the kind of concerns that a gentleman of property should take seriously. In a sense, they took considerable pride in not having the dimmest understanding of what Hamilton was talking about. The third participant in the dinner table bargain, and the host for the occasion, was Thomas Jefferson. He was not being characteristically diplomatic when he claimed that Madison and Hamilton both understood the issues at stake more fully than he did. After all, he had only returned from his 5-year tour of duty in France 6 months earlier, and had just taken up his post as Secretary of State in March. His mind was also on other things: the recent marriage of his eldest daughter, Martha, finding suitable quarters in New York, drafting a lengthy report on weights and measures, reading dispatches from Paris on the ongoing French Revolution. The onset of his chronic migraine headache had also incapacitated him for much of May. In fact, Jefferson's headache coincided with a veritable plague that seemed to descend on the leadership of the Virginia dynasty. Madison was laid up with dysentery. Edmund Randolph remained in Virginia to care for his wife, who had nearly died delivering a stillborn baby. And most ominously of all, George Washington came down with the flu and developed pulmonary complications that the physicians considered life-threatening. "You cannot conceive the public alarm on this occasion," Jefferson reported to William Short, his former secretary in Paris, adding that Washington's demise would, in all probability, have meant the abrupt end of the whole national experiment. Slightly above 6'2", Jefferson towered over both Madison and Hamilton. And at 47 he was sufficiently their senior to enjoy the kind of respect accorded an older brother. Neither his physical stature nor his age, however, could compensate for his lengthy absence abroad throughout the great constitutional reforms of the late 1780s. Madison had kept him apprised of the debates at the Constitutional Convention. No better source existed on the planet. And Madison had also beaten down the rumors circulating in the Virginia ratifying convention that Jefferson was at best lukewarm on the constitutional settlement itself. The rumors were in fact true, though on all constitutional questions Jefferson deferred to Madison's superior judgment, so he could accept the offer to become America's first Secretary of State without political reservations. It also helped that foreign policy was the one area where he believed the nation should speak with one voice. Beyond that elemental level, his views on federal power were unknown, in part because he had not been involved in the great debates of 1787 and 1788, and in part because his own mind did not operate at Madisonian levels of specificity and legalistic clarity. "I am not a Federalist," he declared in 1789, "because I never submitted the whole system of my opinions to the creed of any party of men whatever. If I could not go to heaven but with a party, I would not go there at all." The temporary capital in New York was hardly heaven, but he had agreed to go there in the spring of 1790 with his allegiances undeclared and his own lofty political principles uncontaminated by the kind of infighting that Madison and Hamilton had perfected to an art. He had come reluctantly. This was part of a lifelong pattern of reticence, dating back to the pre-revolutionary years in Virginia, when he had first emerged from the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains to attend William and Mary, study law with George Wythe, and win marginal acceptance by the Tidewater elite. He gained his reputation as an effective writer against British encroachments, but was a reclusive non-presence in debates. In the Continental Congress, John Adams had described him as a staunch advocate of independence who never uttered more than 2 or 3 sentences, even in committees. His lasting fame, indeed immortality, derived from his authorship of the Declaration of Independence in June of 1776, but few Americans knew about that role in 1790. The Declaration was still regarded as a product of the whole Continental Congress, not the work of one man, and had yet to achieve the symbolic significance it would in the 19th century. His service as wartime governor of Virginia had ended disastrously when British troops burned the capital as Jefferson galloped off and into official disgrace. Though later cleared of any wrongdoing, he vowed never to accept public office again. The hurly-burly of politics did not suit his temperament, which was only comfortable when ensconced on his mountaintop and redesigning his mansion at Monticello. Always poised for retirement, he had accepted the diplomatic post in Paris to escape the painful memories of his wife's premature death in childbirth, had performed his duties ably, and had even gained a semblance of fame in France as Franklin's successor, as the Gallic embodiment of the archetypal American in Paris. His protestations when offered a position in the new government in 1789 were utterly sincere. But Madison had been his usually persuasive self, and more to the point, America's only indispensable figure had suggested that Jefferson was also indispensable. One did not turn down George Washington. The dinner invitation he had extended to the embattled Madison and Hamilton was perfectly in keeping with his character. Put simply, Jefferson could not abide personal conflict. One of the reasons he was so notoriously ineffective in debate was that argument itself offended him. The voices he heard inside himself were all harmonious and agreeable, reliable expressions of the providentially aligned universal laws that governed the world as he knew it, so that argument struck him as dissonant noise that defied the natural order of things. Madison, who knew him better than any man alive, fully realized that there was an invisible line somewhere in Jefferson's mind above which lay his most cherished personal and political ideals. Cross that line and you set off explosions and torrents of unbridled anger of the sort that got spewed at George III in the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson did not regard such occasions as arguments, but rather as holy wars to the death. But short of that line, he was endlessly polite and accommodating, genuinely pained at the presence of partisan politics. This was clearly his posture in June of 1790. There were also practical reasons why he wanted to broker a compromise. As a former foreign minister, now serving as Secretary of State, Jefferson required no instruction on the international implications of America's debtor status. Until her foreign debts were paid and her credit with the Dutch bankers in Amsterdam restored, the United States would simply not be taken seriously in Europe's capitals. Jefferson had learned this the hard way during his Paris phase. He therefore felt even more sharply than Madison that the fiscal goals of Hamilton's plan were absolutely essential. Without credit, the new nation would remain a laughingstock in foreign eyes. And therefore, when those same frenzied Virginians who were writing Madison about the fatal curse of assumption also wrote him, he was even less supportive, though characteristically elusive. It appears to me one of those questions which present great inconveniences whichever way it is decided, he wrote his new son-in-law. Or when Henry Lee flooded him with apocalyptic premonitions if assumption somehow were to pass, he counseled patience and greater trust in the wisdom of Congress. In the meanwhile, he observed rather elliptically, the voice of the nation will perhaps be heard. While vague, the intended effect of the Jeffersonian message was to calm his fellow Virginians. "My duties prevent me from mingling in these questions," he explained to George Mason just a week before the dinner. "I do not pretend to be very competent to their decision. In general, I think it necessary to give as well as take in a government like ours."
This ends Disc 3. Founding Brothers, Disc 4.
The giving and the taking on the location of the permanent national capital had been positively fierce ever since the question had come before Congress in September of 1789. The Constitution had provided for Congress to identify a seat of government not to exceed 100 square miles in size to be purchased from the proximate states. The question was, where? From the start, the prospect of congressional representatives reaching an easy consensus on the location was problematic at best. One newspaper editor had sagely, if cynically, observed that the usual custom is for the capital of new empires to be selected by the whim or caprice of a despot. While this was obviously not the Republican way, perhaps an exception was justified. Since George Washington, as the editor observed, has never given bad advice to his country, did it not make practical sense to let him point to a map and say, "Here"? What became known as the residency question was a logistic nightmare. All the regional voting blocks, New England, the Middle Atlantic, and the South, could cite plausible reasons for claiming primacy. And each of the 12 states, Rhode Island did not show up in the Congress until June of 1790, could imagine schemes whereby the capital fell within its borders, or the support for another location promised collateral benefits to be negotiated at a price. The crisscrossing patterns of regional and state bargaining were further complicated by two political considerations almost guaranteed to preclude consensus. First, legislation had to pass both the Senate and the House, so as soon as an apparently victorious option made its way through one branch of the Congress, the opposition mobilized against it in the other. Second, early on, a decision was made to choose a temporary location which would serve as the capital for 10 to 20 years, then a permanent location, which would presumably require the extra time to ready itself for the federal occupation. This distinction played havoc with congressional debate by creating doubt that the temporary location, once chosen, would ever be abandoned. As a result, by the time Jefferson had arrived in New York in March, 16 possible sites had been proposed but had failed to muster a majority. The leading candidates in alphabetical order were Annapolis, Baltimore, Carlisle, Frederick, Germantown, New York, Philadelphia, the Potomac, the Susquehanna, and Trenton. Given its geographic centrality, some location in Pennsylvania appeared to have the edge. The business of the seat of government is become a labyrinth, Madison reported back to a fellow Virginian, for which the votes printed furnish no clue, and which it is impossible in a letter to explain to you. The political wheeling and dealing inside the Congress and out had reached such epidemic proportions that Madison was given the unofficial title Big Knife for cutting deals. If the Big Knife would give up Potomac, the matter would be easily settled, one Pennsylvania man reported to Jefferson. But that, you will say, is as unreasonable as it would be to expect a Pennsylvanian to surrender at discretion to New York. It therefore amuses me to see the arguments our grave politicians bring forward, when I know it will be determined by local interests. While the Virginians were not accustomed to thinking of their interests as merely local, by the eve of the dinner at Jefferson's, the prospects for a Potomac site had faded, and Madison's formidable skills as a political negotiator had assumed a wholly defensive posture, coordinating opposition to a Pennsylvania victory. The case Madison had tried to make for the Potomac was simultaneously crafty and driven by romantic illusions about its prowess that were shared by Jefferson, Washington, and most members of the Virginia dynasty. In the crafty vein, Madison was ingenious at contesting the strongest argument for a Pennsylvania location, which was its geographic centrality. The Pennsylvanians were not devoid of craft either, arguing that the Susquehanna River was destined to become the center of the United States because the trans-Mississippi West would never enter the Union, and eastern Canada almost surely would. Madison countered that centrality could be measured demographically as well as geographically, so they should await the results of the census of 1790 before deciding. Then he argued that a purely geographic measure on a north-south axis revealed that the exact midpoint between northern Maine and southern Georgia was not just the Potomac. It was Washington's estate at Mount Vernon, a revelation calculated to carry providential overtones. The more romantic case for the Potomac entered the debate during Madison's initial speech against the Susquehanna site. He seemed to argue, contrary to common sense and the visual evidence provided by all maps, that the Potomac was actually farther west than the Susquehanna. What he seemed to mean was that the upper reaches of the Potomac near the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, where the Conococheague Creek emptied into the Potomac, was nearly as far west as the Susquehanna, and, here was the grand Virginian illusion, afforded the only direct water route to the Ohio Valley and through its river system to the Mississippi itself. The mention of Conococheague Creek provoked waves of sarcasm from incredulous congressmen. "Enquiries will be made," observed one Massachusetts member, "where in the name of common sense is Conococheague?" And he might have added, how does one spell it? The consensus outside Virginia seemed to be that not one person in 1,000 in the United States knows that there is such a place on earth, and those few who did were all Indians. Madison's preferred location for the national capital was a wigwam place, suitable for hunting parties and hermits. While Madison was probably stretching the truth for his Potomac-driven political purposes. It was nevertheless a truth that he and many Virginians sincerely believed. For nearly a decade, Jefferson and Washington had corresponded about making navigation improvements in the Potomac on the presumption that it afforded a direct link between the vast American interior and the Chesapeake Bay. The misconception drew its inspiration from the same combination of soaring hope and geographic ignorance that subsequently led Jefferson to believe that the Lewis and Clark expedition would discover a water route across the North American continent where none existed. One could trace the illusory properties of the Potomac's waters all the way back to John Smith, who first explored the mouth of what the Algonquin Indians had named Potomac, meaning trading place, in 1608. For Virginians of the Revolutionary generation, the myth of the Potomac probably derived its credibility from the colonial era, when the lack of any border to Virginia's western provinces, theoretically and legally Virginia extended to either the Mississippi or the Pacific Ocean, caused a habit of mind to develop within the Old Dominion that it was America's gateway to the West. Once established, the myth developed a rather hilarious life of its own, to include publications like Potomac Magazine, in which the Potomac was described as the Thames, the Seine, and the Rhine rolled into one, and the confluence of the Potomac and the Anacostia was thought the world's most perfect harbor, where 10,000 ships the size of Noah's Ark could comfortably dock. Unfortunately for Madison, the Potomac mythology was largely confined to Virginians. Fisher Ames of Massachusetts spoke for those congressmen denied the vision when he said that the customarily sensible Madison had obviously come under some biblical spell and had confused the Potomac with a Euphrates flowing through paradise. The Virginians were certainly free to dream their provincial Potomac dreams, but meanwhile the Congress should proceed to the serious business of selecting a national capital located in this world rather than in Madison's imagination. By June of 1790, Madison himself had just about given up hope. "If any arrangement should be made that will answer our wishes," he confessed, "it will be the effect of a coincidence of causes as fortuitous as it will be propitious." And this, of course, is where the fortuitous prospect of a bargain entered the picture. We cannot know how many secret meetings and political dinners occurred in New York during the late spring and early summer of 1790. We do know that Jefferson's famous dinner was not, as he implied, the only such occasion. First, Hamilton's chief assistant in the Treasury Department, Tench Coxe, met with Jefferson and Madison on June the 6th, presumably to discuss Virginia's debt and the impact of assumption on the state's balance of payments to the federal government. Second, around the same time, Hamilton met with members of the Pennsylvania delegation to negotiate a trade of their support for Assumption, Hamilton's overwhelming priority, in return for the location of both the temporary and permanent capital in their state, a trade that never materialized because Hamilton couldn't deliver the votes to assure Pennsylvania's victory in the residency sweepstakes. Third, and most significantly, delegates from Virginia and Pennsylvania met on June 15th and agreed on a political alliance whereby Philadelphia would become the temporary capital and, a major triumph for the Virginians, the Potomac site was resurrected as the permanent residence, a compromise the Pennsylvania delegates probably accepted out of the conviction that once the capital moved from New York to Philadelphia, it would never move again. Doubtless, there were several additional dinners, clandestine meetings, and secret sessions that have escaped the historical record. But the ones we do know about demonstrate conclusively that the compromise reached over Jefferson's dinner table was really the final chapter in an ongoing negotiation that came together because the ground had already been prepared. More specifically, Jefferson's account of the dinner table conversation distorts the truth by conveniently eliminating the preliminary negotiations, thereby giving the story a more romantic gloss by implying that three prominent leaders could solve an apparently intractable national problem by establishing the proper atmospherics. The Potomac location for the permanent capital had in fact already been secured. Hamilton did not need to deliver any votes on that score, though there is some evidence he agreed to help seal the Potomac deal by urging his friends in New York and Massachusetts not to spoil it. Madison did need to come up with at least 3 votes on assumption. Here Jefferson's account is accurate, and eventually 4 members switched their votes, all of them congressmen from districts bordering on the Potomac. The major business of the evening, in all likelihood, was an agreement to recalculate Virginia's debt and corresponding share of the enlarged federal debt. In effect, Madison got what he had always demanded: settlement before assumption. And Hamilton did what he had unofficially implied he would do all along: manipulate the numbers to make the Virginians more comfortable with assumption. This last dimension of the deal was not terribly attractive, so Jefferson left it out of his account altogether. But he immediately sent out letters to his Virginia friends, confiding that the new version of the Assumption Bill would reduce the state's total obligation, so that the debt assumed and the federal taxes owed would turn out rather miraculously exactly equal: $3.5 million. Being, therefore, to receive exactly what she is to pay, he observed triumphantly, she will neither win nor lose by the measure. Assumption, in effect, would be a wash. The total financial package, moreover, once the Potomac location was factored into the equations, should make most Virginians smile. For the proximity of the new capital, Jefferson predicted, will vivify our agriculture and commerce by circulating through our state an additional sum every year of $500,000. Jefferson was only guessing, of course, and the larger significance of the Potomac site transcended any merely economic forecast. But his initial gloss on the bargain had substantive merit. It was a 3-sided deal: residence, revised assumption, and settlement, and Virginia won on each score. But would the bargain actually hold? Jefferson and Madison made their greatest contribution, not during the dinner itself, but in the months afterward, when they assured that the answer to that question remained resolutely positive. The sudden victory of the Potomac location had surprised almost everybody, since it had fallen to the bottom of the list in the spring of 1790, then somehow bobbed to the top again without any congressional debate. As a result, despite the passage of the Residency Bill in July, there was a widespread skepticism about a capital, as one New York wag put it, where the houses and kitchens are yet to be framed, the trees to be felled, and the streets to be named. The Philadelphia press was particularly incredulous, declaring that it was abhorrent to common sense to suppose they are to have a place dug out of the rocky wilderness for the use of Congress only 4 months in the year, and all the rest of the time to be inhabited by wild beasts. The consensus in Congress was clear that, once ensconced in Philadelphia, the capital would never move to some deserted and wholly hypothetical place. It will be generally viewed as a mere political maneuver, observed one congressman. You might as well induce a belief that you are in earnest by inserting Mississippi, Detroit, or Winnipesaukee Pond as Conococheague. The strategy that Jefferson and Madison adopted was elegantly effective and thoroughly imperialistic. One senses Madison's matchless political savvy at work throughout the process, but also a preview of Jefferson's defiantly bold behavior 13 years later in pushing through the Louisiana Purchase. The key strategic insight was that the residency question must never again be allowed to come before Congress, where it was certain to fall victim to the political version of death by 1,000 cuts. Jefferson was particularly clear on this point. If the present occasion of securing the federal seat on the Potomac should be lost, it could never more be regained, and therefore it would be dangerous to rely on any aids from Congress or the assemblies of Virginia or Maryland, and that, therefore, measures should be adopted to carry the Residence Bill into execution without recourse to those bodies. But how could one do that? Since the funds to purchase the land, the selection of the specific site, the appointment of an architect, and a host of unforeseeable but inevitable practicalities would seem to require legislative approval. The answer recalled the earliest advice half-jokingly offered by a newspaper editor when the residency question had first appeared on the national agenda. Give the decision to George Washington. Jefferson proposed in August of 1790 that the entire series of subsequent decisions about the location, size, and shape of the capital be made a matter of executive discretion, that is, subject to the President's direction in every point. While congressmen continued to make sarcastic jokes about the uncertain location of the theoretical Potomac site, why not put the new capital on wheels and roll it from place to place? Jefferson and Madison were tramping up and down the Maryland and Virginia countryside, assessing the terrain. Washington listened to their report, then made the decision in January of 1791. The 100-square-mile area stretching east from Georgetown to the mouth of the Potomac. Jefferson noticed that Washington seemed unusually reticent about his choice, probably because Mount Vernon adjoined the site and Washington also owned considerable acreage within its borders. He might also have felt somewhat uncomfortable knowing that this easternmost option contradicted the impression that Madison had created in the earlier debates, namely that a more western location near the Pennsylvania border was preferred. The Pennsylvanians, who had conceded the Potomac choice on the presumption of its proximity, were surely disappointed. Perhaps naming the central street in the new capital Pennsylvania Avenue was Washington's gesture of accommodation. At any rate, the decision was made, and it was final. And no one in America was prepared to question a decision made by Washington, at least publicly, when rendered so summarily. Every step in the decade-long process of designing and building the city, predestined to carry his name, was supervised by Washington. Like a military operation, it had many troops, but only one commander. In late fall of 1790, Jefferson wrote Washington about the political urgency of starting construction as soon as possible. Mr. Madison and myself have endeavored to press the expediency of their undertaking to build 10 good private dwellings a year for 10 years in the new city. Should they do this, it will be one means of ensuring the removal of government thither. Once the buildings were up, in other words, Philadelphia's hopes would collapse. In a speech delivered as the residency bill was being passed in the House, Madison had noted that many observers fully expected the Potomac choice to be repealed and the capital to remain at Philadelphia. "But what more can we do than pass a law for this purpose?" he asked rhetorically, since a repeal is a thing against which no provision can be made. Then he concluded, "But I flatter myself that some respect will be paid to the public interest and to the plighted faith of the government." By making the implementation an executive action headed by Washington, Jefferson and Madison demonstrated that, plighted faith notwithstanding, they were taking no chances. On the other side of the dinner-table bargain, however, they had already taken a calculated risk by betting that more favorable financial terms, plus the capture of the permanent capital, would undermine Virginia's powerful aversion to assumption. Several friends south of the Potomac had warned them that the widespread hostility toward Hamilton's financial plan defied compromise of any sort. "The assumption under any modification will, I fear, be considered as a bitter pill in this state," ran one typical account, and "arguments of accommodation will have but little avail." The old anti-federalist coalition that Madison had opposed so effectively at the Virginia Ratifying Convention in 1788 believed with some justification that their cause had never really been defeated, merely outmaneuvered. Under the renewed leadership of Patrick Henry, with an able assist from Henry Lee, this powerful group mobilized against assumption in the fall of 1790 and pushed a resolution through both branches of the Virginia legislature in December. It brought together the old revolutionary rhetoric, even deploying some familiar Jeffersonian language, with all the oppositional energy of the Whig tradition, then hurled it at assumption as the new incarnation of foreign domination. Like the previous attempts by Parliament, Assumption was described as a threat to Virginia's independence and a measure which must in the course of human events produce one or other of two evils: the prostration of agriculture at the feet of commerce, or a change in the present form of federal government fatal to the existence of American liberty. As Jefferson and Madison arrived in Philadelphia for the first session of Congress in the new but merely temporary capital, the newspapers were filled with caustic commentary on the defiant tone of the Virginia resolution. The resolution of the Virginia Assembly respecting the assumption of the state debts exhibits a very curious phenomenon in the history of the United States. The majority who voted in favor of the resolution, it seems, fell asleep in September 1787, just before the rising of the Federal Convention, and did not awake till a few weeks ago, during which time the federal government was adopted and established throughout all the states. Their vote, therefore, must be ascribed to ignorance of what passed during their long sleep. The resolution is calculated only for those years of anarchy which preceded the general ratification of the present happy national government. It is now nugatory and ridiculous. Hamilton also took note of the implicit secessionist threat contained in Virginia's statement. It was, he warned, the first symptom of a spirit which must either be killed or will kill the Constitution of the United States. Back in September of 1787, just as the Constitutional Convention was completing its business, Hamilton had made a prediction. The newly created federal government would either triumph altogether over the state governments and reduce them to an entire subordination, he surmised, or in the course of a few years the contests about the boundaries of power between the particular governments and the general government will produce a dissolution of the Union. Virginia's posture toward assumption was now making his prophecy look prescient. Hamilton shared his ominous sense of the situation with John Jay, his part-time collaborator as Publius in the Federalist Papers. But he said nothing to Madison, his full-time collaborator, since it was no longer clear where Madison stood. Was he a Virginian or an American? Did he think the truly founding moment for the new nation was 1776 or 1787? These dramatic questions, as much as the location of the Capitol on the Potomac, were the residual legacies of the dinner at Jefferson's. For the next 70 years, until the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, the essence of political wisdom in the emergent American Republic was to insist that such choices did not have to be made. But the recognition that these were the competing options, the contested versions, if you will, of what the core legacy of the American Revolution truly meant, first became visible in the summer of 1790. The Constitution did not resolve these questions. It only provided an orderly framework within which the arguments could continue. Nor would it be historically correct to regard the issues at stake as exclusively or even primarily constitutional. Legalistic debates over federal versus state sovereignty were just the most accessible handles to grab, the safest and most politically suitable ways to talk about alternative national visions. The Compromise of 1790 is most famous for averting a political crisis that many statesmen of the time considered a threat to the survival of the infant republic. But it also exposed the incompatible expectations concerning America's future that animated these same statesmen. In a sense, it's a very old story, which has been rendered even more familiar by the violent dissolution of revolutionary regimes in modern-day emergent nations. Bound together in solidarity against the imperialistic enemy, the leadership fragments when the common enemy disappears and the different agenda for the new nation must confront its differences. Securing a revolution has proven to be a much more daunting assignment than winning one. The accommodation that culminated in the agreement reached over Jefferson's dinner table provides a momentary exposure of the sharp differences dividing the leadership of the revolutionary generation. Sectional versus national allegiance. agrarian versus commercial economic priorities, diffusion versus consolidation as social ideals, and impotent versus a potent federal government. The compromise reached did not resolve these conflicts so much as prevent them from exploding when the newly created government was so vulnerable. It bought time during which the debate could continue. Thanks to the efforts of Jefferson and Madison, the ongoing debate would have a decidedly Southern accent. In some vaguely general fashion, they understood this, regarding the construction of the District of Columbia on the Potomac as a statement of Virginia's enduring influence over the federal government. Although the Virginia writ large view of the United States they harbored had an arrogant and provincial odor about it, their presumptions did reflect certain demographic and economic realities. Virginia contained 1/5 of the nation's total population and generated 1/3 of its commerce. What's more, as John Adams so nicely put it, in Virginia all geese are swans, meaning that Virginia's elite genuinely believed that it had almost single-handedly launched and led the war for independence. The Old Dominion was accustomed to thinking of itself as primus inter pares in any confederation of states. The geographic location of the new capital played to these pretensions by making it the physical projection of Virginia. It didn't matter so much that the Virginia writ large vision was mostly an illusion. It was a deeply felt illusion that the location of the new capital somewhat appeased. Although it never seemed to be part of the conscious intention of either Jefferson or Madison at the time, the isolated location and de novo character of the national capital had even deeper political implications. For at the start, and for several decades thereafter, it remained a vast and nearly vacant plot of ground. Visitors in those early years who stopped to ask directions to the American capital were often astonished when told they were standing squarely in its center. Anyone apprehensive about the encroaching powers of the federal government must have felt a palpable sense of reassurance that the seat of power was virtually invisible. Or if, like Jefferson, one believed that cities were sores on the body politic and agrarian values were the mainstay of American virtue, then Washington, D.C. must have seemed the perfect capital for the new republic, since it was really not a city at all. If the clustering together or consolidation of political power touched some primal nerve, conjuring up horrific scenes of courtiers in London or Paris plotting against the rights of ordinary citizens, again, the American capital performed visual therapy by lacking courts, corridors, or many public buildings whatsoever. It symbolized the victory of diffusion over consolidation. Nor were Hamilton's dreaded moneymen likely to find it a particularly hospitable environment. The pervasive emptiness and stultifying summer heat were only minor deterrents when compared with the more elemental consideration that all the banking and commercial institutions were based elsewhere, chiefly in Philadelphia and New York. By selecting the Potomac location, the Congress had implicitly decided to separate the political and financial capitals of the United States. All the major European capitals, Berlin, London, Paris, Rome, Vienna, were metropolitan centers that gathered together the political, economic, and cultural energies of their respective populations in one place. The United States was almost inadvertently deciding to segregate them. The exciting synergy of institutional life in an all-purpose national metropolis was deemed less important than the dangerous corruptions likely to afflict a nexus of politicians and financiers. And so, while Hamilton and his followers could claim that the compromise permitted the core features of his financial plan to win approval, which in turn meant the institutionalization of fiscal reforms with centralizing implications that would prove very difficult to dislodge, the permanent residents of the capital on the Potomac institutionalized political values designed to carry the nation in a fundamentally different direction. It was also symbolic in a personal sense for Jefferson and Madison. For the Compromise of 1790 signaled the resumption of their political partnership after 5 years of separation. Now, the Great Collaboration was truly an alliance worthy of its name. Many of their closest friends and colleagues in Virginia had urged them to regard Hamilton's program as clinching evidence of a foreign takeover of the national government that fully justified a withdrawal from the Union. Jefferson and Madison claimed to share their apprehensions and their political principles, but not their secessionist impulses. Their strategy was different. They would not abandon the government, but capture it. Like the new capital, it would become an extension of Virginia, or at least the Virginia vision of what the American Revolution meant and the American Republic was therefore meant to be. Jefferson would oversee and orchestrate this campaign and provide its rhetorical foundation, which enjoyed a privileged association with the spirit of '76. Madison would actually lead the troops and do the necessary political infighting. Though it would not be easy and would take the remainder of the decade to accomplish, that is pretty much what happened. Chapter 3. The Silence. Just a few months before Jefferson staged his historic dinner party, something happened in the Congress of the United States that no one had anticipated. Indeed, most of the political leadership considered it an embarrassing intrusion. On February 11, 1790, 2 Quaker delegations, one from New York and the other from Philadelphia, presented petitions to the House calling for the federal government to put an immediate end to the African slave trade. This was considered an awkward interruption, disrupting as it did the critical debate over the assumption and residency questions with an inflammatory proposal that several Southern representatives immediately denounced as mischievous meddling. Representative James Jackson from Georgia was positively apoplectic that such a petition would even be considered by any serious deliberative body. The Quakers, he argued, were infamous innocents, incessantly disposed to drip their precious purity like holy water over everyone else's sins. They were also highly questionable patriots, having sat out the recent war against British tyranny in deference to their cherished consciences. What standing could such dedicated pacifists enjoy among veterans of the Revolution who, as Jackson put it, at the risk of their lives and fortunes secured to the community their liberty and property? William Lufton Smith from South Carolina rose to second Jackson's objection. The problematic patriotism of the Quaker petitioners was, Smith agreed, reprehensible. But his colleague from Georgia need not dally over the credentials of these pathetic eccentrics. The Constitution of the United States, only recently ratified, specifically prohibited the Congress from passing any law that abolished or restricted the slave trade until 1808. Article 1, Section 9, Paragraph 1 read, "The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808. Several current members of Congress also happen to have served as delegates to the Constitutional Convention, and they could all testify that the document would never have been approved in Philadelphia or ratified by several of the Southern states without this provision. Beyond these still warm memories, the language of the Constitution was unambiguous. The federal government could not tamper with the slave trade during the first 20 years of the nation's existence. The Quaker petitioners, therefore, were asking for something that had already been declared unavailable. Jackson, however, was not about to be consoled by constitutional protections. He detected even more sinister motives behind the benign smiles of the misnamed Society of Friends. "I apprehend if, through the interference of the federal government, the slave trade was abolished," he observed, "it would evince to the people a general disposition toward a total emancipation." In short, the Quaker petition for an end of the slave trade was really a stalking horse for a more radical and thoroughgoing scheme to end the institution of slavery itself. James Madison rose to assume his customary role as the vigilant voice of cool reason. His colleague from Georgia was overreacting. Indeed, his impassioned rhetoric, while doubtless sincere, was both misguided and counterproductive. The Quaker petition should be heard and forwarded to a committee as a matter of course. If, in other words, the matter were treated routinely and with a minimum of fuss, it would quickly evaporate. As Madison put it, no notice would be taken it out of doors. On the other hand, Jackson's own overwrought opposition, much like airbursts in a night battle, actually called attention to the issues the Quakers wished to raise. If Jackson would only restrain himself, the petition would go away and never be blown up into a decision of the question respecting the discouragement of the African slave trade, nor alarm the owners with an apprehension that the general government were about to abolish slavery in all the states. For, as Madison assured Jackson, such things are not contemplated by any gentleman in the Congress. The next day, however, on February 12th, Jackson's fearful prophecies seemed to be coming true. For on that day, another petition arrived in the House, this one from the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. It urged the Congress to take such measures in their wisdom as the powers with which they are invested will authorize for promoting the abolition of slavery and discouraging every species of traffic in slaves. Just as Jackson had warned, opposition to the slave trade was now being linked to ending slavery altogether. What's more, this new petition made two additional points calculated to exacerbate the fears of men like Jackson. First, it claimed that both slavery and the slave trade were incompatible with the values for which the American Revolution had been fought. And it even instructed the Congress on its political obligation to devise means for removing this inconsistency from the character of the American people. Second, it challenged the claim that the Constitution prohibited any legislation by the federal government against the slave trade for 20 years, suggesting instead that the General Welfare Clause of the Constitution empowered the Congress to take whatever action it deemed necessary and proper to eliminate the stigma of traffic in human beings and to countenance the restoration of liberty for all Negroes. Finally, to top it all off and heighten its dramatic appeal, the petition arrived under the signature of Benjamin Franklin, whose patriotic credentials and international reputation were beyond dispute. Indeed, if there were an American pantheon, only Washington would have had a more secure place in it than Franklin. Franklin's endorsement of the petition from the Pennsylvania Abolition Society effectively ensured that the preferred Madisonian strategy, calmly receiving these requests, then banishing them to the congressional version of oblivion, wasn't going to work. In fact, the ongoing debate on the assumption and residency questions was set aside for the entire day, as the House put itself into committee of the whole to permit unencumbered debate on the petitions. During the course of that debate, which lasted between 4 and 6 hours, things were said that had never before been uttered in any public forum at the national level. Granted, the delegates to the Constitutional Convention had engaged in extensive debates about the slave trade and how to count slaves for the purposes of representation and taxation. But these debates had all occurred behind closed doors and under the strictest code of confidentiality. Madison's informal record of these debates, the fullest account, wasn't published in his lifetime. Granted also that the place of slavery in the new national order had come up in several state ratifying conventions in 1788. But these state-based deliberations quite naturally tended to focus on local or regional interpretations of the Constitution's rather elliptical handling of the forbidden subject. No specific mention of slavery, slaves, or Negroes had been permitted into the final draft of the document. If political leaders who had pushed through the constitutional settlement of 1787 and 1788 had been permitted to speak, their somewhat awkward conclusion would have been that slavery was too important and controversial a subject to talk about publicly. This explains the initial reaction of several representatives from South Carolina, who objected to the suggestion that the petition should be read aloud in the halls of Congress. Edanis Burke, for example, warned that the petitioners were blowing the trumpet of sedition and demanded that the galleries be cleared of all spectators and newspaper reporters. Jackson also heard trumpets blowing, though for him they were trumpets of civil war. The position of all the speakers from the Deep South seemed to be that the Constitution not only prohibited the Congress from legislating about slavery or the slave trade, it forbade anyone in Congress from even mentioning those subjects publicly. If this was their position, events quickly demonstrated that it was an argument they were destined to lose. The debate began when Thomas Scott of Pennsylvania, speaking on behalf of the petitioners, acknowledged that the Constitution imposed restrictions on Congress's power to end the slave trade, but said nothing whatsoever about abolishing slavery itself. As Scott put it, "If I was one of the judges of the United States, I do not know how far I might go if these people were to come before me and claim their emancipation, but I am sure I would go as far as I could." Whereupon Jackson commented that any judge rendering such an opinion in Georgia would be of short duration. Jackson then launched into a sermon on God's will, which he described as patently pro-slavery, based on several passages in the Bible and the pronouncements of every Christian minister in Georgia. Alongside the clear preferences of the Almighty, there was the nearly unanimous opinion of every respectable citizen in his state, whose livelihood depended on the availability of slave labor, and who shared the elemental recognition, as Jackson put it, that rice cannot be brought to market without these people. William Lufton Smith preferred to leave the interpretation of God's will to others, but he seconded the opinion of his colleague from Georgia that slavery was an economic precondition for the prosperity of his constituents, noting that such is the state of agriculture in that country, no white man would perform the tasks required to drain the swamps and clear the land, so that without slaves it must be depopulated. Smith also led the debate on behalf of the Deep South on that other great text, which was not the Bible, but the Constitution. In Smith's version of the story, the framers of the Constitution had recognized that the chief source of conflict among the state delegations was between those dependent on slave labor and those free of such dependency. A sectional understanding had emerged whereby northern states had agreed not to tamper with the property rights of southern states. In addition to the specific provisions of the Constitution, which recognized the slave population as worthy of at least some measure of representation in Congress and the protection of the slave trade for at least another 20 years after ratification, there was also an implicit but broadly shared understanding that the newly created federal government could do nothing to interfere with the existence of slavery in the South. All the southern states had ratified the Constitution with that understanding as a primal precondition. Upon that reason, they acceded to the Constitution, Smith declared. Unless that part was granted, they would not have come into the Union. His evident distress at these Quaker petitions was rooted in his belief that the current debate represented a violation of that understanding. Representative Abraham Baldwin of Georgia chimed in to support Smith's version of the federal compact. Gentlemen who had been present at the formation of this Constitution, Baldwin himself had been one such gentleman, could not avoid the recollection of the pain and difficulty which the subject caused in that body. The essential agreement reached at Philadelphia in 1787, Baldwin claimed, was the decision to remove slavery in the southern states from any influence by the northern states. If gentlemen look over the footsteps of that body, Baldwin observed, they will find the greatest degree of caution used to imprint them so as not to be easily eradicated. Any attempt to renegotiate that sectional agreement by the current Congress would result in the disintegration of the National Confederation at the very moment of its birth. Several Northern representatives rose to contest the claim that both the Bible and the Constitution endorsed slavery. John Lawrence of New York wondered how any Christian could read the Sermon on the Mount and believe it was compatible with chattel slavery. As far as the Constitution was concerned, Lawrence acknowledged that certain provisions recognized the existence of slavery and provided temporary protection for those states wishing to import more Africans. But the larger understanding, as Lawrence saw it, was that slavery was an anomaly in the American Republic, a condition that could be tolerated in the short run precisely because there was a clear consensus that it would be ended in the long run. Scott of Pennsylvania echoed those sentiments, suggesting that the defining text was not the Constitution but the Declaration of Independence, which clearly announced that it was not possible that one man should have property in person of another. Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts attempted to offer conciliatory words to his Southern colleagues, although he did so in a decidedly Northern accent. His rambling remarks described the predicament of slave owners as truly tragic and not of their own making. They had been betrayed into the slave trade by the first settlers. But rather than countenance their unfortunate condition, the chief task of those Northern states spared the same fate should be to rescue them from it. This was both a political obligation and a matter of humanity toward both the slaves and those who owned them. The Quaker petitions were therefore not treasonable or out of order. They were as worthy as anything that can come before the House. Gerry then presented his own personal estimate of the revenue required to compensate the slave owners for purchasing their slaves at current market value and came up with the figure of $10 million. How he derived this amount was murky. It was much lower than any realistic estimate, but his thinking about the source for the revenue was clear. Voters would not accept a tax sufficient to cover these costs, so the only plausible course would be to establish a national fund for this purpose, created out of the profits from the sale of Western lands. As for the slave trade, the sooner that despicable traffic was ended, the better for everybody. Although the sectional battle lines were clearly drawn in the debate, the position of the Virginia delegation was equivocal. Representative John Page, for example, seemed to offer one of the most ringing endorsements of the petitions. He warned his colleagues from the Deep South that their opposition to the mere mention of an end to slavery and the slave trade was misguided. The real threat was silence. But then Page explained his thinking, which went like this. Reports of this debate would eventually find their way into the slave quarters of the South, and when the slaves learned that Congress would not even consider ways to mitigate their conditions or end their misery, they would have no hope. The consequence would be slave insurrections, for if anything could induce a slave to rebel, it must be a stroke like this. Madison's thinking was decidedly less eccentric, although still problematic. As befitted the central player in the Constitutional Convention, Madison emphasized the various legal obligations imposed by the Compact of 1787. While he thought the Constitution was crystal clear that Congress could not restrict or terminate the slave trade before 1808, it did not prohibit the members of the House from talking about the issue. They could talk about anything they wished, including the gradual abolition of slavery itself, though he felt that Congress was unlikely to take any dramatic action tending to the emancipation of the slaves. It could, however, opt to make some regulation respecting the introduction of them, slaves, in the new states to be formed out of the Western Territory, a matter he thought well worthy of consideration. On the all-important question of the implicit understanding about the future of slavery itself, whether it was presumed to be on the road to extinction or forever protected where it already existed, Madison did not comment. Given the sharp sectional divisions in the debate, the vote to refer the petitions to a committee was surprisingly one-sided, 43-11. 7 of the negative votes came from South Carolina and Georgia. Nor was anyone from either of those two states willing to serve on the committee, which was instructed to report its findings to the full House before the end of the session. Thus ended, at least for the time being, the fullest public exchange of views on the most deep-rooted problem facing the new American Republic. Hindsight permits us to listen to the debate of 1790 with knowledge that none of the participants possessed. For we know full well what they could perceive dimly, if at all, namely, that slavery would become the central and defining problem for the next 70 years of American history, that the inability to take decisive action against slavery in the decades immediately following the Revolution permitted the size of the enslaved population to grow exponentially and the legal and political institutions of the developing U.S. government to become entwined in compromises with slavery's persistence, and that eventually over 600,000 Americans would die in the nation's bloodiest war to resolve the crisis, a trauma generating social shock waves that would reverberate for at least another century. What is familiar history for us, however, was still the unknown future for them. And while the debate of 1790 reveals that they were profoundly interested in what the future would bring, their arguments were rooted in the past they knew best, which is to say the recent experience of the successful revolutionary struggle against Great Britain and the even more recent creation of a federal government uniting the 13 states into a more cohesive nation. The core of the disagreement in the debate of 1790 revolved around different versions of what has come to be called America's original intentions. More specifically, what the Revolution meant for the institution of slavery. One's answer, it turned out, depended a great deal on which founding moment, 1776 or 1787, seemed most seminal. And it depended almost entirely on the geographic and demographic location of the person posing the question. At least at the rhetorical level, the egalitarian principles on which the American revolutionaries had based their war for independence from Great Britain placed slavery on the permanent defensive and gave what seemed at the time a decisive advantage to the anti-slavery side of any debate. Jefferson's initial draft of the Declaration of Independence had included language that described the slave trade as the perverse plot of an evil English monarch designed to contaminate innocent colonists. Though the passage was deleted by the Continental Congress in the final draft, it nevertheless captured the nearly rhapsodic sense that the American Revolution was both a triumphant and transformative moment in world history, when all laws and human relationships dependent on coercion would be swept away forever. And however utopian and excessive the natural rights section of the Declaration, we hold these truths to be self-evident, might appear later on, in the crucible of the revolutionary moment, it gave lyrical expression to a widespread belief that a general emancipation of slaves was both imminent and inevitable, the natural consequence and fitting capstone of a glorious liberation from medieval mores historically associated with the very British government that Americans were rejecting. If the Bible were a somewhat contradictory source when it came to the question of slavery, the Declaration of Independence, the secular version of American scripture, was an unambiguous tract for abolition. In the long run, as we know, the liberal values of the Declaration did indeed win out. But we also need to recognize that in the short run, during and immediately after the War for Independence, there was a prevailing consensus that slavery was already on the road to extinction. In 1776, for example, when the Continental Congress voted to repeal the Non-Importation Agreement of 1774, It chose to retain its prohibition against the importation of African slaves, a clear statement of opposition to the resumption of the slave trade. The manpower needs created by the 6-year war generated several emancipation schemes, whereby slaves would be freed and their owners compensated in return for enlistment for the duration of the conflict. Though this was really an emergency proposal dictated by the military crisis and was ultimately rejected by the planter class in South Carolina and Georgia, its very suggestion seemed prophetic. Toward the end of the war, Lafayette, that paragon of the Franco-American alliance who was always eager to join the parade when history was on the march, urged Washington to declare a general emancipation for all slaves in Virginia and resettle them in the western region of the state as tenant farmers. But these were merely inspirational episodes that never quite lived up to their promise. The most tangible and enduring anti-slavery effects of the revolutionary mentality occurred in the northern states during and immediately after the war. Vermont, in 1777, and New Hampshire, in 1779, made slavery illegal in their state constitutions. Massachusetts declared it unconstitutional in a state Supreme Court decision in 1783. Pennsylvania in 1780 and Rhode Island in 1784 passed laws ending it immediately within their borders. Connecticut in 1784 followed suit with a gradual emancipation plan. New York and New Jersey, which contained the largest slave populations north of the Chesapeake, proved more recalcitrant for that very reason. But despite the defeat there of several gradual emancipation schemes in the 1780s, defenders of slavery in the northern states were clearly fighting a losing battle. Abolition in the North was more a question of when than whether. Nor was this all. In 1782, the Virginia legislature passed a law permitting slave owners to free their slaves at their own discretion. By the end of the decade, there were over 12,000 freedmen in the state. At the same time, Thomas Jefferson was writing Notes on the State of Virginia, the only book he ever published, in which he sketched out a plan whereby all slaves born after 1800 would eventually become free. In 1784, Jefferson also proposed a bill in the federal Congress prohibiting slavery in all the western territories. It failed to pass by a single vote. One did not need to be a hopeless visionary to conjure up a mental picture of the American Revolution as a dramatic explosion that had destroyed the very foundation on which slavery rested, and then radiated out its emancipatory energies with irresistible force. The slave trade was generally recognized as a criminal activity. Slavery was dead or dying throughout the northern states. The expansion of the institution into the West looked uncertain. Virginia appeared to be the beachhead for an anti-slavery impulse destined to sweep through the South. The time seemed ripe to reconcile America's Republican rhetoric with a new post-revolutionary reality. This uplifting vision, it turned out, was mostly a mirage. In fact, the very presumptiveness of the revolutionary rhetoric served to obfuscate the quite palpable reality that slavery, no matter how anomalous in purely ideological terms, was still deeply embedded in the very structure of American society at multiple levels or layers that remained impervious to wishful thinking and revolutionary expectations. The passionate conviction that the Revolution was like a mighty wave, fated to sweep slavery off the American landscape, actually created false optimism and fostered a misguided sense of inevitability that rendered human action or agency superfluous. Why bother with specific schemes when history would soon arrive with all the answers? Moreover, one of the reasons the Revolution proved so successful as a movement for independence was that its immediate and short-run goals were primarily political. Removing royal governors and rewriting state constitutions that, in fact, already embodied many of the Republican features the Revolution now sanctioned. Removing slavery, however, was not like removing British officials or revising constitutions. In isolated pockets of New York and New Jersey, and more panoramically in the entire region south of the Potomac, slavery was woven into the fabric of American society in ways that defied appeals to logic or morality. It also enjoyed the protection of one of the Revolution's most potent legacies, the right to dispose of one's property without arbitrary interference from others, especially when the others resided far away or claimed the authority of some distant government. There were, to be sure, radical implications latent in the principles of 76, capable of challenging privileged appeals to property rights, but the secret of their success lay in their latency. That is, the gradual and surreptitious ways they revealed their egalitarian implications over the course of the 19th century. If slavery's cancerous growth was to be arrested and the dangerous malignancy removed, it demanded immediate surgery. The radical implications of the revolutionary legacy were no help at all so long as they remained only implications. The depth and apparent intractability of the problem became much clearer during the debates surrounding the drafting and ratification of the Constitution. Although the final draft of the document was conspicuously silent on slavery, the subject itself haunted the closed-door debates. No less a source than Madison believed that slavery was the central cause of the most elemental division in the Constitutional Convention. The states were divided into different interests not by their difference of size, Madison observed, but principally from their having or not having slaves. It did not lie between the large and small states, it lay between the northern and southern. The delegates from New England and most of the Middle Atlantic states drew directly on the inspirational rhetoric of the revolutionary legacy to argue that slavery was inherently incompatible with the Republican values on which the American Revolution had been based. They wanted an immediate end to the slave trade, an explicit statement prohibiting the expansion of slavery into the Western territories as a condition for admission into the Union, and the adoption of a national plan for gradual emancipation analogous to those state plans already adopted in the North. The most forceful expression of the Northern position on the slave trade came somewhat ironically from Luther Martin of Maryland, who denounced it as an odious bargain with sin that was inconsistent with the principles of the Revolution and dishonorable to the American character. The fullest expression of the Northern position on abolition itself came from Gouverneur Morris, a New Yorker but serving as a delegate from Pennsylvania, who described slavery as a curse that actually retarded the economic development of the South and the most prominent feature in the aristocratic countenance of the proposed Constitution. Morris even proposed a national tax to compensate the slave owners, claiming that he would much prefer a tax for paying for all the Negroes in the United States than saddle posterity with such a constitution. In the speeches of Martin and Morris, one can discern the clearest articulation of the view, later embraced by the leadership of the abolitionist movement, that slavery was a non-negotiable issue, that this was the appropriate and propitious moment to place it on the road to ultimate extinction, and that any compromise of that long-term goal was a covenant with death. The Southern position might more accurately be described as deep Southern, since it did not include Virginia. Its major advocates were South Carolina and Georgia, and the chief burden for making the case in the Constitutional Convention fell almost entirely on the South Carolina delegation. The underlying assumption of this position was most openly acknowledged by Charles Cotesworth Pinckney of South Carolina, namely that South Carolina and Georgia cannot do without slaves. What those from the Deep South wanted was open-ended access to African imports to stock their plantations. They also wanted equivalently open access to Western lands, meaning no federal restrictions on slavery in the territories. Finally, they wanted a specific provision in the Constitution that would prohibit any federal legislation restricting the property rights of slave owners. In effect, a constitutional assurance that slavery as it existed in the Deep South would be permitted to flourish. The clearest statement of their concerns came from Pierce Butler and John Rutledge of South Carolina. Butler explained that the security the Southern states want is that their Negroes may not be taken from them. Rutledge added that the people of those states will never be such fools as to give up so important an interest. The implicit but unmistakably clear message underlying their position, which later became the trump card played by the next generation of South Carolinians in the nullification crisis in 1832, then more defiantly by the secessionists in 1861, was the threat to leave the Union if the federal government ever attempted to implement a national emancipation policy.
This ends Disc 4. Founding Brothers, Disc 5.
Neither side got what it wanted at Philadelphia in 1787. The Constitution contained no provision that committed the newly created federal government to a policy of gradual emancipation, or in any clear sense placed slavery on the road to ultimate extinction. On the other hand, the Constitution contained no provisions that specifically sanctioned slavery as a permanent and protected institution south of the Potomac or anywhere else. The distinguishing feature of the document when it came to slavery was its evasiveness. It was neither a contract with abolition nor a covenant with death, but rather a prudent exercise in ambiguity. The circumlocutions required to place a chronological limit on the slave trade or to count slaves as 3/5 of a person for purposes of representation in the House, all without ever using the forbidden word, capture the intentionally elusive ethos of the Constitution. The underlying reason for this calculated orchestration of non-commitment was obvious. Any clear resolution of the slavery question, one way or the other, rendered ratification of the Constitution virtually impossible. Two specific compromises illustrate the tendency to fashion political bargains on slavery that simultaneously disguised the deep moral division within the Convention and framed the compromise solution in terms that permitted each side to claim victory. The first enigmatic bargain concerned the expansion of slavery into the West and actually occurred in the Confederation Congress that was also meeting in Philadelphia. One of the last and most consequential acts of the Congress was to pass the Northwest Ordinance in July of 1787. Article 6 of the ordinance forbade slavery in the territory north of the Ohio River, a decision that could plausibly be interpreted as a first step toward a more general exclusion of slavery in all incoming states, the Jefferson Proposal of 1784. On the other hand, the ordinance could also be read as a tacit endorsement of slavery in the southwestern region, which eventually proved to be the case. In any event, the passage of the Northwest Ordinance was a blessed event for the delegates at the Constitutional Convention, in part because it removed a potentially divisive issue from their agenda, and in part because the solution it posed could be heard to speak with both a northern and southern accent. The second bargain can, with considerable justice, be described as the most important compromise reached at the Constitutional Convention, even more so than the Great Compromise between large and small states over representation in the Senate and House. It might more accurately be called the Sectional Compromise. No less an authority than Madison considered it the most consequential of all the secret deals made in Philadelphia. An understanding on the two subjects of navigation and slavery, Madison explained, had taken place between those parts of the Union. The bargain entailed an exchange of votes, whereby New England agreed to back an extension of the slave trade for 20 years in return for support from the Deep South for making the federal regulation of commerce a mere majority vote in the Congress rather than a supermajority of 2/3. As with the Northwest Ordinance, both sides could declare victory, and the true victors would only become known with the passage of time. John C. Calhoun would subsequently conclude that if the Deep South had regarded this bargain as a wager on the future, it was a losing bet. The debates in the ratifying conventions of the respective states only exposed the irreconcilable differences of opinion that the Constitution had so deftly bundled together. In Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, for example, opponents of the Constitution objected to the implicit acceptance of slavery's persistence, represented by the 3/5 clause and the 20-year extension of the slave trade. Supporters assured them, however, that these partial and limited concessions only reflected the fading gasps of a dying institution. James Wilson of Pennsylvania predicted that emancipation was inevitable, and though the period is more distant than I could wish, yet it will produce the same kind of gradual change for the whole nation as was pursued in Pennsylvania. As for the Western territories, Wilson was certain that Congress would never allow slaves in any of the new states. Luther Martin, on the other hand, came out against the Constitution on the grounds that the protections afforded slavery render us contemptible to every true friend of liberty in the world. Martin was perhaps the first public advocate of the covenant with death interpretation of the Constitution, as well as the first former delegate to denounce the sectional compromise as a corrupt bargain. But in a close vote, his Maryland colleagues rejected his reading of the document as excessively pessimistic. Meanwhile, down in South Carolina, the assurances afforded slavery that so troubled Martin of Maryland struck many delegates as inadequate. Charles Cotesworth Pinckney helped win the day for ratification with his own gloss on the true meaning of the compact. "We have a security that the general government can never emancipate them, for no such authority is granted, and it is admitted on all hands that the general government has no powers but which are expressly granted by the Constitution, and that all rights not expressed were reserved by the several states. In short, considering all circumstances, we have made the best terms for the security of this species of property it was in our power to make. We would have made better if we could, but on the whole I do not think them bad." The fullest and most intellectually interesting debate occurred in Virginia. As the most populous state, with both the largest slave population, 292,000, and the largest free black population, 12,000, Virginia's demographic profile looked decidedly Southern. Only South Carolina had a higher density of blacks, 60% to Virginia's 40%. But Virginia's rhetorical posture sounded distinctly Northern. Or perhaps more accurately, the political leadership of the Old Dominion relished its role as the chief spokesman for the Principles of '76, which placed slavery under a permanent shadow and seemed to align Virginia against the Deep South. Jefferson, it must be remembered, had proposed the abolition of slavery in all the Western territories. Madison, though he eventually endorsed the 3/5 clause, acknowledged his discomfort with the doctrine, confessing that it may appear to be a little strained in some points. Most significantly, the Virginians were adamantly opposed to the continuation of the slave trade. Both Madison and his colleague George Mason denounced the sectional compromise in the Constitutional Convention that prolonged the trade, and Mason eventually voted against ratification in part for that very reason. On the surface, at least, Virginia seemed the one Southern state where the ideological contagion of the American Revolution remained sufficiently potent to dissolve the legacy of slavery. Upon closer examination, however, Virginia turned out to resemble the fuzzier and more equivocal picture that best describes the nation at large and that the Constitution was designed to mirror. For beneath their apparent commitment to anti-slavery and their accustomed place in the vanguard of revolutionary principles, the Virginians were overwhelmingly opposed to relinquishing one iota of control over their own slave population to any federal authority. Whether they were living a paradox or a lie is an interesting question. What is undeniably clear is that the Virginia leadership found itself in the peculiar position of acknowledging that slavery was an evil, and then proceeding to insist that there was nothing the federal government could do about it. Mason's vehement opposition to the slave trade rested cheek by jowl with his demand for a constitutional guarantee to protect what he described as the property of that kind which we have already. Virginia's true position was less principled than it looked. Its plantations were already stocked with slaves, so opposition to the slave trade made economic sense, as did opposition to emancipation. Mason thought that the Constitution had it exactly wrong. They have done what they ought not to have done, that is, extended the life of the slave trade, and have left undone what they ought to have done, that is, explicitly prohibited federal interference in what he called our domestic interests. Edmund Randolph made it abundantly clear at the Virginia Ratifying Convention just what domestic interests Mason had in mind. Randolph, in his own roundabout way, had come over to support ratification, so he needed to counter Mason's apprehensions about slavery. "I might tell you," he apprised his Virginia colleagues, "that the Southern states, even South Carolina herself, conceived this property to be secure, and that except for Mason, not a member of the Virginia delegation had the smallest suspicion of the abolition of slavery." Virginia, in short, talked Northern, but thought Southern. If one wished to generalize, then, about the situation that obtained in 1790 at the moment of the congressional debate over the Quaker petitions, the one thing that seemed clear concerning slavery was that nothing was clear at all. The initial debate in February had, in fact, accurately reflected the competing and incompatible presumptions about slavery's fate in the American Republic, with one side emphasizing the promissory note to end it purportedly issued in 1776, the other side emphasizing the gentleman's agreement to permit it reached in 1787, and a middle group, dominated by the Virginians, straddling both sides and counseling moderation lest the disagreement produce a sectional rupture. Both sides could plausibly claim a core strand of the Revolutionary legacy as their own, and all parties to the debate seemed to believe that history, as well as the future, was on their side. Like a lightning flash in the night, the initial exchange on the floor of Congress in February of 1790 had exposed these divisions of opinion before a national audience for the first time. On March 8th, the committee was prepared to submit its report, thereby assuring that the controversy would not go away or get buried in some parliamentary graveyard. Representatives from the Deep South rose to express their outrage that the forbidden subject was again being allowed into public view. William Lufton Smith pointed up to the anti-slavery advocates who had stacked the galleries, like evil spirits hovering over our heads. James Jackson actually made menacing faces at the Quakers in the gallery, called them outright lunatics, then launched into a tirade so emotional and incoherent that reporters in the audience had difficulty recording his words. The gist seemed to be that any decision to receive the committee report was tantamount to the dissolution of the Union. These threatening harangues managed to delay matters, but the Deep South lacked the votes. On March 16th, the committee was ready to make its report to the House. First Jackson and then Smith were also prepared with their response, which turned out to be the fullest public exposition of the pro-slavery position yet presented in the United States. In fact, virtually every argument that Southern defenders of slavery would mount during the next 70 years of the national controversy, right up to the eve of the Civil War, came gushing forth over the next 2 days. Jackson spoke first and held the floor for about 2 hours. He could not believe that a dignified body of sober-minded legislators were allowing these shaking Quakers with their throbbing consciences to control the national agenda. One of the petitioners, an infamous do-gooder of uncertain sanity named Warner Mifflin, had actually acknowledged that his anti-slavery vision had come to him after he was struck by lightning in a thunderstorm. The Congress had been elected to steer the ship of state through rough and uncharted waters, not to take aboard a crew of dazed dreamers bent on sailing to the promised land, but inadvertently destined to sink the ship on its maiden voyage. Speaking of promises, a sacred compact had been made when the nation was founded in 1787. A compact which brought us together mutually to relinquish a share of our interests to preserve the remainder. Then Jackson described the sectional compromise at the Constitutional Convention, whereby the Southern states, for this very principle, gave in to what might be termed the navigation law of the Eastern and Western states, a concession granted in return for retention of the slave trade for 20 years. The Quaker petitioners were now asking the Congress to break that compact and thereby violate the understanding on which the states of the Deep South had entered the Union. Moreover, there was an even more elemental understanding implicitly codified in Philadelphia, but actually predating the Constitutional Convention by many years. It was rooted in the realistic recognition that slavery had been grafted onto the character of the Southern states during the colonial era, and had become a permanent part of American society south of the Potomac. If it were a crime, as some assert but which I deny, Jackson explained, the British nation is answerable for it, and not the present inhabitants who now hold that species of property in question. Northern posturing on this matter was insufferable, as Jackson saw it, since their oozing arguments transformed a geographic accident and a product of historical circumstance into a willful sin. The incontrovertible truth was that slavery was one of those habits established long before the Constitution and could not now be remedied. When the 13 colonies rebelled against Britain, no one raised this question. And when the nation was formed into a more unified whole in 1787, the Union had received them with all the ill habits about them. The implicit but thoroughly understood sectional agreement, which the sectional compromise at Philadelphia merely underlined, was that slavery, while anomalous within the framework of Republican ideology, was a self-evident reality that had been allowed to coexist alongside Jefferson's self-evident truths. The custom, the habit of slavery is established, Jackson observed, and all responsible American statesmen had agreed that the Southern states must be left to themselves on this subject. Anti-slavery idealists might prefer to live in some better world, which, like all such places, was too good to be true. The American nation in 1790, however, was a real world, laden with legacies like slavery, and therefore too true to be good. Jackson did not go so far as to argue, as did Southern apologists 2 or 3 generations later, that slavery was a positive good, but he did insist in non-negotiable language that it was a necessary evil. Jackson had several books at his side, and he began to read to his colleagues in order to demonstrate that his opinions were shared by the most respected authorities. The most respected authority of all, the Christian God in the Bible, sanctioned slavery in several passages from the Old Testament. In addition, the most reliable and recent studies of African tribal culture demonstrated that slavery was a long-standing custom among the Africans themselves. So enslaved Africans in America were simply experiencing a condition here that they would otherwise experience, probably in more oppressive fashion, in their mother country. Then Jackson referred his colleagues to the opinions of Mr. Jefferson, our Secretary of State, and began reading from Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia on the practical question, what is to be done with the slaves when freed? Either they must be incorporated where they are, or they must be colonized somewhere else. Jefferson's view of the question was so well known that Jackson claimed he could quote from Jefferson's book from memory. The two races cannot live together on equal terms because of deep-rooted prejudices entertained by the whites 10,000 recollections by the blacks of the injuries they have sustained, new provocations, the real distinctions that nature has made, and many other circumstances which divide us into parties and produce convulsions which would never end but with the extermination of one or the other race. Perhaps there were a few whites in the North who did not concur with Mr. Jefferson's sentiments. Perhaps the Quaker petitioners approved of racial mixing and looked forward to giving their daughters to Negro sons and receiving the Negro daughters for their sons. But despite the relatively small size of the black population in the North, the pattern of racial segregation there suggested that most Northern whites shared Jefferson's belief that incorporation was unlikely. In the South, where the number of blacks was so much larger, it was unthinkable. Those advocating emancipation, then, need to confront the intractable dilemma posed by the sheer size of an African population that, once freed, must be removed to some other location. Apart from the obvious question of cost, which would prove astronomically high, where could the freed blacks be sent? Those advocating an African solution might profitably study the recent English efforts to establish a black colony in Sierra Leone, where most of the freed blacks died or were enslaved by the local African tribes. Those advocating a location in the American West also needed to think again. The peoples of America, like an overwhelming torrent, are rapidly covering the earth and extending their settlements throughout this vast continent, nor is there any spot, however remote, but a short period will settle. Moreover, vast tracts in the West had already been promised to the Indians, whose response to a population of black neighbors was likely to prove uncharitable in the extreme. If anyone had a responsible solution to this problem, Jackson claimed to be receptive. But until such a solution materialized, all talk of emancipation must cease. No one from outside the Deep South rose to answer Jackson. The next day, March 17th, William Lufton Smith held the floor for over 2 hours without interruption and repeated most of Jackson's points. Whereas Jackson tended toward a more volatile and pulpit-thumping style, reminiscent of an itinerant Presbyterian minister in the revivalistic mode, Smith preferred the more measured cadences of the South Carolina aristocrat steeped in Ciceronian formalities. But despite the stylistic differences, the arguments were identical. The Constitution was absolutely clear that the slave trade could not be ended before 1808. There was a sectional compact that recognized slavery's existence where it was already rooted south of the Potomac. Any attempt to renegotiate that compact would mean the dissolution of the Union. The demographic and racial realities rendered any emancipation scheme impossible, most especially for white Southerners who lived amid a sizable black population. Smith also quoted from Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia, then put his own cast on the racial implications of a large, free black population in America. If the blacks did not intermarry with the whites, they would remain black until the end of time, for it was not contended that liberating them would whitewash them. If they did intermarry with the whites, then the white race would be extinct, and the American people would all be of the mulatto breed. In whatever light, therefore, the subject was viewed, the folly of emancipation was manifest. The full pro-slavery argument was now out in the open. If one looked forward from this dramatic moment, the speeches by Jackson and Smith became prophetic previews of coming attractions for the Southern defense of slavery in the 19th century, a defense that would eventually lose on the battlefields of the Civil War. If one looked backward, nothing quite so defiant or systematic had ever been presented before. True enough, the constitutional arguments represented a consolidation of points made in Philadelphia in 1787 and then in several state ratifying conventions. But the brazen claim that slavery must be accepted unconditionally as a permanent feature of the National Confederation was, if not wholly new, at least an interpretive clarification never made before in a national forum. And the racial argument, which added the specter of a racially mixed American society as a consequence of emancipation, gave a new dimension to the debate by attempting to transform the sectional disagreement between North and South into a national alliance of whites against blacks. The novelty of the arguments now pouring forth from the representatives of the Deep South must also be understood in context. The particulars were new, but the attitudes on which they rested were familiar. No responsible statesman in the Revolutionary era had ever contemplated, much less endorsed, a biracial American society. In 1776, for example, when the Continental Congress had commissioned John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson to design a seal for the United States, they produced a national emblem depicting Americans of English, Scottish, Irish, French, German, and Dutch extraction. There were no Africans or Native Americans in the picture. The new pro-slavery argument, then, drew on assumptions about the white Anglo-Saxon character of the emerging American nation that were latent but long-standing. No explicit articulation of those assumptions had been necessary in a national forum before 1790, because no frontal assault on slavery had been made that required a direct or systematic response. Those historians who claim that a distinctive racial ideology first came into existence at this time, describing it as a fresh construction or invention designed to frame the debate over slavery in a more effectively prejudicial way, have a point, or perhaps half a point, in the sense that the challenge to slavery drove the racial and racist presumptions to the surface of the debate for the first time. But they had been lurking in the hearts and minds of the revolutionary generation all along. The ultimate legacy of the American Revolution on slavery was not an implicit compact that it be ended, or a gentleman's agreement between the two sections that it be tolerated, but rather a calculated obviousness that it not be talked about at all. Slavery was the unmentionable family secret, or the proverbial elephant in the middle of the room. What was truly new in the pro-slavery argument was not really the ideas or attitudes expressed, but the expression itself. There was yet another new ingredient about to enter the debate in 1790, though it too was more a matter of making visible and self-conscious what had previously hovered in some twilight zone of hazy and unspoken recognition. Perhaps the least controversial decision of the First Congress was passage of legislation that authorized the census of 1790, an essential item because accurate population figures were necessary to determine the size of state delegations in the House. At the most obvious level, these numbers confirmed with enhanced precision the self-evident reality that slavery was a sectional phenomenon that was dying out in the North and flourishing in the South. The exceptions were New York and New Jersey, which not incidentally remained the only northern states to resist the passage of gradual emancipation laws. In general, then, there was a direct and nearly perfect correlation between demography and ideology. That is, between the ratio of blacks to whites in the population and the reluctance to consider abolition. When the pro-slavery advocates of the Deep South unveiled their racial argument, what will happen between the races after emancipation, the census of 1790 allowed one to predict the response with near precision. Wherever the black population reached a threshold level, slavery remained the preferred means of assuring the segregation of the races. The only possible exception to this rule was the Upper South, to include the states of Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. There, the slave populations were large, in Virginia very large indeed, but so were the populations of free blacks. From a strictly demographic perspective, Virginia was almost as vulnerable to the specter of post-emancipation racial fears as South Carolina, but the growing size of the free black population accurately reflected the presence of multiple schemes for gradual emancipation within the planter class, and the willingness of at least a few slave owners to act in accord with the undeniable logic of the American Revolution. The sheer size of Virginia's total population, amplified by the daunting racial ratio, and then further amplified by the political prowess of its leadership at the national level, all combined to make it the key state. If any national plan for ending slavery was to succeed, Virginia needed to be in the vanguard. Finally, the census of 1790 provided unmistakable evidence that those anti-slavery advocates who believed that the future was on their side were deluding themselves. For the total slave population was now approaching 700,000, up from about 500,000 in the year of the Declaration of Independence. Despite the temporary end of the slave trade during the war, and despite the steady march of abolition in the North, the slave population in the South was growing exponentially at the same exploding rate as the American population as a whole, which meant it was doubling every 20 to 25 years. Given the political realities that defined the parameters of any comprehensive program for emancipation, namely compensation for owners, relocation of freed slaves, and implementation over a sufficient time span to permit economic and social adjustments, the larger the enslaved population grew, the more financially and politically impractical any emancipation scheme became. One interpretation of the Deep South's argument of 1790 was that, at least from their perspective, the numbers already made such a decision impossible. The census of 1790 revealed that the window of opportunity to end slavery was not opening, but closing. For not only were the numbers becoming wholly unmanageable, but the further one got from 1776, the lower the revolutionary fires burned, and the less imperative the logic of the revolutionary ideology seemed. What one historian has called the perishability of revolutionary time meant that the political will to act was also racing against the clock. In effect, the fading revolutionary ideology and the growing racial demography were converging to close off the political options. With all the advantage of hindsight, a persuasive case can be made that the Quaker petitioners were calling for decisive action against slavery at the last possible moment, if indeed there was such a moment, when gradual emancipation had any meaningful prospect for success. The chief strength of the pro-slavery argument that emerged from the Deep South delegation in the congressional debate of March 16th and 17th was its relentless focus on the impractical dimensions of all plans for abolition. In effect, their arguments exposed the two major weaknesses of the anti-slavery side. First, those ardent ideologues who believed that slavery would die a natural death after the Revolution were naive utopians proven wrong by the stubborn realities reflected in the census of 1790. Second, the gradual emancipation plans implemented in the northern states were inoperative models for the nation as a whole, because the northern states contained only about 10% of the slave population. For all those states from Maryland south, the cost of compensation and the logistical difficulties attendant upon the relocation of the freed slaves were simply insurmountable. The numbers, quite simply, did not work. How correct were these conclusions? From a strictly historical perspective, we can never know the answer to that question. Since no one from the North or the Upper South rose to answer the delegation from the Deep South, and since no national plan for gradual emancipation ever came before the Congress for serious consideration, we're left with a great silence, which itself becomes the principal piece of historical evidence to interpret. And the two overlapping interpretations that then present themselves with irresistible logic are quite clear. First, the arguments of the Deep South were unanswerable because there was sufficient truth in the fatalistic diagnosis to persuade other members of the House that the slavery problem was intractable. And second, whatever shred of possibility still existed to take concerted action against slavery was overwhelmed by the secessionist threat from South Carolina and Georgia, since there could be no national solution to the slavery problem if there were no nation at hand to implement a solution. Perhaps, as some historians have argued, South Carolina and Georgia were bluffing. But the most salient historical fact cannot be avoided. No one stepped forward to call their bluff. Though we might wish otherwise, the history of what might have been is usually not really history at all, mixing together as it does the messy tangle of past experience with the clairvoyant certainty of our present preferences. That said, even though no formal proposal for a gradual emancipation program came before the Congress in 1790, all the elements for such a program were present in the debates. Moreover, in March of 1790, while the congressional debate was raging, a prominent Virginian by the name of Fernando Fairfax drafted a plan for liberating the Negroes within the United States, which was subsequently published in Philadelphia the following December. Fairfax's plan fleshed out the sketchy outline that Jefferson had provided in Notes on the State of Virginia. Another Virginian, St. George Tucker, developed an even fuller version of the same scheme 6 years later. In short, the historical record itself, and not just our own omniscient imaginations, provides the requisite evidence from which we can reconstruct the response to the pro-slavery argument. In so doing, we're not just engaging in wishful thinking, are not attempting to rewrite history along more attractive lines, but rather trying to assess the historical viability of a national emancipation policy in 1790. What chance, if any, existed at that propitious moment to put slavery on the road to extinction? All the plans for gradual emancipation assumed that slavery was a moral and economic problem that demanded a political solution. All also assumed that the solution needed to combine speed and slowness, meaning that the plan needed to be put into action quickly before the burgeoning slave population rendered it irrelevant, but implemented gradually, so the costs could be absorbed more easily. Everyone advocating gradual emancipation also made two additional assumptions. First, that slave owners would be compensated, the funds coming from some combination of a national tax and from revenues generated by the sale of Western lands. Second, that the bulk of the freed slaves would be transported elsewhere, the Fairfax plan favoring an American colony in Africa on the British model of Sierra Leone, others proposing what might be called a homelands location in some unspecified region of the American West, and still others preferring a Caribbean destination. As we have seen, the projected cost of compensation was a potent argument against gradual emancipation, and the argument has been echoed in most scholarly treatments of the topic ever since. Estimates vary according to the anticipated price for each freed slave, which ranges between $100 and $200. The higher figure produces a total cost of about $140 million to emancipate the entire slave population in 1790. Since the federal budget that year was less than $7 million, the critics seem to be right when they conclude that the costs were not just daunting, but also prohibitively expensive. The more one thought about such numbers, in effect, the more one realized that further thought was futile. There's some evidence that reasoning of just this sort was going on in Jefferson's mind at this time, changing him from an advocate of emancipation to a silent and fatalistic procrastinator. The flaw in such reasoning, however, would have been obvious to any accountant or investment banker with a modicum of Hamiltonian wisdom. For the chief virtue of a gradual approach was to extend the cost of compensation over several decades, so that the full bill never landed at one time, or even on one generation. In the scheme that St. George Tucker proposed, for example, purchases and payments would continue for the next century, delaying the arrival of complete emancipation, to be sure, but significantly reducing the impact of the current costs by spreading them into the distant future. The salient question in 1790 was not the total cost, but, with an amortized debt, the initial cost of capitalizing a national fund, often called a sinking fund, for such purposes. The total debt inherited from the states and the federal government in 1790 was $77.1 million. A reasonable estimate of the additional costs for capitalizing a gradual emancipation program would have increased the national debt to about $125 million. While daunting, these numbers were not fiscally impossible, and they became more palatable when folded into a total debt package produced by a war for independence. The other major impediment, equally daunting as the compensation problem at first glance, even more so upon reflection, was the relocation of the freed slaves. Historians have not studied the feasibility of this feature as much as the compensation issue, preferring instead to focus on the racial prejudices that required its inclusion, apparently fearing that their very analysis of the problem might be construed as an endorsement of the racist and segregationist attitudes prevalent at the time. Two unpalatable but undeniable historical facts must be faced. First, that no emancipation plan without this feature stood the slightest chance of success, and second, that no model of a genuinely biracial society existed anywhere in the world at that time, nor had any existed in recorded history. The gradual emancipation schemes adopted in the northern states never needed to face this question squarely, because the black population there remained relatively small. South of the Potomac was a different matter altogether, since approximately 90% of the total black population resided there. Any national plan for gradual emancipation needed to transform this racial demography by relocating at least a significant portion of that population elsewhere. But where? The subsequent failure of the American Colonization Society and the combination of logistical and economic difficulties in the colony of Liberia exposed the impracticality of any mass migration back to Africa. The more viable option was transportation to the unsettled lands of the American West, along the lines of the Indian removal program adopted over 40 years later. In 1790, however, despite the presumptive dreams of a continental empire, the Louisiana Purchase remained in the future, and the vast Trans-Mississippi region continued under Spanish ownership. While the creation of several black homelands or districts east of the Mississippi was not beyond contemplation, it was mentioned in private correspondence by a handful of anti-slavery advocates. It was just as difficult to envision then as it is difficult to digest now. More than the question of compensation, then, the relocation problem was perilously close to insoluble. To top it all off and add yet another layer of armament to the institution of slavery, any comprehensive plan for gradual emancipation could only be launched at the national level under the auspices of a federal government fully empowered to act on behalf of the long-term interests of the nation as a whole. Much like Hamilton's financial plan, any effective emancipation initiative conjured up fears of the much-dreaded consolidation that the Virginians more than anyone else found so threatening. Indeed, for at least some of the Virginians, the deepest dread and greatest threat was that federal power would be used in precisely this way. All the constitutional arguments against the excessive exercise of government power at the federal level then kicked in to make any effort to shape public policy more problematic. Any attempt to take decisive action against slavery in 1790, given all these considerations, confronted great, perhaps impossible, odds. The prospects for success were remote at best. But then the prospects for victory against the most powerful army and navy in the world had been remote in 1776, as had the likelihood that 13 separate and sovereign states would create a unified Republican government in 1787. Great leadership had emerged in each previous instance to transform the improbable into the inevitable. Ending slavery was a challenge on the same gigantic scale as these earlier achievements. Whether even a heroic level of leadership stood any chance was uncertain, because, and here was the cruelest irony, the effort to make the revolution truly complete seemed diametrically opposed to remaining a united nation. One person stepped forward to answer the challenge. Unquestionably the oldest, probably the wisest member of the revolutionary generation. In point of fact, he was actually a member of the preceding generation, the grandfather among the fathers. Benjamin Franklin was very old and very ill in March of 1790. He had been a fixture on the American scene for so long and had outlived so many contemporaries. He had once traded anecdotes with Cotton Mather and was a contemporary of Jonathan Edwards, that reports of his imminent departure lacked credibility. His last act seemed destined to go on forever. He was an American immortal. If a 20th century photographer had managed to commandeer a time machine and travel back to record the historic scenes in the Revolutionary era, Franklin would have been present in almost every picture. In Philadelphia during the Continental Congress and the signing of the Declaration of Independence, in Paris to draft the wartime treaty with France, and then, almost single-handedly, assist to John Adams, conclude the peace treaty with Great Britain. In Philadelphia again for the Constitutional Convention and the signing of the Constitution. Even without the benefit of photography, Franklin's image, with its bemused smile, its bespectacled but twinkling eyes, its ever bald head framed by gray hair flowing down to his shoulders, was more famous and familiar to the world than the face of any American of the age. What Voltaire was to France, Franklin was to America, the symbol of mankind's triumphal arrival at modernity. When the two great philosopher kings embraced amid the assembled throngs of Paris, the scene created a sensation, as if the gods had landed on earth and declared the dawning of the Enlightenment. The greatest American scientist, the most deft diplomat, the most accomplished prose stylist, the sharpest wit, Franklin defied all the categories by inhabiting them all with such distinction and nonchalant grace. Over a century before Horatio Alger, he had invented the role, and called it Poor Richard. The original self-taught homespun American with an uncanny knack for showing up where history was headed and striking a folksy pose that then dramatized the moment forever. Holding the kite as the lightning struck, lounging alongside Jefferson and offering witty consolations as the Continental Congress edited out several of Jefferson's most cherished passages, wearing a coonskin cap for his portrait in Paris, remarking as the delegates signed the Constitution that, yes, the sun that was carved into the chair at the front of the room did now seem to be rising. In addition to seeming eternal, ubiquitous, protean, and endlessly quotable, Franklin had the most sophisticated sense of timing among all the prominent statesmen of the Revolutionary era. His forceful presence at the defining moment of 1776 had caused most observers to forget that, in truth, Franklin was a latecomer to the patriot cause, the man who had spent most of the 1760s in London, attempting to obtain, of all things, a royal charter for Pennsylvania. He had actually lent his support to the Stamp Act in 1765 and lobbied for a position within the English government as late as 1771. But he had leaped back across the Atlantic and onto the American side of the imperial debate in the nick of time, a convert to the cause, who, by the dint of his international reputation, was quickly catapulted into the top echelon of the political leadership. Sent to France to negotiate a wartime alliance, he arrived in Paris just when the French ministry was ready to entertain such an idea. He remained in place long enough to lead the American delegation through the peace treaty with England, then relinquished his ministerial duties to Jefferson in 1784, just when all diplomatic initiatives on America's behalf in Europe bogged down and proved futile. When asked if he was Franklin's replacement, Jefferson had allegedly replied that he was his successor, but that no one could replace him. He arrived back in Philadelphia a conquering hero, and in plenty of time to be selected as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. This gift of exquisite timing continued until the very end. In April of 1787, Franklin agreed to serve as the new president of the revitalized Pennsylvania Abolition Society, and to make the anti-slavery cause the final project of his life. Almost 60 years earlier, in 1729, as a young printer in Philadelphia, he had begun publishing Quaker tracts against slavery and the slave trade. Throughout the middle years of the century and into the Revolutionary era, he had lent his support to Anthony Benezet and other Quaker abolitionists, and he had spoken out on occasion against the claim that blacks were innately inferior or that racial categories were immutable. Nonetheless, while his anti-slavery credentials were clear, at one point Franklin had owned a few household slaves himself, and he had never made slavery a priority target or thrown the full weight of his enormous prestige against it. Starting in 1787, that changed. At the Constitutional Convention, he intended to introduce a proposal calling for the inclusion of a statement of principle condemning both the slave trade and slavery, thereby making it unequivocally clear that the founding document of the new American nation committed the government to eventual emancipation. But several Northern delegates, along with at least one officer in the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, persuaded him to withdraw his proposal on the grounds that it put the fragile sectional compromise, and therefore the Constitution itself, at risk. The petition submitted to the First Congress under his signature then was essentially the same proposal he had wanted to introduce at the convention. With the Constitution now ratified and the new federal government safely in place, Franklin resumed his plea that slavery be declared incongruous with the revolutionary principles on which the nation was founded. The man with the impeccable timing was choosing to make the anomaly of slavery the last piece of advice he would offer his country. Though his health was declining rapidly, newspaper accounts of the pro-slavery speeches in the House roused him for one final appearance in print. Under the pseudonym Historicus, he published a parody of the speech delivered by James Jackson of Georgia. It was a vintage Franklin performance, reminiscent of his bemused but devastating recommendations to the English government in 1770 about the surest means to take the decisive action guaranteed to destroy the British Empire. This time, he claimed to have noticed the eerie similarity between Jackson's speech on behalf of slavery and one delivered a century earlier by an Algerian pirate named Sidi Mehemet Ibrahim. Surely the similarities were inadvertent, he suggested, since Jackson was obviously a virtuous man and thus incapable of plagiarism. But the arguments and the very language were identical, except that Jackson used Christianity to justify enslavement of the Africans, while the African used Islam to justify enslavement of Christians. The doctrine that plundering and enslaving the Christians is unjust is at best problematical, the Algerian had allegedly written. And when presented with a petition to cease capturing Europeans, he had argued to the Divan of Algiers that it is in the interest of the state to continue the practice, therefore let the petition be rejected. All the same practical objections to ending slavery were also raised. But who is to indemnify their masters for the loss? Will the state do it? Is our treasury sufficient? And if we set our slaves free, what is to be done with them? Our people will not pollute themselves by intermarrying with them. Franklin then had the Algerian argue that the enslaved Christians were better off with us rather than remain in Europe where they would only cut each other's throats in religious wars. Franklin's pointed parody was reprinted in several newspapers from Boston to Philadelphia, though nowhere south of the Potomac. It was his last public act. 3 weeks later, on April 17th, the founding grandfather finally went to his Maker. Prior to his passing, however, the great weight of Franklin's unequivocal endorsement made itself felt in the congressional debate and emboldened several Northern representatives to answer the pro-slavery arguments of the Deep South with newfound courage. Franklin's reputation served as the catalyst in an exchange, as Smith of South Carolina attempted to discredit his views by observing that even great men have their senile moments. This prompted rebuttals from the Pennsylvania delegation. Instead of proving him superannuated, Franklin's anti-slavery views showed that the qualities of his soul as well as those of his mind are yet in their vigor. Only Franklin still seemed able to speak the language of America, and to call us back to our first principles. Critics of Franklin, it was suggested, only exposed the absurdity of the pro-slavery position, revealing clearly that an advocate for slavery in its fullest latitude at this stage of the world, and on the floor of the American Congress too, is a phenomenon in politics. They defy, yea, mock all belief. William Scott of Pennsylvania, his blood also up in defense of Franklin, launched a frontal assault on the constitutional position of the Deep South. I think it unsatisfactory to be told that there was an understanding between the Northern and Southern members in the National Convention. The Constitution was a written document, not a series of unwritten understandings. Where did it say anything at all about slavery? Who were these South Carolinians to instruct us on what Congress could and could not do? I believe, concluded Scott, if Congress should at any time be of the opinion that a state of slavery was a quality inadmissible in America, they would not be barred of prohibiting this baneful quality. He went on for nearly an hour. It turned out to be the high water mark of the anti-slavery effort in the House. In retrospect, Franklin's final gesture at leadership served to solidify his historic reputation as a man who possessed in his bones a feeling for the future. But in the crucible of the moment, another quite plausible definition of leadership was circulating in the upper reaches of the government. John Adams, for example, though an outspoken enemy of slavery who could match his revolutionary credentials with anyone, concurred from his perch as presiding officer of the Senate when that body refused to permit the Quaker petitions to be heard. Alexander Hamilton, who was a founding member of the New York Manumission Society and a staunch anti-slavery advocate, also regretted the whole debate in the House, since it stymied his highest priority, which was approval of his financial plan. And George Washington, the supreme founding father, who had taken a personal vow never to purchase another slave, and let it be known that it was his fondest wish to see some plan adopted by which slavery in this country may be abolished by slow, sure, and imperceptible degrees, also concurred that the ongoing debate in the House was an embarrassing and dangerous nuisance that must be terminated. Jefferson probably agreed with this verdict, though his correspondence is characteristically quiet on the subject. The common version of leadership that bound this distinguished constellation together was a keen appreciation of the political threat that any direct consideration of slavery represented in the still fragile American Republic. And the man who stepped forward to implement this version of leadership was James Madison. If Franklin's great gift was an uncanny knack for levitating above political camps, operating at an altitude that permitted him to view the essential patterns and then comment with great irony and wit on the behavior of those groveling about on the ground, Madison's specialty was just the opposite. He lived in the details and worked his magic in the context of the moment, mobilizing those forces on the ground more adroitly and with a more deft tactical proficiency than anyone else. Taken together, he and Franklin would have made a nearly unbeatable team. But in 1790, they were on different sides. Madison's position on slavery captured the essence of what might be called the Virginia straddle. On the one hand, he found the blatantly pro-slavery arguments shamefully indecent, and described his colleagues from South Carolina and Georgia as intemperate beyond all example and even all decorum. Like most of his fellow Virginians, he wanted it known that he preferred an early end to the slave trade, and regarded the institution of slavery a deep-rooted abuse. He claimed to be genuinely embarrassed at the stridently pro-slavery rhetoric of the delegates from the Deep South, and much more comfortable on the high moral ground of his Northern friends. But a fault line ran through the center of his thinking, a kind of mysterious region where ideas entered going in one direction, but then emerged headed the opposite way. For example, when urged by Benjamin Rush, the Philadelphia physician and abolitionist, to support the Quaker petitions in the House, Madison responded, "Although I feel the force of many of your remarks, I cannot embrace the idea to which they lead." When pressed to explain the discrepancy between his hypothetical anti-slavery position and his actual dedication to self-imposed paralysis, he tended to offer several different answers. Sometimes it was a matter of his Virginia constituents. "Those from whom I derive my public station," he explained, "are known by me to be greatly interested in that species of property, and to view the matter in that light." Sometimes it was a matter of timing. He concurred with the progressive segment of Virginia's planter class that slavery is a moral and political evil, and that whoever brings forward in the respective states some general, rational, and liberal plan for the gradual emancipation of slaves will deserve well of his country. Yet I think it was very improper at this time to introduce it in Congress. Any effort to locate the core of Madison's position on slavery, therefore, misses the point, which is that there was no core, except perhaps the conviction that the whole subject was taboo. Like Jefferson and the other members of the Virginia dynasty, he regarded any explicit defense of slavery in the mode of South Carolina and Georgia as a moral embarrassment. On the other hand, he regarded any effort to end slavery as premature, politically impractical, and counterproductive. As a result, he developed a way of talking and writing about the problem that might be described as enlightened obfuscation. For example, consider the following Madisonian statement, written during the height of the debate in the House. "If this folly did not reproach the public councils, it ought to excite no regret in the patrons of humanity and freedom. Nothing could hasten more the progress of these reflections and sentiments which are secretly undermining the institution which this mistaken zeal is laboring to secure against the most distant approach of danger." The convoluted syntax, multiple negatives, indefinite antecedents, and masterful circumlocutions of this statement defy comprehension. What begins as a denunciation of those defending slavery somehow doubles back on itself and ends up in worrisome confusion that the matter is being talked about at all. What is meant to sound like an anti-slavery argument transforms itself in mid-passage into a verbal fog bank that descends over the entire subject like a cloud. In the midst of this willful confusion, one Madisonian conviction shone through with his more characteristic clarity, namely that slavery was an explosive topic that must be removed from the political agenda of the new nation. It was taboo because it exposed the inherent contradictions of the Virginia position, which was much closer to the position of the Deep South than Madison wished to acknowledge even to himself. And it was taboo because, more than any other controversy, it possessed the political potential to destroy the Union. Franklin wanted to put slavery onto the national agenda before it was too late to take decisive action in accord with the principles of the Revolution. Madison wanted to take slavery off the national agenda because he believed that decisive action would result in the destruction of either the Virginia planter class or the nation itself. In the minds of many Virginians, the two items were synonymous. The true policy of the Southern members, he explained to a fellow Virginian, was to let the affair proceed with as little noise as possible. The misguided representatives of the Deep South had spoiled that strategy. Now Madison resolved to seize the opportunity created by their threats of secession, to put Congress on record as rejecting any constitutional right by the federal government to end slavery. It was the South Carolina solution, achieved in the Virginia style.
This ends Disc 5. Founding Brothers, Disc 6.
The essence of that style was in direction. Madison was its master, so deft behind the scenes and in unrecorded conversations that his most significant political achievements, including his impact on the eventual shape of the Constitution and his enduring influence on the thought and behavior of Thomas Jefferson, remain forever hidden, visible only in the way that one detects the movement of iron filings within a magnetic field. The Madisonian influence revealed itself in the House debate of March 23rd, when the committee report came up for a vote. Something had changed. Several Northern members, who had previously sided with the Quaker petitioners, now expressed their regret that the matter had gotten out of hand. Fisher Ames of Massachusetts wondered out loud why the House had allowed itself to be drawn into a debate over abstract propositions, and now urged that the committee report be tabled. Jackson rose to thank Ames and his Northern colleagues for seeing the light and recovering the old conciliatory spirit that had once permitted Northern and Southern interests to cooperate. One of the Quaker petitioners in the gallery, John Pemberton, noted in his diary that some kind of sectional bargain had obviously been struck. It was a matter of scratch me and I will scratch thee. Pemberton surmised that a secret deal had been arranged whereby Massachusetts would align itself with the Deep South on the slavery issue in return for Southern support on assumption. If so, Jefferson's dinner party the following June was the culmination of an even more complicated sectional negotiation than previously realized. But all claims about what had gone on behind the scenes are conjectural. Madison seldom left footprints. The goal of the Deep South, now with support from Massachusetts and Virginia, was to have the committee report tabled, again threatening that further debate would risk disunion, which William Lufton Smith likened to heaving out an anchor to windward. Madison, however, wanted more than just an end to the debate. He wished to establish a precedent that clarified the constitutional ambiguities concerning the power of Congress over slavery. Therefore, he welcomed the positive vote, 29 to 25, to accept the committee report, details of which forthcoming, because he had resolved to use the occasion to establish a constitutional precedent. In the 20th century, what Madison aimed to achieve would have required a decision by the Supreme Court. But in 1790, the Supreme Court was a woefully weak third branch of the federal government, and the principle of judicial review had yet to be established. Madison wanted to use the vote on the committee report to create the equivalent of a landmark decision prohibiting any national scheme for emancipation. It happened just as he desired. The committee report consisted of 7 resolutions that addressed this salient question. What are the powers vested in Congress under the present Constitution relating to the abolition of slavery? The first resolution was designed to appease the Deep South by confirming that the Constitution prohibited any federal legislation limiting or ending the slave trade until 1808. The fourth was a gesture toward the Northern interests, authorizing Congress to levy a tax on slave imports designed to discourage the practice without prohibiting it. The seventh was a nod toward the Quaker petitioners, declaring that, in all cases in which the authority of Congress extends, they will exercise it for the humane objects of the memorialists, so far as they can be promoted on the principles of justice, humanity, and good policy. But what did this deliberately vague promise mean? Specifically, how far did the authority of Congress extend? The implicit answer was in the second resolution. It read that Congress, by a fair construction of the Constitution, are equally restrained from interfering in the emancipation of slaves who already are or who may, within the period mentioned, be imported into or born within any of the said states. This was the key provision. In keeping with the compromise character of the committee report, It gave the Deep South the protection it had demanded by denying congressional authority to pass any gradual emancipation legislation. But it also set a chronological limit to this moratorium. The prohibition would only last within the period mentioned, that is, until 1808. In effect, the committee report extended the deadline for the consideration of emancipation to bring it into line with the deadline for the end of the slave trade. The Deep South would get its way, but only for a limited time. After 1808, Congress possessed the authority to do what it wished. Then all constitutional restraints would lapse. At this decisive moment, the Madisonian magic worked its will. The House went into Committee of the Whole to revise the language of the report. In parliamentary maneuverings of this sort, Madison had no peer. The Virginia delegation had already received its marching orders to mobilize behind an amended version of the report. And several northern delegations, chiefly those of Massachusetts and New York, had clearly been lobbied to support the amendments, though no one will ever know what promises were made. In the end, the 7 resolutions were reduced to 3. The tax on the slave trade was dropped altogether, as was the 7th resolution, with its vague declaration of solidarity with the benevolent goals of the Quaker petitioners. The latter gesture had become irrelevant because of the new language of the 2nd resolution. It now read, "The Congress have no authority to interfere in the emancipation of slaves or in the treatment of them within any of the states, it remaining with the several states alone to provide any regulation therein which humanity and true policy may require." During the debate over this language, Madison provided the clearest gloss on its fresh meaning by explaining that instead of imposing an 18-year moratorium on congressional action against slavery, the amendment made it unconstitutional to attempt to manumit them at any time. The final report, passed by the House, in effect placed any and all debate over slavery as it existed in the South out of bounds forever. What had begun as an initiative to put slavery on the road to extinction had been transformed into a decision to extinguish all federal plans for emancipation. By a vote of 29 to 25, the House agreed to transcribe this verdict in the permanent record. A relieved George Washington wrote home to a Virginia friend that the slave business has at last been put to rest and will scarce awake. As usual, Washington was right. Congress had moved gradual emancipation off its political agenda. Its decision in the spring of 1790 became a precedent with the force of common law. In November of 1792, for example, when another Quaker petition came forward under the sponsorship of Fisher Ames, William Lufton Smith referred his colleague to the earlier debate of 1790. The House had then decided never again to allow itself to become inflamed by the mere rant and rhapsody of a meddling fanatic, and had argued that the subject would never be stirred again. The petition was withdrawn. Over 40 years later, in 1833, Daniel Webster cited the same precedent. "My opinion of the powers of Congress on the subject of slaves and slavery is that Congress has no authority to interfere in the emancipation of slaves. This was so resolved by the House in 1790, and I do not know of a different opinion since." Whatever window of opportunity had existed to complete the one glaring piece of unfinished business in the Revolutionary era was now closed. As noted earlier, perhaps the window, if in fact there ever was a window, had already closed by 1790. So the debate and decision in the House merely sealed shut what the formidable combination of racial demography, Anglo-Saxon presumptions, and entrenched economic interests had already foreclosed. Over 200 years after the event, it is still not possible to demonstrate conclusively that Madison's understanding of the political priorities was wrong, or that the pursuit of Franklin's priorities would not have dismembered the American Republic at the moment of its birth. Perhaps it was inevitable, even preferable, that slavery as a national problem be moved from the Congress to the churches, where it could come under scrutiny as a sin requiring a national purging, rather than as a social dilemma requiring a political solution. That, in any event, is what happened. One can only speculate on what thought and feelings went streaking through the conscience of James Madison after the fleeting moment passed. Madison understood better than most what was at stake in the debate over slavery. He knew what the American Revolution had promised, that slavery violated that promise, and that Franklin had gone to his maker reminding all concerned that silence was a betrayal of the revolutionary legacy. During the memorial service in Franklin's honor on April 22nd, Madison rose to deliver the final tribute of the House. The House, being informed of the decease of Benjamin Franklin, a citizen whose native genius was not more an ornament to human nature than his various exertions of it have been precious to science, to freedom, and to his country, do resolve, as mark of the veneration due to his memory, that the members wear the customary badge of mourning for 1 month. The symbolism of the scene was poignant, dramatizing as it did the passing of the prototypical American and the cause of gradual emancipation. Whether they knew it or not, the badge of mourning the members of the House agreed to wear also bore testimony to the tragic and perhaps intractable problem that even the revolutionary generation, with all its extraordinary talent, could neither solve nor face. Chapter 4. The Farewell. Throughout the first half of the 1790s, the closest approximation to a self-evident truth in American politics was George Washington. A legend in his own time, Americans had been describing Washington as the father of the country since 1776, which is to say, before there was even a country. By the time he assumed the presidency in 1789, no other candidate was even thinkable, the mythology surrounding Washington's reputation had grown like ivy over a statue, effectively covering the man with an aura of omnipotence, rendering the distinctions between his human qualities and his heroic achievements impossible to delineate. Some of the most incredible stories also happened to be true. During General Edward Braddock's ill-fated expedition against the French outside Pittsburgh in 1755, a young Washington had joined with Daniel Boone to rally the survivors, despite having 2 horses shot out from under him and multiple bullet holes piercing his coat and creasing his pants. At Yorktown in 1781, he had insisted on standing atop a parapet for a full 15 minutes during an artillery attack, bullets and shrapnel flying all about him, defying aides who tried to pull him down before he had properly surveyed the field of action. When Washington spoke of destiny, people listened. If there was a Mount Olympus in the new American Republic, all the lesser gods were gathered farther down the slope. The only serious contender for primacy was Benjamin Franklin. But just before his death in 1790, Franklin himself acknowledged Washington's supremacy. In a characteristically Franklin-esque gesture, he bequeathed to Washington his crabtree walking stick, presumably to assist the general in his stroll toward immortality. "If it were a scepter," Franklin remarked, "he has merited it and would become it." In the America of the 1790s, Washington's image was everywhere, in paintings, prints, lockets, on coins, silverware, plates, and household bric-a-brac. And his familiarity seemed forever. His commanding presence had been the central feature in every major event of the Revolutionary era. The linchpin of the Continental Army throughout 8 long years of desperate fighting from 1775 to 1783. The presiding officer at the Constitutional Convention in 1787. the first and only chief executive of the fledgling federal government since 1789. He was the palpable reality that clothed the revolutionary rhapsodies in flesh and blood, America's one and only indispensable character. Washington was the core of gravity that prevented the American Revolution from flying off into random orbits, the stable center around which the revolutionary energies formed. As one popular toast of the day put it, he was the man who unites all hearts. He was the American Zeus, Moses, and Cincinnatus all rolled into one. Then, all of a sudden, on September 19, 1796, an article addressed to the people of the United States appeared on the inside pages of the American Daily Advertiser, Philadelphia's major newspaper. The conspicuous austerity of the announcement was matched by its calculated simplicity. It began, "Friends and fellow citizens, the period for a new election of a citizen to administer the executive government of the United States being not far distant, it appears to me proper, especially as it may conduce to a more distinct expression of the public voice, that I should now apprise you of the resolutions I have formed to decline being considered among the number of those out of whom a choice is to be made." It ended again in a gesture of ostentatious moderation with the unadorned signature, G. Washington, United States. Every major newspaper in the country reprinted the article over the ensuing weeks, though only one, the Courier of New Hampshire, gave it the title that would echo through the ages, Washington's Farewell Address. Contemporaries began to debate its contents almost immediately, and a lively and ultimately silly argument soon ensued about whether Washington or Hamilton actually wrote it. Over a longer stretch of time, the Farewell Address achieved transcendental status, ranking alongside the Declaration of Independence and the Gettysburg Address as a seminal statement of America's abiding principles. Its Olympian tone made it a perennial touchstone at those political occasions requiring platitudinous wisdom. And in the late 19th century, the Congress made its reading a mandatory ritual on Washington's birthday. Meanwhile, several generations of historians, led by students of American diplomacy, have made the interpretation of the Farewell Address into a cottage industry of its own, building up a veritable mountain of commentary around its implications for an isolationist foreign policy and a bipartisan brand of American statecraft. But in the crucible of the moment, none of these subsequent affectations or interpretations mattered much, if at all. What did matter, indeed struck most readers as the only thing that truly mattered, was that George Washington was retiring. The constitutional significance of the decision, of course, struck home immediately, signaling, as it did, Washington's voluntary surrender of the presidency after 2 terms, thereby setting the precedent that held firm until 1940, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt broke it. It was reaffirmed in 1951 with passage of the 22nd Amendment. But even that landmark precedent, so crucial in establishing the Republican principle of rotation in office, paled in comparison to an even more elemental political and psychological realization. For 20 years, over the entire lifespan of the Revolutionary War and the experiment with Republican government, Washington had stood at the helm of the ship of state. Now he was sailing off into the sunset. The precedent he was setting may have seemed uplifting in retrospect, but at the time the glaring and painful reality was that the United States without Washington was itself unprecedented. The Farewell Address, as several commentators have noted, was an oddity in that it was not really an address. It was never delivered as a speech. It should, by all rights, be called the Farewell Letter, for it was in form and tone an open letter to the American people, telling them they were now on their own. Insiders had suspected that this was coming for about 6 months. In February of 1796, Washington had first approached Alexander Hamilton about drafting some kind of valedictory statement. Shortly thereafter, the gossip network inside the government had picked up the scent. By the end of the month, James Madison was writing James Monroe in Paris, "It is pretty certain that the President will not serve beyond his present term." On the eve of the farewell address, the Federalist leader from Massachusetts, Fisher Ames, predicted that Washington's looming announcement would constitute a signal like dropping a hat for the party races to start. But in fact, they had been going on unofficially throughout the preceding spring and summer. In May, for example, Madison had speculated, correctly it turned out, that in the first contested election for president in American history, Jefferson would probably be the object on one side and Adams apparently on the other. By midsummer, Washington himself was apprising friends of his earnest desire to leave the government when his term was up, after which no consideration under heaven that I can foresee shall again withdraw me from the walks of private life. He had been dropping hints, in truth, throughout his second term, describing himself as on the advanced side of the grand climacteric, and too old for the rigors of the job, repeating his familiar refrain about the welcome solace of splendid isolation beneath his vine and fig tree at Mount Vernon. But did he mean it? Lamentations about the tribulations of public life, followed by celebrations of the bucolic splendor of retirement to rural solitude, had become a familiar, even formulaic posture within the leadership class of the Revolutionary generation, especially within the Virginia dynasty. Everyone knew the classical models of latter-day seclusion, represented by Cincinnatus and described by Cicero and Virgil. Declarations of principled withdrawal from the hurly-burly of politics to the natural rhythms of one's fields or farms had become rhetorical rituals. If Washington's retirement hymn featured the vine and fig tree, Jefferson's idolized my family, my farm, and my books. The motif had become so commonplace that John Adams, an aspiring Cicero himself, claimed that the Virginians had worn out the entire Ciceronian syndrome. "It seems the mode of becoming great is to retire," he wrote Abigail in 1796. "It is marvelous how political plants grow in the shade." Washington had been threatening to retire even before he was inaugurated as president in 1789, and he had repeated the threat in 1792 prior to his re-election. While utterly sincere on all occasions, his preference for a virtuous retirement had always been trumped by a more public version of virtue, itself reinforced by the unanimous judgment of his political advisers that he, and he alone, was indispensable. Why expect a different conclusion in 1796? The short answer: age. Throughout most of his life, Washington's physical vigor had been one of his most priceless assets. A notch below 6'4" and slightly above 200 pounds, he was a full head taller than his male contemporaries. John Adams claimed that the reason Washington was invariably selected to lead every national effort was that he was always the tallest man in the room. A detached description of his physical features would have made him sound like an ugly, misshapen oaf. Pockmarked face, decayed teeth, oversized eye sockets, massive nose, heavy in the hips, gargantuan hands and feet. But somehow, when put together and set in motion, the full package conveyed sheer majesty. As one of his biographers put it, his body didn't just occupy space, it seemed to organize the space around it. He dominated a room not just with his size, but with an almost electric presence. "He has so much martial dignity in his deportment," observed Benjamin Rush, "that there is not a king in Europe but would look like a valet de chambre by his side." Not only did bullets and shrapnel seem to veer away from his body in battle, not only did he once throw a stone over the natural bridge in the Shenandoah Valley, which was 215 feet high, Not only was he generally regarded as the finest horseman in Virginia, the rider who led the pack in most fox hunts, he also possessed for most of his life a physical constitution that seemed immune to disease or injury. Other soldiers came down with frostbite after swimming ice-choked rivers. Other statesmen fell by the wayside, lacking the stamina to handle the relentless political pressure. Washington suffered none of these ailments. Adams said that Washington had the gift of taciturnity, meaning he had an instinct for the eloquent silence. This same principle held true on the physical front. His medical record was eloquently empty. The inevitable chinks in his cast-iron constitution began to appear with age. He fell ill just before the Constitutional Convention in 1787 and almost missed that major moment. Then, in 1790, soon after assuming the presidency, he came down with influenza, then raging in New York, and nearly died from pulmonary complications. Jefferson's statements about Washington were notoriously contradictory and unreliable, as we shall see. But he dated Washington's physical decline from this moment. The firm tone of his mind, for which he had been remarkable, was beginning to relax. A listlessness of labor, a desire for tranquility had crept on him, and a willingness to let others act, or even think, for him. In 1794, while touring the terrain around the new national capital that would bear his name, he badly wrenched his back while riding. After a career of galloping to hounds and a historic reputation as America's premier man on horseback, he was never able to hold his seat in the saddle with the same confidence. As he moved into his mid-60s, the muscular padding around his torso softened and sagged. His erect bearing started to tilt forward, as if he were always leaning into the wind, and his energy flagged by the end of each long day. Hostile newspaper editorials spoke elliptically of encroaching senility. Even his own vice president, John Adams, conceded that Washington seemed dazed and wholly scripted at certain public ceremonies, like an actor reading his lines, or an aging athlete going through the motions. Perhaps age alone would have been sufficient to propel Washington down the road from Philadelphia to Mount Vernon one last time. Surely, if anyone deserved to spend his remaining years relaxing under his vine and fig tree, it was Washington. Perhaps in that eerily instinctive way in which he always grasped the difference between the essential and the peripheral, he literally felt in his bones that another term as president meant that he would die in office. By retiring when he did, he avoided that fate, which would have established a precedent that smacked of monarchical longevity by permitting biology to set the terminus of his tenure. Our obsession with the two-term precedent obscures the more elemental principle established by Washington's voluntary retirement, namely that the office would routinely outlive the occupant, that the American presidency was fundamentally different from a European monarchy, that presidents, no matter how indispensable, were inherently disposable. But advancing age and sheer physical fatigue were only part of the answer. Perhaps the most succinct way to put it is that Washington was leaving office not just because he was hearing whispers of mortality, but also because he was wounded. What no British bullet could do in the Revolutionary War, the opposition press had managed to do in the political battles during his second term. In the wake of his farewell address, for example, an open letter appeared in Benjamin Franklin Bache's Aurora, in which the old firebrand Tom Paine celebrated Washington's departure, actually prayed for his imminent death, then predicted that the world will be puzzled to decide whether you are an apostate or an impostor, whether you have abandoned good principles or whether you ever had any. Some of the articles were utterly preposterous, like the charge also made in the Aurora that recently obtained British documents from the wartime years revealed that Washington was secretly a traitor who had fully intended to sell out the American cause until Benedict Arnold beat him to the punch. His critics, it should be noted, were a decided minority, vastly outnumbered by his countless legions of supporters. The rebuttals to Paine's open letter, for example, appeared immediately, describing Paine as that noted sot and infidel, whose efforts to despoil Washington's reputation resembled the futile efforts of a reptile infusing its venom into the Atlantic or ejecting its filthy saliva towards the sun. Paine's already questionable reputation, in fact, never recovered from this episode. Taking on Washington was the fastest way to commit political suicide in the Revolutionary era. Nevertheless, the attacks had been a persistent feature of his second term. And despite his customarily impenetrable front, Washington was deeply hurt by them. But these attacks, unjust and unpleasant as they are, will occasion no change in my conduct, nor will they work any other effect in my mind, he postured. Although Washington was not, like Adams or Jefferson, a prodigious reader of books, he was an obsessive reader of newspapers. He subscribed to 10 papers at Mount Vernon. His pose of utter disregard was just that, a pose. Malignity, therefore, may dart her shafts, he explained, but no earthly power can deprive me of the consolation of knowing that I have not been guilty of willful error, however numerous they may have been from other causes. This outwardly aloof but blatantly defensive tone seemed to acknowledge in its backhanded way that his critics had struck a nerve. The main charge levied against Washington was that he had made himself into a quasi-king. "We have given him the powers and prerogatives of a king," claimed one New York editorial. "He holds levees like a king, receives congratulations on his birthday like a king, employs his old enemies like a king, shuts himself up like a king, shuts up other people like a king, takes advice of his counselors or follows his own opinions like a king." Several of these charges were patently false. The grain of truth in them, on the other hand, involved Washington's quite conspicuous embodiment of authority. He had no compunction about driving around Philadelphia in an ornate carriage drawn by 6 cream-colored horses, or, when on horseback, riding a white stallion with a leopard cloth and gold-trimmed saddle, or accepting laurel crowns at public celebrations that resembled coronations. It also didn't help that when searching for a substitute for the toppled statue of George III in New York City, citizens chose a wooden replica of Washington, encouraging some critics to refer to him as George IV. In a sense, it was a problem of language. Since there had never been a Republican chief executive, there was no readily available vocabulary to characterize such a creature, except the verbal traditions that had built up around European courts and kings. In another sense, it was a problem of personality. Washington was an inherently stiff and formal man who cultivated aloofness and possessed distancing mechanisms second to none. This contributed to his sense of majesty, true enough, but pushed an increment further. The majestic man became His Majesty. Beyond questions of appearance or language or personal style, the larger problem was embedded within the political culture of post-revolutionary America itself. The requirements of the American Revolution, in effect, cut both ways at once. To secure the revolution and stabilize its legacy on a national level required a dominant leader who focused the energies of the national government in one singular character. Washington had committed himself to that cause, and in so doing he had become the beneficiary of its political imperatives, effectively being cast in the role of a Republican king, who embodied national authority more potently and more visibly than any collective body like Congress could possibly convey. At the very core of the revolutionary legacy, however, was a virulent hatred of monarchy and an inveterate suspicion of any consolidated version of political authority. A major tenet of the American Revolution, Jefferson had given it lyrical expression in the Declaration of Independence, was that all kings, and not just George III, were inherently evil. The very notion of a Republican king was a repudiation of the spirit of '76 and a contradiction in terms. Washington's presidency had become trapped within that contradiction. He was living the great paradox of the early American Republic. What was politically essential for the survival of the infant nation was ideologically at odds with what it claimed to stand for. He fulfilled his obligations as a singular character so capably that he seemed to defy the Republican tradition itself. He had come to embody national authority so successfully that every attack on the government's policies seemed to be an attack on him. This is the essential context for grasping Washington's motives for leaving public office in 1796. By resigning voluntarily, he was declaring that his deepest allegiances, like those of his critics, were thoroughly Republican. He was answering them, not with words, but with one decisive, unanswerable action. And this is also the proper starting point for understanding the words he left as his final valedictory, the farewell address. Washington was making his ultimate statement as America's first and last benevolent monarch. Whatever the farewell address has come to mean over the subsequent 2 centuries of its interpretive history, Washington intended it as advice to his countrymen about how to sustain national unity and purpose, not just without him, but without a king. The main themes of the farewell address are just as easy to state succinctly as they are difficult to appreciate fully. After declaring his irreversible intention to retire, Washington devoted several paragraphs to the need for national unity. He denounced excessive partisanship, most especially when it took the form of political parties pursuing a vested ideological agenda or sectional interest groups oblivious to the advantages of cooperation. The rest of the farewell address was then devoted to foreign policy, calling for strict American neutrality and diplomatic independence from the tangled affairs of Europe. He did not use the phrase entangling alliances so often attributed to him. Jefferson actually coined it in his first inaugural address, 1801. But Washington's message of diplomatic independence from Europe preceded Jefferson's words to the same effect. Taken together, his overlapping themes lend themselves to easy summary: unity at home and independence abroad. It was that simple. The disarming simplicity of the statement, combined with its quasi-Delphic character, has made the farewell address a perennial candidate for historical commentary. Throughout the 19th and most of the 20th centuries, the bulk of attention focused on the foreign policy section, advocates of American isolationism citing it as the classic statement of their cause, others arguing that strict isolation was never Washington's intention, or that America's emergence as a world power had rendered Washington's wisdom irrelevant. More recently, the early section of the farewell address has been rediscovered. Its plea for a politics of consensus serving as a warning against single-issue political movements, or against the separation of America into racial, ethnic, or gender-based constituencies. Like the classic it has become, the farewell address has demonstrated the capacity to assume different shapes in different eras, to change color, if you will, in varying shades of light. Although Washington's own eyes never changed color and were set very much on the future, he had no way of knowing, much less influencing, the multiple meanings that future generations would discover in his words. The beginning of all true wisdom concerning the farewell address is that Washington's core insights were firmly grounded in the lessons he had learned as America's premier military and civilian leader during the Revolutionary era. Unless one believes that ideas are like migratory birds that can fly unchanged from one century to the next, the only way to grasp the authentic meaning of his message is to recover the context out of which it emerged. Washington was not claiming to offer novel prescriptions based on his original reading of philosophical treatises or books. Quite the opposite. He was reminding his countrymen of the venerable principles he had acquired from personal experience, principles so obvious and elemental that they were at risk of being overlooked by his contemporaries, and so thoroughly grounded in the American Revolution that they are virtually invisible to a more distant posterity. First, it is crucial to recognize that Washington's extraordinary reputation rested less on his prudent exercise of power than on his dramatic flair at surrendering it. He was, in fact, a veritable virtuoso of exits. Almost everyone regarded his retirement of 1796 as a repeat performance of his resignation as commander of the Continental Army in 1783. Back then, faced with a restive and unpaid remnant of the victorious army quartered in Newburgh, New York, he had suddenly appeared at a meeting of officers who were contemplating insurrection. The murky plot involved marching on the Congress and then seizing a tract of land for themselves in the West, all presumably with Washington as their leader. He summarily rejected their offer to become the American Caesar and denounced the entire scheme as treason to the cause for which they had fought. Then, in a melodramatic gesture that immediately became famous, he pulled a pair of glasses out of his pocket. "Gentlemen, you will permit me to put on my spectacles," he declared rhetorically, "for I have not only grown gray but almost blind in the service of my country." Upon learning that Washington intended to reject the mantle of emperor, no less an authority than George III allegedly observed, "If he does that, he will be the greatest man in the world." True to his word, on December 22, 1783, Washington surrendered his commission to the Congress, then meeting in Annapolis. "Having now finished the work assigned me," he announced, "I now retire from the great theater of action." In so doing, he became the supreme example of the leader who could be trusted with power because he was so ready to give it up. Second, when Washington spoke about the need for national unity in 1796, his message resonated with all the still-fresh memories of his conduct during the Revolutionary War. Although he actually lost more battles than he won, and although he spent the first 2 years of the war making costly tactical mistakes that nearly lost the American Revolution at its very start, by 1778 he had reached an elemental understanding of his military strategy. Namely that captured ground, what he termed a war of posts, was virtually meaningless. The strategic key was the Continental Army. If it remained intact as an effective fighting force, the American Revolution remained alive. The British Army could occupy Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, and it did. The British Navy could blockade and bombard American seaports with impunity, and it did. The Continental Congress could be driven from one location to another like a covey of pigeons, and it was. But as long as Washington held the Continental Army together, the British could not win the war, which in turn meant that they would eventually lose it. Like all of Washington's elemental insights, this one seems patently obvious only in retrospect. A score of genuinely brilliant military leaders who also confronted a superior enemy force, Hannibal, Robert E. Lee, and Napoleon come to mind, were eventually defeated because they presumed that victory meant winning battles. Washington realized it meant sustaining the national purpose as embodied in the Continental Army. Space and time were on his side if he could keep the Army united until the British will collapsed. And that's precisely what happened. Third, when Washington talked about independence from foreign nations, his understanding of what American independence entailed cut much deeper than the patriotic veneer customarily suggested by the term. Once again, the war years shaped and hardened his convictions on this score, though the basic attitudes on which they rested were in place long before he assumed command of the Continental Army. Simply put, Washington had developed a view of both personal and national independence that was completely immune to sentimental attachments or fleeting ideological enthusiasms. He was a rock-ribbed realist, who instinctively mistrusted all visionary schemes dependent on seductive ideals that floated dreamily in men's minds, unmoored to the more prosaic but palpable realities that invariably spelled the difference between victory and defeat. At its psychological nub, Washington's inveterate realism was rooted in his commitment to control over himself and over any and all events with the power to determine his fate. At its intellectual core, it meant he was the mirror image of Jefferson, for whom ideals were the supreme reality, and whose inspirational prowess derived from his confidence that the world would eventually come around to fit the pictures he had in his head. Washington, however, regarded all such pictures as dangerous dreams. In 1778, for example, at a time when patriotic propagandists were churning out tributes to the superior virtue of the American cause, Washington confided to a friend that, though virtue was both a wonderful and necessary item, it was hardly sufficient to win the war. "Men may speculate as they will," he wrote. "They may draw examples from ancient story of great achievements performed by its influence. But whoever builds upon it as a sufficient basis for conducting a long and bloody war will find themselves deceived in the end. For a time it may of itself be enough to push men to action, to bear much, to encounter difficulties. But it will not endure unassisted by interest." Another example. In 1780, Major John André was captured while attempting to serve as a British spy in league with Benedict Arnold to produce a major strategic debacle on the Hudson River at West Point. By all accounts, André was a model British officer with impeccable manners who had the misfortune to be caught doing his duty. Several members of Washington's staff, including Hamilton, pleaded that André's life be spared because of his exceptional character. Washington dismissed the requests as sentimental, pointing out that if André had succeeded in his mission, it might very well have turned the tide of the war. The staff then supported André's gallant request that he be shot like an officer rather than hanged as a spy. Washington also rejected this request, explaining that André, regardless of his personal attractiveness, was no more and no less than a spy. He was hanged the next day. A final example. Shortly after the French entry into the war in 1778, several members of the Continental Congress began to lobby for a French invasion of Canada, arguing that the likelihood of French military success was greater because Canada was populated mainly by Frenchmen. Washington opposed the scheme on several grounds, but confided his deepest reasons to Henry Laurens, President of the Continental Congress. He feared the introduction of a large body of French troops into Canada and putting them in possession of the capital of that province, attached to them by all the ties of blood, habits, manners, religion, and former connections of government. The French were America's providential allies, to be sure. But once they were ensconced in Canada, it would be foolish to expect them to withdraw. I fear this would be too great a temptation to be resisted by any power actuated by the common maxims of national policy. He went on to offer his advice to the Congress in one of his clearest statements about the motives governing nations. "Men are very apt to run into extremes," he explained. "Hatred to England may carry some into an excessive confidence in France. I am heartily disposed to entertain the most favorable sentiments of our new ally and to cherish them in others to a reasonable degree. But it is a maxim founded on the universal experience of mankind that no nation is to be trusted farther than it is bound by its interest, and no prudent statesman or politician will venture to depart from it." There was no such thing as a permanent international alliance, only permanent national interests. The clearest statement Washington ever made on America's national interest came in his circular letter of 1783, the last of his annual letters to the state governments as commander-in-chief. He projected a panoramic and fully continental vision of an American empire, and he expressed his vision in language that, at least for one moment, soared beyond the usually prosaic boundaries of his subdued style. The citizens of America, placed in the most enviable condition as the sole lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniences of life, are now, by the late satisfactory pacification, acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independency. They are from this period to be considered as actors on a most conspicuous theater, which seems to be peculiarly designated by Providence for the display of human greatness and felicity. The breathtaking sweep of this vision is remarkable. Washington had spent his young manhood fighting with the British to expel the French from North America. With the victory in the American Revolution, the English had then been expelled. The entire continent was now a vast American manor, within which the people could expand unrestricted by foreign opposition. Presumably, the Native Americans would be assimilated or conquered, and the Spanish west of the Mississippi, Spain being Spain, would serve as a mere holding company until the American population swept over them. Within the leadership of the revolutionary generation, Washington was, if not unique, at least unusual for never having traveled or lived in Europe. His only foreign excursion was to Barbados as a young man. His angle of vision for the new American nation was decidedly Western. The chief task facing the next several generations was to consolidate control of the North American continent. Anything that impaired or deflected that central mission was to be avoided at all cost. In the same circular letter, he laid down the obligations and opportunities implicit in his national vision, again in some of the most poetic language he ever wrote. The foundation of our empire was not laid in the gloomy age of ignorance and suspicion, but at an epoch when the rights of mankind were better understood and more clearly defined than at any former period. He then went on to specify the treasure trove of human knowledge that had accumulated over the past 2 centuries. It was about to be called the Enlightenment, and which constituted a kind of intellectual or philosophical equivalent of the nearly boundless natural resources waiting to be developed in the West. It was the fortuitous conjunction of these 2 vast reservoirs of philosophical and physical wealth that defined America's national interest and made it so special. At this auspicious period, he wrote, the United States came into existence as a nation, and if their citizens should not be completely free and happy, the fault will be entirely their own. The modern British philosopher Isaiah Berlin once described the different perspectives that political leaders bring to the management of world affairs as the difference between the hedgehog and the fox. The hedgehog knows one big thing, and the fox knows many little things. Washington was an archetypal hedgehog, and the one big thing he knew was that America's future as a nation lay to the west, in its development over the next century of a continental empire. One of the reasons he devoted so much time and energy to planning the construction of canals, and shared in the misguided belief of his fellow Virginians that the Potomac constituted a direct link to the river system of the interior, was that he knew in his bones that the energy of the American people must flow in that direction. Europe might contain all the cultural capitals and current world powers, but in terms of America's national interest, it was a mere sideshow and distraction. The future lay in those forests he had explored as a young man. All this he understood intuitively by the time of his first retirement in 1783. Grand visions, even ones that prove as prescient as Washington's, must nevertheless negotiate the damnable particularities that history in the short run tosses up before history in the long run arrives to validate the vision. In Washington's case, the most obvious corollary to his view of American national interest was the avoidance of a major war during the gestative phase of national development. It so happened, however, that England and France were engaged in a century-old struggle for dominance of Europe and international supremacy, a struggle in which both the French and Indian War and the American Revolution were merely peripheral sideshows, and which would only end with Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo in 1815. Washington's understanding of the proper American response to this global conflict was crystal clear. "I trust that we shall have too just a sense of our own interests to originate any cause that may involve us in it," he wrote in 1794. "And I ardently wish we may not be forced into it by the conduct of other nations. If we are permitted to improve without interruption the great advantages which nature and circumstances have placed within our reach, many years will not revolve before we may be ranked not only among the most respectable, but among the happiest people on earth." The linchpin of his foreign policy as president, it followed naturally, was the proclamation of neutrality, 1793, which declared America an impartial witness to the ongoing European conflict. His constant refrain throughout his presidency emphasized the same point, even offering an estimate of the likely duration of America's self-imposed alienation from global politics. "Every true friend to this country must see and feel that the policy of it is not to embroil ourselves with any nation whatsoever, but to avoid their disputes and politics, and if they will harass one another, to avail ourselves of the neutral conduct we have adopted. 20 years' peace, with such an increase of population and resources as we have a right to expect, added to our remote situation from the jarring powers, will in all probability enable us, in a just cause, to bid defiance to any power on earth." In a sense, it was a fresh application of the same strategic lesson he had learned as head of the Continental Army, namely, to avoid engagement with a superior force until the passage of time made victory possible. What we might call the strategy of enlightened procrastination. In retrospect, and with all the advantages of hindsight, Washington's strategic insights as president were every bit as foresighted as his strategic insights as commander-in-chief during the American Revolution, right down to his timing estimate of 20 years, which pretty much predicted the outbreak of the War of 1812. Since Washington's seminal insight was also the core piece of foreign policy wisdom offered in the farewell address, and since every major American statesman of the era also embraced the principle of neutrality as an obvious maxim, the meaning of the farewell address would seem to be incontrovertible, its message beyond controversy. But that was not at all how the message was heard at the time, in part because there was a deep division within the revolutionary generation that Washington was trying to straddle over just what a policy of American neutrality should look like, and in part because there was an alternative vision of the national interest circulating in the higher reaches of the political leadership, another opinion about where history was headed that could also make potent claims on the legacy of the American Revolution. All this had come to a head in Washington's second term in the debate over Jay's Treaty, creating the greatest crisis of Washington's presidency, the most virulent criticism of his monarchical tendencies, and the immediate context for every word he wrote in the farewell address. Jay's Treaty was a landmark in the shaping of American foreign policy. In 1794, Washington had sent Chief Justice John Jay to London to negotiate a realistic bargain that avoided a war with England at a time when the United States was ill-prepared to fight one. Jay returned in 1795 with a treaty that accepted the fact of English naval and commercial supremacy and implicitly endorsed a pro-English version of American neutrality. It recognized England's right to retain tariffs on American exports while granting English imports most favored status in the United States. It implicitly accepted English impressment of American sailors. It also committed the United States to compensate English creditors for outstanding pre-revolutionary debts, most of which were owed by Virginia's planters. In return for these concessions, the English agreed to submit claims by American merchants for confiscated cargoes to arbitration, and to abide by the promise made in the Treaty of Paris, 1783, to evacuate its troops from their posts on the western frontiers. In effect, Jay's treaty was a repudiation of the Franco-American alliance of 1778, which had been so instrumental in gaining French military assistance for the winning of the American Revolution. While the specific terms of the treaty were decidedly one-sided in England's favor, the consensus reached by most historians who have studied the subject is that Jay's treaty was a shrewd bargain for the United States. It bet, in effect, on England rather than France as the hegemonic European power of the future, which proved prophetic. It recognized the massive dependence of the American economy on trade with England. In a sense, it was a precocious preview of the Monroe Doctrine, 1823, for it linked American security and economic development to the British fleet, which provided a protective shield of incalculable value throughout the 19th century. Mostly, it postponed war with England until America was economically and politically more capable of fighting one. The long-term advantages of Jay's treaty, however, were wholly invisible to most Americans in the crucible of the moment. Sensing the unpopularity of the pact, Washington attempted to keep its terms secret until the Senate had voted. But word leaked out in the summer of 1795 and then spread, as Madison put it, like an electric velocity to every part of the Union. Jay later claimed that the entire eastern seaboard was illuminated each evening by protesters burning him in effigy. In New York, Hamilton was struck in the head by a rock while attempting to defend the treaty to a crowd. John Adams recalled that Washington's house in Philadelphia was surrounded by an innumerable multitude from day to day, buzzing, demanding war against England, cursing Washington, and crying success to the French patriots and virtuous Republicans. Any concession to British economic and military power, no matter how strategically astute, seemed a betrayal of the very independence won in the Revolution. Washington predicted that after a few months of contemplation, when passion shall have yielded to sober reason, the current may possibly turn. But in the meantime, this government in relation to France and England may be compared to a ship between the rocks of Scylla and Charybdis. To make matters worse, the debate over the treaty prompted a constitutional crisis. Perhaps the most graphic illustration of the singular status that Washington enjoyed was the decision of the Constitutional Convention to deposit the minutes of its secret deliberations with him for safekeeping. He, therefore, had exclusive access to the official record of the convention, and used it to argue that the clear intent of the framers was to vest the treaty-making power with the executive branch, subject to the advice and consent of 2/3 of the Senate. Madison, however, had kept his own extensive notes on the debates at the Constitutional Convention, and carried them down to share with Jefferson, who was in retirement at Monticello. Although a careful reading of Madison's notes on the debates revealed that Washington was correct, and indeed that Madison himself had been one of the staunchest opponents of infringements on executive power over foreign policy at the convention, Jefferson managed to conclude that the House was intended to be an equal partner in approving all treaties, going so far as to claim that that body was the sovereign branch of the government empowered to veto any treaty it wished, thereby annihilating the whole treaty-making power of the executive branch. "I trust the popular branch of our legislature will disapprove of it," Jefferson wrote from Monticello, "and thus rid us of this infamous act, which is really nothing more than a treaty of alliance between England and the Anglo-men of this country against the legislatures and people of the United States." The actual debate in the House in the fall and winter of 1795 proceeded under Madison's more cautious leadership and narrower interpretation of the Constitution. Jefferson's position would have recreated the hapless and hamstrung conditions that he himself had decried while serving as minister to France under the Articles of Confederation, essentially holding American foreign policy hostage to congressional gridlock and the divisive forces of domestic politics. Madison instead argued that the implementation of Jay's Treaty required the approval of the House for all provisions dependent on funding. This achieved the desired result, blocking the treaty, while avoiding a frontal assault on executive power. Madison served as the floor leader of the opposition in the House during the debate that raged throughout the winter and spring of 1796. At the start, he enjoyed an overwhelming majority and regarded his position as impregnable. But as the weeks rolled on, he experienced firsthand the cardinal principle of American politics in the 1790s. Whoever went face-to-face against Washington was destined to lose. The majority started to melt away in March. John Adams observed bemusedly that Mr. Madison looks worried to death, pale, withered, haggard. When the decisive vote came in April, Madison attributed his defeat to the exertions and influence of aristocracy, Anglicism, and mercantilism led by the banks, the British merchants, the insurance companies. Jefferson was more candid. Jay's Treaty had passed, he concluded, because of the gigantic prestige of Washington, the one man who outweighs them all in influence over the people. Jefferson's sense of frustration had reached its breaking point a few weeks earlier, when, writing to Madison, he quoted a famous line from Washington's favorite play, Joseph Addison's Cato, and applied it to Washington himself. "A curse on his virtues! They've undone his country."
This ends Disc 6.